technical team to kindly play the AV, please. Applause, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all the participants from Government of India, state government, insurance companies, reinsurers, banking sector, CSC, technical agencies, and a warm welcome to people who have joined us physically as well as virtually. People are watching it live, and you can also ask us questions in the comment section since we are live already on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Once again, a small announcement to all of you. There's a questionnaire placed at your tables. Please fill in those questions along with your details mentioned in the questionnaire. These questions will be answered and addressed at the pre-bid town hall forum scheduled at 4:50 p.m. May I now call upon all the dignitaries on the dais for the formal inaugural session. I would like to welcome Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Can we keep the claps coming, ladies and gentlemen? Shri Thomas Devasya, Member, Non-Life IRDAI. Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO, PMFBY, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Kamalpreet Singh, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Chhattisgarh. Shri Anuj Tyagi, Deputy Manager and Director, HDFC Ergo GIC. May I call upon all the dignitaries and may I request the dignitaries to also proceed for lamp lighting first. I would request all our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting to mark an auspicious beginning for this beautiful morning. Some more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. It is now time to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. May I now call upon Shri Ritesh Chauhan to welcome Shri Manoj Ahuja and Shri Thomas Devasiya to the 9th NRC. May I now call upon Shri Anush Tyagi to welcome Shri Kamalpreet Singh and Shri Ritesh Chauhan to the NRC. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we should proceed to invite Shri Anush Tyagi, Deputy Manager Director, HDFC Ergo GIC, for welcome address. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Monica. Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji. CEO PMFBY, Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji. APC Government of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Kamalpreet Singh ji. Member Non-Life IRDA, Shri Thomas Devasiya ji. Dignitaries from state and central government, colleagues from insurance and reinsurance fraternity, and other stakeholders group. It is our honor to host you and welcome you all for the 9th National Review Conference at Chhattisgarh, the state full of surprises. Agriculture in India plays a pivotal role in economy, contributing almost 14% to the GDP, manages inflation and provides employment to about 60% of a country's population directly or indirectly. The current ongoing Russia-Ukraine war has demonstrated the chinks in the armor as far as the global food supply chain is concerned. And thus, development welfare of our farmers is our topmost priority. New age technology can play a big role in bringing the next level reforms to strengthen the farm economy, and that's the theme of our national conference. Agri-rural sector in India today is rapidly changing and is attracting modern entrepreneurs, technology innovation, including startups. And I'm sure some of us would have seen Jugadu Kamlesh in Shark Tech India. I've personally seen a startup getting born out of IIT Delhi to create country's first B2C cattle trading portal, cattle trading platform. And similarly, blending farm inputs with physical infrastructure for greater price certainty, engaging in predictive analysis to improving yield, eliminating inefficiencies in supply chain to help farm owners access credit and crop insurance. Agri-tech startups in India have been at the forefront of disrupting the sector and are transforming the entire value chain. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, a holistic protection net for our farmers against the weather vagaries, was launched in 2016 by Honorable Prime Minister. And it is the most comprehensive crop insurance scheme implemented in the country till date. The scheme was part of 7 thematic subjects discussed during National Conference 2018 on doubling the farmer income, which was personally attended and reviewed by Honorable Prime Minister. In the last 7 years, the scheme has become largest crop insurance scheme in the world in terms of number of farmers covered, and 3rd largest in the world in terms of the premium generated. To put it in perspective, in comparison, the entire insurance industry in the country does not figure in world 10. We should also be proud of the fact that our scheme has set new benchmarks which have been acknowledged by many countries like China, Poland, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and these countries have all taken learnings from our scheme. And I would actually say to that extent, our scheme has become a model scheme in the world. We've been agile in our approach towards implementing the scheme, and the testimony is that the operational guidelines have been changed thrice, taking into consideration the inputs from all stakeholders to make the scheme more transparent, more agile, and more beneficial to our farmers. All stakeholders, including Government of India, state government, district administrations, insurance companies, reinsurance, banks, CSCs have all worked together in the evolution of scheme to the current stage. Seeing this cohesive ecosystem working together to ensure the scheme becomes more and more farmer-friendly fills me with pride and confidence to do better and better. PMFBY scheme is so powerful and so well penetrated that it can actually become a mother scheme which can bring in synergies across various rural distribution channels, rural products, and can help fulfill the IRDA chairman's vision of insurance for all by 2047. That's the strength of this scheme. That's the power of the scheme. So while the possibilities are ever expanding, today's discussions very much focus on how technology has particularly enabled agri sector. With this, we would like to thank you all for gracing the occasion, and we are sure that the various discussions and deliberations expected in next 2 days will help in fine-tuning the scheme for the benefits of our agrarian community. Thank you very much, and we look forward to engaging sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Tyagiji, for your kind words. Now I welcome Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO, PMFBY, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, to present the opening remarks. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, everyone. Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri Thomas Devasya, Member Non-Life, IRDAI. Dr. Kamalpreet Singh, APC and Secretary Agriculture, Government of Chhattisgarh. Shri Anuj Tyagi, Deputy MD, HDFC Ergo. All the senior functionaries from the states, insurance companies, reinsurers, all technical organizations, as well as other esteemed participants who are present here live and also online. It's a matter of immense pride for me to look back at the past almost 1 year and reflect on the journey that we have had. As you all know, we have been striving to make constructive and collaborative changes in the scheme since the last 1.5 years. PMFBY is now heading into its 15th season since its launch in 2016. And we are at a very pivotal moment in this journey, because we are at the cusp of the upcoming tender cycle, which decides the path of the scheme for the next 3 years. We in the Government of India have been striving to make these changes to make the journey of all the stakeholders easy and hassle-free. In this regard, we have revised and revamped our guidelines earlier, while in this case, a major overhaul has been proposed recently by way of an advisory issued by Government of India. Under the able guidance as well as personal monitoring of our Honorable Secretary, we have been able to bring forth initiatives like YesTech, Cropic, Winds, as well as DigiClaim. While the last DigiClaim has been launched, I look forward to your interaction today to make the other three a possibility. The sessions in this conference have been designed for discussion on preparedness for these initiatives, for discussion on the issues that the tender cycle entails, and also for movement of the scheme towards universalization. Here I would like to mention, especially mention the case of government of Andhra, which has taken this initiative to ensure universalization of the scheme in their state. Mr. Hari Kiran will be presenting a case study during the course of the conference, and I look forward that all of you will interact with him separately to see how your states could take this forward. This time in the conference, instead of the usual breakaway sessions, we have scheduled a pre-bid town hall session. The purpose of this pre-bid town hall session and making this conference the actual sort of pre-bid for all the tender formalities needs to be fulfilled in this particular session. As was announced, you all have the town hall questionnaire on your tables. So I will request all the stakeholders to raise as many questions, because all the principal secretaries of major states will be here to answer you and be sensitized about the issues that you are facing. Last year, as I said, we launched DigiClaim, and I'm also happy to report that the Meri Policy Mere Haath initiative, in the last season, we distributed about 2.7 crore policies to our farmers in the field. A few stakeholders that had left have come back. I welcomed Andhra already, and Punjab has also made its intention clear to join back in the scheme. We look forward to welcoming maybe Telangana and Jharkhand also from the next upcoming season. Another point that I would like to tell the House is that recently Manage had done a study, and this has been a constant feedback from the field that awareness about the scheme has been lacking. Recently we got a study done, and we have taken a lot of initiatives to ensure that this information about the scheme is disseminated. A study was done by Manage, where it was found that from a 70% level of awareness, the awareness level after the mega campaign that we did jumped 12 percentage points to come to 82%. We are trying to make the strides in the IC Advisory Committee in this regard. Our thought process is that for the next 2 or 3 years, maybe we'll fix a template of IC activities and hammer it across all platforms to take the awareness level even higher. With this, I would like to again welcome all the delegates, officials, stakeholders, insurance and reinsurance companies and their representatives to this conference. May we, as the theme of the conference, take our scheme up a notch. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Ritesh Chauhanji, for the opening remarks. I would like to now welcome Dr. Kamalpreet Singh, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Chhattisgarh. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Manoj Ahuja sir and Ritesh Chauhanji for hosting this conference in Raipur, giving Chhattisgarh an opportunity. I thank you all who have come here and visiting our state. Through this keynote speech, I would like to throw some issues for discussion and also bring to the knowledge of this August gathering certain key trends which we have observed in our state and which may be of relevance to other states also. As you know that PM Fasal Bima Yojana has been in operation for almost now 6 years. Now 3-year tenders are being floated. So one trend we have observed that ever since this scheme has been made voluntary, so there is a change in the area ensured, and we have found that in Kharif crop, while there was a decline of area of around 7%, in Rabi, there is an increase in area of around 11%. So, and compared to Kharif, the Rabi crop has more risks compared to the Kharif crop, at least in our state. So, this shows a acknowledgement of the farmer's tendency to hedge his risks wherever he deems that, you know, the more risky crops are being grown. And in Kharif, there is a trend of opting out of the scheme of certain areas, especially where the irrigation is assured irrigation is already there. So that is what we have observed, and it covers almost 80 to 85% of the area which is covered by the commercial or you can say cooperative credit sector, almost 85 to 90% you can say. But those farmers who are not part of the, you know, financial sector or a formal financial sector, they are very few in numbers who are opting in for the scheme. So this is the trend. And also farmer numbers are increasing. For example, we have observed a growth of around 18% in Rabi in last financial year, while growth of 1% in Kharif also. While the area declined in Kharif, the farmer numbers were still up. So, and total premium and claim ratios have been very, depending upon the seasonal outcomes, but they have been more or less, I would say, favorable to the insurance companies, except for one particular year where there was a weather-related damage, and the claims were paid out substantially to the farmers. Certain key areas where we think we have done well, one is our land record portal is integrated with the PM National Crop Insurance Portal to prevent duplication and multiple insurances. This has been appreciated by Government of India, and also Government of India chose Chhattisgarh to launch a beta version of the farmer grievance redressal in July 2022, in which we addressed almost 99% of the complaints which were resolved, and now that portal has been made, launched all over the country. We have had a good track record of paying timely insurance premiums to the insurance company, and that is one of the reasons that the insurance companies have been prompt in settling the claims. And in Rabi, our claims payments has been substantially higher than the premium, but in Kharif, there has been a combination, a compensation. So overall, the scheme has been very balanced for that. Now, the DigiClaim initiative also, Chhattisgarh is one of the first 5 states to avail the claim settlements through the DigiClaim, recently inaugurated by the Honorable Union Agriculture Minister. There are certain issues which are coming up in the scheme and which will come up further. First is that since the weighted premium when the scheme was launched was only around 3.86%, now it has increased to 14.82%. But it also means that there is an increased financial burden on the state governments also. And I believe that was partly or mainly the reason some states opted out of the scheme. So this premium increase is expected because of the payouts on the claims. But I feel that if some regulatory benefits or some lowering of the cost of reinsurance can be done by financial regulatory measures, that can lead to some rationalization of the expected premiums in the future. Otherwise, this premium may be very heavy for certain states. Similarly, Government of India has also fixed a capping for their own contribution, while the rest of the money is to be paid, by the state governments. I think this is also needs to be, revisited, because In a joint scheme, both the parties, or in this case, all the parties are there together in the scheme, and one side cannot only limit its, financial obligation. The same can be said to be, applicable on state government also. Now, if everybody fixes its cap, then how the risk can be transferred to the empaneled agency? So this also needs to be looked at, and we propose that there should be an equal contribution of the state and central share, irrespective of the cap. Under our revised this weather-based scheme, we have been for many years getting only one agency, bidding for it. So I also request that in order to increase participation of agencies, more agencies, some sort of nudging or either, revising or giving some additional bid capacity value or some regulatory measure can be thought of, whereby they can participate. There is more participation, so that leads to more rational premiums and we get a more choice in agencies. Couple of specific issues to the state. One is that in the paddy fields, which is our main crop in the Kharif, there is sometimes inundation and there is damage, so this trigger factor is not there as of now. This can be incorporated. Similarly, there is a lodging peril in paddy and wheat in the ripening stage. This can also be included as a risk factor under the PMFBY guidelines. There is a time frame of 72 hours for the farmers to report information about crop damage under localized calamities. While this state has almost 90% of area under mobile coverage, under internet coverage, still there are around 10% area, especially the far-flung tribal areas, which are also Naxal left-wing extremism affected areas. There is a issue of communication there, even by telephone and other means. So we request that this extension should be for the 1 week, that is not 72 hours. Also, under the Yes Tech, there is a issue here that in many villages there are both kinds of irrigated fields as well as non-irrigated fields, and the revenue records do not accurately capture, and many a times the beneficiaries themselves have not updated or got updated the revenue records because of various reasons. I will give one example, that if somebody wants to sell a irrigated land compared to an unirrigated land, the land value itself changes and there is a registry cost change also. So due to this, the land records are not an accurate reflection of the picture on ground. So we find it almost impossible to segregate these two kinds of fields using just the technology, and obviously the yield estimation will run into some errors. So we propose a pilot, that this should be done at a pilot level, and then we can, with the more knowledge about this issue, then we can proceed ahead. And similarly, this is an International Year of Millets, and Honorable Prime Minister has also launched International Year of Millets and a vision towards positioning India as a global hub for millets. In Chhattisgarh also, we have had almost 73% increase in area under millets. We are also buying millets under MSP through our Minor Forest Produce Corporation. And in 1 year only, almost double the area target we have achieved. And so we also propose to include 3 millets, Kodo, Kutki and Ragi crops under PM Fasal Bima Yojana for the years, next 3 years. Currently, we are in the process of tendering. We have already floated the tender, and the final date is 20th April. So we request that more and more insurance agencies participate in the tender so that we can make this scheme a grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamalpreet Singh Ji, for your insights. I now invite Shri Thomas Devasiya Ji, member, non-life IRDAI, to the stage for special address. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
morning, everyone. Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. Dr. Kamalpreet Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Chhattisgarh. Shri Ritesh Chavan, CEO, PMFBY. Shri Anuj Tyagi, HDFC Ergo. All the representatives of the technical and scientific institutions, and also my insurance industry colleagues. Good morning to you all and welcome to this conference. I thank Shri Ritesh Chavan for the invitation he has extended to us, and we are honored to be present here. And on behalf of the IRDA, the General Insurance and Life Insurance Regulatory Authority, I welcome you all. Despite tough times, GDP is projected to grow at a real 7%, with agriculture sector posting about 3.5% real growth and contributing to 14% of India's GDP. And this is from about 200 million hectares of gross cropped area. But the insured area is a mere 20% at around 42 million hectares. And I noted that the share of gross cropped area that is insured has taken a 25% drop, possibly due to selective insurance, selective seasonal insurance, changes in state participation. Our G20 scheme, where India heads for 2023, has been One Earth, One Family, One Future. And one of the biggest underpinnings of this has to be the agricultural sector. Universalization is hence critical to India from the viewpoint of food security, poverty alleviation, rural employment, and equally importantly, income assurance. It is hence important that all insurers actively participate in the PMFBY, which is the largest scheme in the world by subscription and insured farmers. And this has to be across all the states. That requires even the states to consider participation. It is easy to look at the financial outgo each year falling from, let us say, crop failures and say that perhaps going alone is good. But calamity does not ring the doorbell. It only leaves a visiting card, which is called destruction. You have early warning systems in tech, you have technical measurements, but still you need to hedge the risk. And hedging costs. Insurance is a mutual structure that enables the most price-efficient hedging. Calamity also costs. Okay, so if you plan and budget an expense of X in a year, you cannot plan to budget a Y for even 10 years to finance a calamity, because a single calamity can cost you in excess of 20 or 30 years. We've had a very good run in the last 5 years, and that is also the proof that universalization will get us the assured consistency and predictable financial outgo, which will enable even the states to clearly budget and organize themselves rather than continue the fragmented approach of response to disaster calamities, which of course is needed and it is being done in a very good fashion. Insurance sector's obligation to sustain economic progress is fundamental. And currently about 10 or 11 out of the 28 general insurance companies are actively participating. I understand 19 are empaneled, and that is good. I can also tell you that IRDA is working on ease of doing business, and that includes inviting insurance capital within India, domestically, and from abroad. And in our efficiencies that have improved, and we are now a very open organization, thanks to the leadership of our chairman, Shri Debashish Panda. I'm actually glad to inform you that just a few months ago, we gave a license for a general insurance company after about 7 years. Coincidentally, Their focus is agricultural insurance. And I believe Shema, General Insurance Representative, Senior Executive, is in this audience. Universalization alone can support the move also to farm mechanization, which at best is 40% in some of the states. And farm mechanization is critical, just as the growing infrastructure investments in the country and the associated logistics industry will support the reduction in food waste. All of this goes to assuring the income of farmers. Insurance will give the biggest assurance of consistency, and that will enable farmers to have the ability to go in and think for mechanization, irrigation infrastructure, using the very good support in agriculture and farm credit. PMFBY average loss ratio since 2016 is 75%. And I think all insurers, as well as states, must analyze and reflect this record in their very pricing. Move away from cautious and presumptory pricing. IRDA has created a dedicated cell to support the efforts of PMFBY. The cell is headed by a general manager level executive, supported by an AGM, who is also an agricultural underwriter, and overseen by a chief general manager, who is also the head of non-life insurance within the organization. IRDA is also soon going to launch its state insurance pushing, or what we call the state level insurance program, which is focused on reaching the last mile and the last person. We are talking of insurance for all by 2047. We are talking of social inclusion, and we want to achieve it earlier, much earlier. PMFBY is a core pillar in that effort, and they will be visible and made visible in every state effort that we will launch soon. I thank you all for your presence. I thank and wish Mr. Ritesh Chavan and his team all the very best in this collaborative effort to launch and universalize insurance in India. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you so much, Shri Devasiyaji, for the address. Vadarananni. Now I take this opportunity to invite Shri Manoj Ahujaji, Secretary Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, for Presidential Address. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye everyone. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, and welcome to this two-day conference. In fact, I would say it's a very historic moment. All of us are gathered here. I'd like to thank the host state, Chhattisgarh, and the ACS for co-hosting this conference in Chhattisgarh and this new city of Naya Raipur, and also welcome my colleagues, distinguished guests on the dais, additional chief secretaries, commissioners from state governments, members from the insurance companies, reinsurance companies, the banking sector, and all those associated with the agri-insurance ecosystem. So first of all, again, while I was kind of flying in from Delhi in the morning, and what you can see across the journey is just agricultural fields. And then it just struck me that, you know, so much of area in India is just agriculture, and the conference we are going to have today has a lot of bearing on so much of people and so much of area in the country. And thus it's very important that the decisions you take today and their implementation and carrying them through is something I think has immense significance for all those who are associated with agriculture. This is the second such conference I am attending. I think the first one was about 3 or 4 months back at Kochi. And Agriculture Department is quite a big ministry, and Ritesh has many colleagues at his level. So once a colleague mentioned कि सर आप उधर तो चले जाते हो प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में, आप हमारी स्कीम में नहीं आते. तो I pleaded guilty, और इसका मैंने उनको कारण भी बताया ये जब उन 2016 में जब स्कीम लागू करी गई थी तो मैं प्रेम जिस स्टेट से हैं उड़ीसा में एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी था और इशू ये था कि पहले स्कीम ठीक थी, आप कर लेते थे और एआईसी कंपनी कर रही थी तो कोई इतने प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रहे थे। पहली बार आपने दो चीज़ें करी। सबसे बड़ा तो आपने ये करा, इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज, प्राइवेट इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज को बिडिंग पे आपने इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट के लिए बिडिंग करने को कहा और ये करने के लिए। और उसमें बार बार जो गाइडलाइंस बनी थी ये लिखा गया था कि बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करें। इट वॉज रीआइट्रेटेड अगेन एंड अगेन। एंड वॉट वॉज द रीज़न? The reason is that when you go and you ask somebody to bid for a product, the bid would be commensurate to the certainty of the product you are giving him. If uncertainty is associated, if there is lack of knowledge, the bids would not reflect the correct price, but reflect a higher price, factoring in the uncertainty associated with the product. I think Kamalpreet just mentioned in his talk कि 2015 में इंश्योरेंस कुछ कह रहे थे 4% के करीब है, उससे कम है, 14-15% बन गया है, अब हो गया है। तो इसके पीछे मुद्दे क्या हैं? व्हाट आर द मेन इश्यूज वी आर ट्राइंग टू एड्रेस? मेन इशू यही है कि बाकी जो हम इंश्योरेंस की बात करते हैं, एक एक्चुरियल साइंस है, आपको पता है लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है, यू नो इतनी एज में इतने लोग इंडिया में मरते हैं, यू नो द इंसिडेंस ऑफ व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन एंड यू कैन कैलकुलेट। There are so many people, 10 crore, so many are going to die, सबने इंश्योरेंस का पैसा देना है तो इतना इतना जाएगा, you kind of are able to calculate and fix it very nicely. What people tell me, now I am not an expert in agri insurance, but people tell me one can broadly estimate 8 से 9% के करीब एक उचित रेट हम मान सकते हैं. I am not saying that it is, but it could be anything, but broadly let us say it is there. Then our aim should be that the bids we receive should actually reflect that risk which is there in the sector, which means we have to make efforts for everybody. I mean, people have spoken for everybody to bring that bid rate down, and one way to do it is bring certainty for the bidder and for everybody as to what he is bidding for, and a certain amount of certainty so that it is done. You know, classic problems are there. We call them moral hazard or adverse selection कहिए. अब एक तरह से हमने adverse selection बढ़ा दिया है इसको voluntary करके, but then that was the need and it has been made. Moral hazard, yes, people will try and game the system. So what do? You have to bring, one way is to bring in technology. And I remember again why I mentioned my time and my partiality towards this was I remember the same problem in 2016 and 17. And I remember starting with those crop cutting mobile apps to do, कि हम जाके उसमें करें, but इतना आसान नहीं था. Same problem in certain areas which were irrigated, asking for much higher loss compared to non-irrigated areas. Then I remember Dr. Murthy, who was sitting there, was I think National Remote Sensing Agency. He came to my help with very detailed maps. Then I tried to understand what NDWI was, what LWSI was, what other things was. And we kind of, the same kind of a thing we bought in. We said this crop cutting experiment results are here. This is what satellite data was there, and we compromised. And actually the claims was brought down to a large extent. Why I am saying all this is, I am saying it's very important that the product we have should reflect the correct rate of what are the losses in this sector. And secondly, technology can play a very big role. Thirdly, why it is so important for the agricultural sector as a whole, अब एक किसान की तरफ से सोचिए. अब अगर मैं कोई प्रोडक्ट लगा रहा हूँ और मुझे ये नहीं पता कि कितना मेरा उत्पादन होगा, it's a very risky thing for me. I am just talking about production risk. दूसरी, कितने का बिक्री होगा, price risk. Then it's a very uncertain environment. And I can tell you the entire growth in any other sector like industries कह लीजिए, manufacturing कह लीजिए, other sector कर लीजिए, are premised on containing risk. You have a concept of a public limited company, which means I as an investor can invest something, others will invest, my liability is limited to my investment. Things like that. Agriculture is the only sector where the entire risk is borne by the investor year after year. And the fact being that most of our farmers are small and marginal farmers, the year his crop goes bad, he may not be able to repay his debt, and because he does not have that kind of a, let's say, bigger, above his allowance, safety kind of a amount in his bank or something to tide over the shocks, because of his level of farming and the returns from there, therefore, which means that if he can't pay back the loan, he's outside the credit system, and that's a permanent shock for him. And similarly, like if all the farmers, they produce too much, again the prices goes down. तो एक तरह से अगर इसमें हम प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, इनोवेशन लाना चाहते हैं और किसान भी इन्वेस्टमेंट करे, वो तभी करेगा जब आप उसका रिस्क कवर करेंगे. अब प्राइसेस के लिए चलिए एक देयर आर सिस्टम लाइक PSS, MSP टू सम एक्सटेंट, पर प्रोडक्शन रिस्क के लिए ये एग्रीकल्चरल इंश्योरेंस हमारे इधर है. मेरे पहले जो स्पीकर से उन्होंने बताया कि अभी थर्ड लार्जेस्ट नॉन लाइफ इंश्योरेंस बन गया है एग्रीकल्चरल इंश्योरेंस इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रीमियम, विच इज़ बिग. वी आर कवरिंग मे बी ऑफ द unirrigated area about 60-70, or how much are we covering out the dry unirrigated? About 70% of the area under insurance. But still, the idea being what we are looking forward is that it should reflect the correct premium and area wise एक तरह से universalize करना हमारे को ज़रूरी है, because small and marginal farmers के लिए बड़ी essential है. Otherwise their behavior will be small amount of investment, very low risks, and then if they receive a shock, then they are out of the credit system because they can't repay the loan. So the significance of what we do is very important, and the fact is that the states, I mean the difference between these 7-8 areas is that technology has evolved quite a lot. You have tools in your hand, you have your experience, and you have practices which can actually help you find credible solutions as on day. But again, I am generally a very optimistic fellow, but I would also like to add a caveat. You see, an idea is only as good as we are able to implement it. And it needs a lot of toil and sweat and tears to actually bring an idea to the field. Especially with government systems wherein something new is introduced. Precedents, well laid down rules are very easy to follow out, but if you bring in something new, it will require leadership at the highest level. My earnest request is that the ACSs, principal secretaries who are leading this thing they will have to take ownership, familiarize themselves totally with it, right from the beginning, understanding what the implications are, what the position of the state is. You will come out with a document, what are the implications, maybe have discussions with insurance companies, reinsurance companies to understand what the implications would be, how it would come out. So I think that and teamwork. There are, for example, use of technology. There are now Mitra institutions. Now the Mitra institution has to be thoroughly, he or she or that institution has to thoroughly understand what is the role expected out of it. And we are going in for a tender for 3 years. Any laxity in understanding, in implementing, making DPRs, or working on the contours of the scheme would result in a long-term implication in the future where we may not be able to retract in quick time. So I would like to, I just want to highlight again very shortly 2-3 things. What you're going to think, what you are thinking about is something very, very important for the country, believe me. Farming or covering risk for any economic activity, I think is a primary thing. And that is why you would see globally across the countries things like capitalism or forms of economic activities developed only when risk was covered. When governments didn't have their own RBIs and all, they were private people who would cover countries' risks. And only when you cover risk can you expect this to come up. Now that is number one. Second, like I said, I repeat again, we have to, if you have a market bidding for something, then our product has to be credible, quality, with certainty. Any uncertainty would inflate the bid. So somebody is paying for it. And that is reflected in the higher premium price. How can we bring certainty? Basically, हमारे estimate काफ़ी, I think Kamalpreet pointed out, irrigated, unirrigated नहीं पता लगता, काफ़ी बार ये नहीं पता लगता कि yield कितना है या नुकसान कितना हुआ है. तो ये technology से अब काफ़ी हद तक we have instruments, we have devices, we have systems where through triangulation you may not get the exact figures, but you can be approximately right, which is good enough for the system. Third is, when you implement a scheme in an environment which involves lakhs and lakhs of farmers, there is the issue of political economy. What my experience is, and this is my experience, what I have seen from states and seen from the Madhya Pradesh experiment and others. You see, farmers in a village or in a panchayat, because of our limitations of our system, ये जो हम crop cutting करते हैं 4 एक पंचायत में निकालने के लिए, कई बार ऐसे होता है किसान जो फील्ड में होता है वो कहता है मेरा तो फसल खराब हुई थी, पैसे उसको मिल गए, या मुझे 5,000 मिले, उसको 15,000 मिल गए. तो एक तरह से जैसे मध्य प्रदेश का एग्जाम्पल है और वेस्ट बंगाल का एग्जाम्पल है जहाँ पे आपने टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड कर दिया, आई थिंक फार्मर्स आर ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉर फेयरनेस इन दिस सिस्टम, दे आर ऑल्सो हैप्पी। तो अब ये सिस्टम भी द ट्रेड ऑफ बिटवीन फेयरनेस थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी विच इज़ ईजी, सो यू कैन ऑलवेज से कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी से ये बताया है और अगर 10-20% भी एक्यूरेट है, आई डोंट थिंक पीपल विल क्विबल, nobody will quibble too much about it because that's the limit of your technology. But when these things happen, they do create a dissonance in the field. And I think that's important when you are taking a decision. Fourth thing is, you see, we, for farmers or anybody applying for government systems or insurance schemes, we need to make it simple. अब जैसे NCIP है, एक पोर्टल है, अब उसमें ईज ऑफ डूइंग फार्मर के लिए होना चाहिए, आराम से वो अप्लाई करे, उसको पैसे उसमें क्लेम मिल जाए। तो आई वुड सिंसियरली रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी टू गेट टुगेदर, उसको देखिए। और कई तरह के पोर्टल होते हैं, कोई नाम के होते हैं, कोई चलते नहीं हैं, कोई अटक जाते हैं। एक तरह से आई थिंक इट इज़ हाई टाइम एंड वी आर डेवलप्ड इनफ। I think our country has some of the leading people in all these big tech companies abroad, and I think the similar talent exists in India. So we should be able to make a system which actually gives you very easily the results you want, which means right from the time where the farmer is applying to the point his claim is settled in a very transparent and an easy manner without too much of getting into problems. Other thing again which Kamalpreet mentioned was about this grievance redressal system. And I think that state-based grievance redressal system is very, very important. Why should farmers or somebody who's claiming, why should it take 1 or 2 years to settle it? Why should it end up in disputes? If we can react quickly, and that also depends on the transparent systems we have of knowing how much damage is there, both because the insurance companies, I mean, there is a dispute because either the insurance company is not agreeing, or states are not agreeing, or farmers are not agreeing. So this kind of a system throughout the states in a very centralized manner should be kind of operationalized so that we are able to answer the grievances of the farmers, of others who have claims and do it. And those operational issues would always be there, which we need to address over a period of time. So again, I mean, in, let's say while closing, I would again end with what I had started with. You have to realize the significance and the importance of the decisions you are going to take. अब मुझे तो बड़ा, आप देखिए, अब जो देखते हैं वो खेत ही खेत दिखते हैं, आधे तो खाली पड़े थे, पता नहीं वो फसल कट गई है कि फैलो रह जाता है। अगर फैलो है तो मैं ACS से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा भाई उधर कोशिश करें, उधर पल्सेस और रॉयल सीड लगाएं। बट आई थिंक यू हैव पैडी, राइट? 2 crops ऑफ पैडी, नहीं कमलप्रीत? वीट तो नहीं होता है यहाँ पे रायपुर के पास? थोड़ा होता है। देन इट माइट बी इट हैज बीन कट, बट आई सॉ अ लॉट ऑफ, द पॉइंट इज, आप देखिए कितने लैंड है, कितने लोग हैं और आपके डिसीजन पे इफेक्ट करेगा। वी हैव टू टेक दैट इनटू कंसिडरेशन। सेकंड, ये क्रेडिबिलिटी लाने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत बड़ा रोल है, उसको करें। और ऑपरेशनल रिसोर्सेज जो हैं हमारा कंबाइंड, हमारी जो एक्सपीरियंस है, थॉट है, अवेलेबल जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, कैन गिव यू द आंसर। बट आई थिंक वी हैव टू देन इमर्स आवरसेल्व्स इनटू इट, ऑल ऑफ अस कलेक्टिवली एज अ टीम। इट कांट बी वी दे, दिस इसका फॉल्ट है, उसका फॉल्ट है, इसने ये कर दिया, उसने वो कर दिया, वो नहीं होगा। वी हैव टू वर्क कलेक्टिवली एंड वी हैव टू वर्क वेरी फास्ट. If you're bringing out your tenders within this month, I think we have to, this month should be focused on a very open debate, understanding, resolution of questions, differences for anybody who's present here, and then come out with that. And then I'm sure when you roll it out, there'll be other issues, but we should be able to settle it. So that is my earnest request to you. And I do hope that you will be able to engage in very deep deliberations. My colleagues from the states who are there would add in with their experiences and their knowledge to even, give a better contour or a shape to what is planned. And all what we do, I'm sure, will benefit the farmers in the nation and as a result, the country itself. Thank you so much.
बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया श्री मनोज आहूजा सर. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Moving forward, as you all know that PMFBY has seen some fantastic progress in the past few years. And now is the time to recognize the efforts of PMFBY stakeholders that have performed exceptionally well under the scheme and helped the scheme reach far heights. Are we all ready, ladies and gentlemen? Yes? Thodi awaaz ho jaye. Are we all ready? Thank you so much. As a part of the performance evaluation of stakeholders for Kharif 2022, ranking framework was circulated with all the stakeholders. And this framework was based on various parameters that include timely release of subsidy, adoption of technology, adherence to operational guidelines, etc. And firstly, we will start by acknowledging CSCVLEs in their role for being the most important partners and for strengthening the relationship with our farmers at the grassroots level. These award categories are divided into 3 parts, A1, A2, and B. We had 18 VLEs who are awarded out of 75,000 VLEs. That's quite commendable. And today we'll be awarding 1. The remaining awards will be dispatched to individual contributors. For the first one, we will be requesting Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji to kindly felicitate an award. Vice President CSC E-Governance India Limited, Shri Atul Mohan ji. Zordar taliya ho jaye from CSCVLE. I think we can have the claps coming to celebrate this wonderful feat. Thank you so much. So requesting you to be here. Moving on to the insurance companies. Insurance companies, as you all know, have been the pillar of our scheme, since insurance companies play an extremely crucial role in crop insurance by providing coverage against crop failures, national disasters, and other risks that the farmers face, thereby mitigating the financial losses incurred by the farmers. Again, these awards are divided into 2 categories, A1, which is large crop insurance portfolio, and A2, which is the small crop insurance portfolio. The pre-existing comprehensive IEC assessment is now merged with the overall evaluation ranking. I would request Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji to present it to Shri Samdarshi Singh from Future Generali, category B. Heartiest congratulations. From the category A, rank 3, we have HDFC Ergo presenting. Shri Kamal Preet Singh will be presenting this award to Shri Azad Mishra, Shri Subhashish Rawat, and Srimati Nivedita Mondal. Taliya ho jaye. Congratulations. Again, from category A, rank 2, we have Reliance General. I request Shri Thomas Devasiya ji to present it to Shri Amulya Das. Taliya ho jaye. Congratulations. From category A, rank 1, we have Bajaj Alliance. I request Shri Manoj Ahuja ji to present it to Shri Ashish Agarwal and Shri Prashant Pandey. Many, many congratulations. Now we will move on towards acknowledging the implementing states under PMFBY. States play a very crucial role in crop insurance as they implement and monitor the scheme and schemes at the ground level, ensuring timely compensation and resolution of grievances for the farmers. We will start with states category B, rank 1, UT of Puducherry. Shri Ritesh Chauhanji requesting you to kindly felicitate and award Shri Zakir Hussain H, Joint Director of Agriculture. Now we have states category A2, rank 2, Himachal Pradesh. I request Shri Thomas Devasias ji to request to finally felicitate Rahul Chaudhary, Horticulture Development Officer. Congratulations. Now we move on to the states category A2, rank 1. We have Assam, requesting Shri Manoj Ahuja ji to kindly award Shri Anant Lal Gyani, Director of Agriculture, Government of Assam. Heartiest congratulations. States category A1, rank 3, we have Maharashtra, requesting Shri Ritesh Chauhanji to award Shri Eknath Dawle, Principal Secretary Agriculture, Maharashtra, and Shri Vinay Kumar Aute, Joint Director. Congratulations. We move on to the states category A1, rank 2, we have Rajasthan, requesting Shri Thomas Devasiya ji to award Shri Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary, Agriculture and Horticulture, Government of Rajasthan, and Mr. Kanaram, Commissioner of Agriculture. Shri Thomas Devasiya ji. States category A1, rank 2, Rajasthan, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And now we have states category A1, rank 1. It goes to Karnataka, requesting Shri Manoj Ahuja ji to award Shri Shivayogi Kalsad, Secretary Agriculture. Heartiest congratulations to everyone. On 23rd March PMFBY reached a historical milestone by launching DigiClaim, an online process based on NCIP for release of crop insurance claims under PMFBY, and has been designed to simplify and expedite the claims process for farmers and insurers. To express deep appreciation for the 6 participating states, we would like to invite on stage from Chhattisgarh, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh. I request Shri Manoj Ahujari to kindly present the awards. To state-wise, we'll go by Chhattisgarh se hain Dr. Kamal Preet Singh, APC Agriculture. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye everyone. From Haryana, we have Shri Jagraj Dandi, Joint Director. From Himachal Pradesh, we have Rahul Chaudhary, Horticulture Development Officer. From Rajasthan, we have Shri Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary, Agriculture and Horticulture, Government of Rajasthan, and Mr. Kana Ram, Commissioner, Agriculture. From UP, we have Uma Shankar Singh and Shri KP Singh, Deputy Director, Statistics. From Uttar Pradesh, Uma Shankar Singh and Shri KP Singh ji. Shri KP Singh ji. Heartiest congratulations. From Himachal Pradesh, Rahul Chaudhary, Horticulture Development Officer. So now we have something very special. I would like to acknowledge the government of Andhra Pradesh for being the pioneer state for providing universal coverage under PMFBY. And for this, we would like to award them. I request Shri C. Harikiran, SPL, Commission Agriculture. Can we please request him to be on the dais, please? Requesting all our dignitaries to award Shri C. Harikiran. Heartiest congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much, our dignitaries. I would like to request you all to kindly join us for the group photo session at Ballroom Porch, which is right outside, and proceed towards the pre-function area for a little tea break after the photo session. Thank you. Let's get back to the ballroom in the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much. 10 minutes break.
फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए, प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर, फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना, हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली, फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली, द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें, बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था, मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है, तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन, दावों का समय पर भुगतान। अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना
तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, सीएससी एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार। यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैंप और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने
ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं सीसीई के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात। गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें, तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई। सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था। मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप, क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन, उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन, आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान, पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक सुविधाजनक अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री
The ballroom, we're about to begin in the next 2 minutes. Requesting you all to kindly gather inside the ballroom and settle down. Take your seats. We're beginning in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly gather inside the ballroom. We're about to begin now. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. How was the tea session? Good, energized? Thank you. So let's begin. We move on to our presentation. Invite Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji, CEO, PMFBY, Government of India, to present the same. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ritesh ji? Thank you.
Good morning. So, I take this presentation as some sort of my report card to you on what has happened since we last met, and would like to flag and let you know about the issues that we have addressed. So, without much further ado, let me dive right into this. So this is the scale of implementation of the scheme. As you know, this is our 14th crop season, and 27 states at one or other time have implemented the scheme. We are proud that 47 crore farmer applications have been insured in these last 7 years, with a lot of participation by insurance companies, bank branches, CSC VLEs across. Today, as you know, this is the first time that we have been able to launch a full-fledged monitoring and evaluation framework for all the involved stakeholders. So this is our technical journey throughout the 7 years. As you would appreciate that after the launch, every year you will see one or the other technical intervention being done. So in 17-18 there was NCIP, and 18-19 we launched the CC Agri app. 19-20 launch of crop insurance app, and then in 21-22 the automation of enrollment and subsidy was done. I give full credit to Mr. Bhutani for having led these initiatives. I think more credit to him specifically to have created this NRC framework where the stakeholders from all walks of the scheme have come together and can come together every 6 months to deliberate on it. So this year we have tried to bring in a lot of digital technological interventions. So DG Claim, as you know, has already been launched successfully, and mind you, where we used to face rejection percentages of about 5%, we have faced rejection of 0.88% in the DigiClaim launch. Yes Tech, Winds, Cropic and Krishi Rakshak helpline are in the offing, and from the next Kharif, we are hopeful that all of them shall be operational. So this is also a time to look back at our journey. As you will see that there has been considerable increase over the erstwhile schemes since the launch of PMFBY. In the covered loanee application, 74%, 732% in the non-loanee application. This is something we are proud of, that earlier it used to be only a loanee delivered scheme, but now it is much more driven by the non-loanee applicants. Similarly, insured area has gone up, and so have other indicators. As already said, this is the largest crop insurance scheme globally in terms of the farmer applications, and third largest globally in terms of GWP. Within the sector also, it is the third largest. This is a very important slide for me. In the last two conferences, I had presented them this slide and had raised it as a cause of concern. Today, proudly, I present this as a cause of hope that our stakeholders have shown in the scheme. There has been a 17% increase in farmer enrollment between Kharif 21 and Kharif 22. More importantly, there has been an increase from 30% to 35% in the non-loanee enrollment, showing that farmers are no longer considering this scheme as just something being thrust upon by the bank, and farmers are now coming in large numbers into the scheme. The initiatives that have been led by the Honorable Secretary himself, which led to this increase, have been Meri Policy Mere Haath, and a massive media outreach for which we have been motivated. We have, through IEC committee, have worked tirelessly, and I thank my colleagues in the IEC committee to have done this. There has been an 89% increase in the IEC and the capacity building expenditure. And we have also started enrollment through India Post. Another slide which was a cause of concern till recently, till the last conference, is now again a cause of hope for us. This is the implementation partners in the scheme. As you see, the number of states has already increased, had been declining for the last 2-3 years, but number of states has already increased from 20 to 21 with the inclusion of Andhra, while the number of implementation companies increased from 10 to 11. I'm hopeful that Punjab has already announced in their budget announcement to come back into the scheme ecosystem. We have participation from Punjab in this conference, and Jharkhand and Telangana, we are quite hopeful with the recent resolution of pending claims of Jharkhand. With the special intervention by the Honorable Secretary, he sent me on a mission to Jharkhand, and we gave a presentation to the Honorable Minister there. I would like to recognize also Mr. Abu Bakr Siddiqui, who could not join us here today, but he was instrumental in getting this claims settled for Jharkhand. So we are looking, almost hoping that the number of states in the next tender cycle should be around 24. And we are also very, very happy to report that 2 more insurers have decided to join the ecosystem, and a new insurer has approached us for enrollment for being part of the ecosystem. So from a situation where the stakeholders were leaving, now we see a return of stakeholders, in fact an increase in the stakeholders. This is another slide which I would like to point out, that within the total GWP ecosystem of crop insurance has grown from 6% to now 14%, and it is the 3rd largest segment in the country after health and I think motor. So we have been in active consultation with the regulator, and Mr. Devasya has been helping us through and through. The effort is now to ensure that the regulation catches up, and IRDA has been very kind in ensuring that a separate cell for crop insurance is created, and a separate officer has been designated as the nodal officer for the scheme. So we look forward to their cooperation in this. I would also like to report that there has been an improvement in outstanding premium and claims. As you will see, pending state subsidy has been reduced from 11,000 crores to about 4,000 crores only. And total claim pending have also gone down from 3,700 crores to 3,100 crores. I see all the senior officers here, and I'm quite hopeful. We have been in talks with them to bring this even lower. However, there are still concern. One of the biggest concern that remains currently in the scheme is the variance between the lost cost versus the quoted premium rate and claim ratio. In the second chart on the right, if you see, there is a growing variance between what has been the APR and the loss cost. So I invite the attention of all insurers and reinsurers to address this growing difference between that. So in the last conference, we had discussed a few challenges and identified our way forward. I would like to flag them again. So one of the first challenges for the farmers and the states is the delay in claim settlement. So what is happening is that there is delay in subsidy release and furnishing of AY data by states. There are disputes which are raised by the insurance company which lead to a negative impression, especially among our stakeholders, farmers. Then there is high financial liability on the states, which is sometimes due to moral hazard, high losses, unreliable crop yield estimation. This leads to the scheme being financially unviable for certain states. There is lack of information. Till very recently, till the launch of DigiClaim, the farmer did not know what claim he has got, for what crop he has got, in what percentage he has got. So information access was limited. They were unaware of benefits, processes and query resolution. So there was a lot of misinformation. Imperfect grievance redressal, as the Honorable Secretary has pointed out in his comments, that the grievance redressal mechanism needs to be strengthened, especially for mechanism for small grievances. We have notified a 3-tier grievance structure, but when we collected information, there were only about maybe 500 grievances pending and disposed of throughout the country. Now, as you will understand with the scale of the scheme and the kind of coverage that we get, this is not an ideal situation. So a robust grievance redressal mechanism for small complaints is the need of the hour. And this will, I think, address the trust deficit part of it. Other implementation issues that we have faced in the scheme have been stakeholder exit, as I specifically told, unreliable loss and yield assessment, leading to mistrust within the stakeholders, reinsurers, and international parties also. Inadequate institutional framework. So what has happened is that while Ayushman Bharat, which is about 900 crore scheme, has a full-fledged separate authority looking after this scheme, within our structure there has been a consistent lack. With the special efforts, again, I must thank the Honorable Secretary. He has been able to get a full-fledged PMU done for us at the central level, but also instrumental in getting PMUs done for the states. In the advisory, if you see, we have made it mandatory for the states to also keep a full-fledged project management unit and use them through the administrative funds available. Then there was limited technical capability in the states. Okay, so what are the interventions that are in the offing that we are trying to bring to improve the scheme? So within the pro-farmer initiatives being undertaken, universal coverage, as I mentioned, is one of the biggest push that we are taking. AP is the first state to adopt it, and Maharashtra has announced it. I'm really hopeful that we are able to bring more and more states onto this bandwagon, because ultimately what we see in the Government of India is that this scheme should function as a safety net for all the farmers in the country. Even if we offer limited services, but the services have to cover each and every one. Now, NCIP has been doing an enrollment and crop loss intimation, but now we have moved to tracking claim status also. Krishi Rakshak helpline and portal has been developed, has already been pilot tested, beta launched in Chhattisgarh, and for farmers' grievance redressal and query. So DigiClaim, as you all know, was recently launched. It is an e-claim settlement procedure. Direct payment of claim goes. There is an information which is sent to the farmer by SMS with real-time monitoring. Another thing that DigiClaim will automatically lead to, and I'm forewarning and flagging this to both the states as well as to the insurance companies, that up until now we had a provision in the guideline to levy penalty of 12%. Till now we have not levied that penalty, But now, because DigiClaim will actually track that what was the delay and at what level in the payment of claims. So maybe with the permission of Secretary Sir, the last Rabi or this season we could exempt, but definitely from Kharif, the penalty provision and monitoring will be automatic. Krishi Rakshak helpline and help desk in portal is again a bigger initiative that we are looking at. This is for farmer grievance redressal. There is local language integration, and complaint tracking and feedback will be automatic. So what will happen is that a farmer gives a call to a single toll-free number throughout the country, and this complaint gets registered, gets sent to the insurance company, and insurance company, within the company itself, there will be levels of tracking. If it is not disposed of within the timeline of 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, it will be escalated within the company hierarchy also. And all the activities done shall be monitored and keyed into the portal itself. As and when company closes the complaint, an automated generated call will go to the farmer again, asking whether if he is satisfied with it. Now the thought process is that if he is not satisfied, the complaint will be reopened and company will be given one more chance to dispose it off. In case the farmer is not satisfied with that chance also, maybe we can think of an appellate mechanism at the block level grievance redressal committee to actually look into the complaint and pass a reasoned order for it. So there will be a review and an appeal, and maybe it can go to the district level also, but we'll take a call on that. But with this, what we are thinking through is that for every complaint or issue raised by the farmer, we will give him a due opportunity of being heard, first at the level of the insurance company, and then an opportunity of being heard at the level of the local BDO or at whatever level, the taluka level, the state decides. We are also thinking of bringing a artificial intelligence platform to give these calls, which are in natural conversation style feedback will be taken. Then state and UT specific initiatives that have been undertaken under the scheme. We are moving towards technology adoption, as I told. The Government of India has specifically made provision to handhold the states by way of 90-10 in the first year, 80-20 in the second, and 60-40 in the last year for this tender cycle. There is a minimum threshold of technical data. 30% has been finalized, and we are also incentivizing for yield estimation through CC Agri app and crop health monitoring through COPIC. NCIP, as I said, is moving towards auto administration, and historical yield data is being collected. This is the single source of truth for all tendering purposes. Here I would like to flag and request all the state governments that as we have clearly and categorically mentioned in our advisory, that if NCIP data is not used for tendering, no Government of India support shall be provided. So we have to freeze the NCIP data, and only that data will be used for tendering and burn cost analysis. So certain states where this is yet to happen, I would like to request all of them to expedite this. Now, Himalayan states have been supported by way of increasing the contribution on the pattern of the northeastern states to 90%. We have also come out with alternative risk participation models, which have been clearly laid down in our advisory, which was a requirement by certain states and certain stakeholders. So I would like to thank DFS, especially GS Insurance, who led this initiative and actually got it done. As you know, YesTech is the latest flavor of the season. We are trying to launch it for paddy and wheat from Kharif 23. And then the pilots are already on for non-cereal crops. Certain states have also raised a demand that they would want to do certain technological interventions from Kharif 23 itself in non-cereal sphere also to bring down their premium rates. I think we are open to it. Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra should be recognized here. They were the first movers, and Madhya Pradesh has almost given 100% weightage to their adoption of yield estimation technology. Maharashtra has moved with 10%, and I'm really hopeful they will notch it up in the coming seasons. In the YesTech, we have recommended 5 approaches. 4 of them are direct approaches: semi-physical, machine learning, crop simulation, and SOMD, and indirect approach of CHF. Now this, all of them have actually been, the knowledge transfer has happened through Mr. Murthy in 2 very intensive workshops, one of which was in Delhi and another in Manage, which was a full-fledged university style, actual Murthy ji giving lectures to everyone on how the model is run and giving them exercises and homework. So by the end of the day, when I reached that place, people were feeling like they're back in college or something and doing all the assignments that he had assigned. So I would recognize and really appreciate the effort of Dr. Murthy, who has led these initiatives from the front. He is also chairing the YesTech and the WINDS committee, which is formulating all these guidelines. We have been having many dinners together in the office, and I thank him and his team for taking the pains to lead these initiatives. So another thing that we are doing is WINDS, and WINDS, I must say, since the time the Honorable Secretary joined, he's been pushing me to bring this to fruition, because this is an initiative which not only impacts our scheme, but as you can see, this will lead to a disaggregated hyper-local data availability for the country as a whole. So the decision to go forward with WINDS and take this decision has been pushed by him personally. We are thinking in terms of deploying some 2 lakh automatic rain gauges and some 8,000 maybe weather stations throughout the country in tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 1, we will have 1 ARG per gram panchayat or the insurance unit level, and in tier 2 we will have 1 automatic weather station in each block. And guidelines for both these initiatives by the YesTech and WINDS committee have been circulated to all of you. I would request each and every one of you to go through the guidelines word by word and be ready with your observations and comments in the upcoming sessions. But in any case, our target is that within the next 7 to 10 days, we will finalize these guidelines and circulate them to the states for execution. Cropping is another field where we are moving, especially as a whole, as a department. We are thinking of doing it for the country as a whole in terms of a crop survey, but a smaller part of that whole piece is cropping, where we will collect real-time observations and photographs for the crops. This will be 4 or 5 photographs taken of the same plot during the crop season to monitor the crop health. And not only this, but pilots is already underway. We are collaborating with Stanford Research Institute, doing pilots across the country for photo analysis of cropping photographs. So the thought process is that for the damage done in the mid-season adversity and other localized claims, we will have analysis of the photograph itself, which can actually give us the percentage damage. So most of you are implementing these pilots. I'm hopeful, and we are also trying to collaborate with other national and international research bodies and academic institutions like IITs, NITs, where we are also trying to get them on board to do photo analytics on the crop photographs. So this is what was the discussion in 8th NRC, and this is my report card to you. We discussed on the alternative risk sharing mechanism. We have notified the ARTM models for the states to choose from. We discussed that there is a challenge in subsidy management, and we have made escrow account mechanism operational, and we have also delinked the central share from the state share for the insurance sector to give them confidence that the central government, once it is committed to taking the policy, will pay its premium and will not withhold its premium. Then we spoke about technological interventions. As you know, we have already circulated these manuals. Within the next 7 to 10 days after the consultation here, we will finalize them. So whatever inputs you have to give, please give them right away. NCIP has been enhanced. DigiClaim module has been launched. Krishi Rakshak helpline will be launched. Land record integration has gone to a level. We have added Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh and MP shortly, while Haryana, UP and Himachal Pradesh are in the pipeline. I am happy to report that for Kharif, 90% of all their land records is now online. In Rabi, it is still 70%, but we are looking that in the next, by the next season, we will try and touch high 90% averages for all the states. NCIP, incidentally, is going to become the single source of truth, so that there is no fudging of data at any level. And all these initiatives will feed into the NCIP. We are also enhancing, trying to, recently we had a discussion with the Honorable Secretary, and UNDP personnel are also present here. As you might be aware, UNDP is our associated partner in execution. Through UNDP, we are trying to bring in an ecosystem of developing an ecosystem of intermediary app, where the intermediaries could be onboarded onto NCIP for doing enrollment, and they could be our champions which go into the field and enroll the farmers for us and spread awareness about the scheme. Not only that, I would want more and more intermediaries to come up for the scheme to also become an employment generation opportunity for the local entrepreneurs. Besides this, we are also thinking in terms of developing the NCIP as a platform, not only as a portal for a single scheme, but as a platform where different schemes are offered. So some of them could be subsidized scheme like PMFBY or WBIS, but otherwise also if the insurance companies want to offer their scheme onto the platform without any subsidy from the government, they should be enabled, could be enabled shortly to offer these schemes as an add-on to the farmers who want to take them. So if we have the insurance intermediary ecosystem onboarded onto the platform, he could then sell one PMFBY, but also then sell non-subsidized products to the farmer to increase insurance penetration. That is the thought that we are taking. So number of stakeholders, as I said, they are being, the PMUs are being set up. More states and insurance companies are coming. Now after the report card, I would like to flag my expectations from the sector. So from the insurance companies and insurance industry, there is a need for capacity infusion in the upcoming tender cycle. This is about GWP of about 40,000 crores leading up to 50,000 crores is required. I would request all the companies and reinsurers to participate enthusiastically and bring innovation as well as leverage best practices. From the states, MITR and TIPs, I would request that these 3 initiatives, and as mentioned by the Honorable Secretary, these initiatives, because they are new and because they have to be taken to the field, I think the states will have a leading role to play in terms of training the manpower, in terms of sensitizing the people, in terms of sensitizing the political class also for taking these initiatives forward. With the regulator, institutions and academia, dispute resolution has been one of the pain points in the scheme ecosystem. We have recently had discussions with the IRDAI and DFS, where we are thinking through to bring a conflict of interest free regulatory mechanism for dispute resolution. We look forward to collaboration on technology and product innovation with all the institutions that are present here. We are joined here by senior functionaries today of SAC, NRSC, ISRO, and ICAR, and who will in the coming months act as both MITR and TIP. So with the senior functionaries of these institutions, I would request you to not only be a mentor, but also an executioner, actually execute as a TIP in 1 or 2 states to understand what are the challenges that are faced in execution. So as we in the morning gave all the awards for recognition, let's see who comes first in the next conference. With this is the vision that we are working towards. For 2025, I see a full pan-India winds up and running. I see 50% crop crossed area covered, a sandbox and product innovation framework with a platform service available to offer it to the farmers. I see increased advocacy and knowledge sharing with the learning management system that we are working on. I see universal coverage with the no frills basic cover, Yes Tech, and obviously NCIP being the cornerstone. With this, I would like to briefly flag the climate forecast for Kharif 23 for all the stakeholders. As you know, Southwest Monsoon, IMD has given its first forecast, 96% of long period average with a model error of plus minus 5%. El Nino is likely to develop, and so I would request and stress on the states to please get all the crops notified and tenders issued under PMFBY before the impact becomes obvious. So it is better to get those quotes in early before it really everything is known. And other advisories obviously is for less cultivation of water consuming crops, promoting agronomic practices for moisture conservation, restoration of irrigation infrastructure, as well as water harvesting structures. The Government of India has been leading the states in this front by creating various structures to help the states. But just flagging to you that climate change is a big concern, and sudden changes in weather and vagaries of weather can impact the small farmers very adversely. So PMFBY is one of the best ways to de-risk and de-risk the farmer. With the flexibility that is now on offer, it is an easily available product for everyone. So thanks everyone for joining in, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you so much, Ritesh sir, for taking us through the journey of PMFBY from 8th to 9th NRC. We now move ahead with the panel discussions, and now we'll be beginning with the first panel discussion, which is on preparedness of states for new tender cycle vis-a-vis new provisions provided in the guidelines, administrative provisions. And the topics that would be covered are alternative risk models, escrow account by states, setting up PMU by states, NCIP as single source of all enrollment, TY-AY claims and data, and also emphasis on universal coverage. I would like to now invite our panelists. Mr. Devesh Srivastava, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of UP, who will be joining with us virtually. Ashok Varnwal, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of MP. Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan. Shiv Yogi C. Kalsad, Principal Secretary, Government of Karnataka. Eknath Davle, Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Kamalpreet Singh, APC and Secretary, Government of Chhattisgarh, and our moderator, Ms. Kamna R. Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy of Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause for the panel? Over to you, ma'am.
Hello.
Once again, correcting the name, Shri Devesh Chaturvedi, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you.
So would request the panelists to please join. Good afternoon, sir. So we can see you. We can see you from UP.
Are you able to hear me? Good afternoon. आप मुझे सुन सकती हैं कि नहीं? I think the sound is not available.
So we can see you.
No, but are you able to hear me or not?
So a bit louder.
Are you able to hear me or not?
Your side.
आप सुन पाते हैं, सुन पा रहे हैं कि नहीं मुझे? Seems that I'm not able to communicate to you.
So better, so better. That's better. So can you see us?
No, I am able to hear you. I am able to see you. No problems.
You're not able to see, but sir, you can hear us. Okay,
I am
sir.
able to hear you and see you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for joining. So would request APC Chhattisgarh for joining the panel. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the first panel discussion of this conference. And this panel discussion is about the administrative provisions to be introduced in the new edition of the guidelines. We'll pick up from where we left at Kochi. In Kochi, we had preliminary discussion, I would say, on what guidelines were proposed. The guidelines were circulated to all the stakeholders, comments were, they were examined, compiled, and then already been issued to the states, insurance companies and other stakeholders also to go through that what is going to be there in the next edition of the guidelines. That would be very important, and it's very important to assess the preparedness of the states on how they would be going ahead with the provisions that are being proposed in the new edition of the guidelines. We have a panel of senior people from the state governments, so we would like to hear their views on the administrative provisions that we'll be discussing in this panel discussion. So I'll be just depicting the provisions on the slides. We'll just go through the provisions that will be discussed in this panel discussion. So these are the important administrative provisions that we'll be discussing. Alternative models, states have been demanding flexibility from a long time, so these are the important provisions that would be seen in the next edition of the guidelines. Then provision of escrow account by states, setting up of PMU by the states, national crop insurance as the single source of all enrollment data, the TY-AY data and the claims data, and emphasis on universal coverage. Going clause by clause, let's see, these risk models have been discussed many times. The three models that we propose to offer to the state governments, states may choose in case if they don't want to opt for the conventional PMFBY. The sharing pattern of profit and loss is depicted, need not be discussed in detail because it has been discussed many times. This is the sharing pattern between the state government insurance companies for the three models. Then second most important provision that we intend to put forth in the guidelines is about bringing discipline in the subsidy release. Financial discipline is very important because that's what has been ailing the scheme. So it's very important to tighten the financial disciplines from all aspects. So one provision that is proposed is about having a provision of escrow accounts for the release of subsidies. The states will have to go for a commitment of 50% of subsidy release based on the last season's coverage. That will have to be committed before, at the time of giving work order to the companies. Only after this, the portal will be open for enrollment. So this is very important. We would like to hear the states on this. Then setting up a PMU by states, there's already a central project monitoring unit with Government of India. It is felt that states need to have technical expertise at their level also. We have categorized states into three categories based on the business and coverage that we have in these states. And it is felt that these important positions should be roped in by the states, and the states should also have a project monitoring unit for the implementation of the scheme. Then NCIP is a single source of all enrollment data, TY-AY data and claims data. Enrollment data, we have been taking it from 2018. Now TY-AY data is very important because we want this time that all tenders are issued, while the tenders are published, the companies have the past historical data of the last 10 years. We started collecting the data from 2018, and we've also requested the state governments to fill up the data from 2013 onwards so that companies, the pricing of the companies should be based on this data that we have on the portal and whatever has been entered by the state governments. This is very important for the state governments, and we expect the state government to complete this exercise before they go for the tenders. This is the position of state and year-wise percentage of AY data upload. The yellow portion depicts if the data is less than 75%. So this is just a depiction of the state from 2018 to 22. We expect states to give data from 2013 onwards, but this is just a picture from 2018 so that the states can understand that there's a lot of homework to be done by the state governments before they publish tenders. As I said, the portal will be the single source of all data, all AY, TY data, on the basis of which the companies will be going for premium pricing. So this is one exercise, very important exercise for having rational premium pricing by the companies. So our expectations from the state governments is to get the entire data in the portal so that from 2013 onwards, we have the entire data and there is complete transparent premium pricing. This is for Rabi, similar position. States can see that lot of data is to be entered. So the states are required to work upon this on immediate basis. This is very, very, very important before going to the tenders. The emphasis on universal coverage. Andhra has been a pioneer state in giving universal coverage to all the farmers. And it's something that we feel that it's a requirement of the time. All farmers need to be covered. So we would like to hear this from the states that are they considering for universal coverage? There are certain important factors which are to be taken into account while going for universal coverage. It's important that states have a digitized land records, they have farm-level farmers KYC, and there's an API-based data exchange. We understand that a lot of states have been working on creating database of the farmers. So if states come up with this, then states can definitely go for universal coverage. So now I think the context is set. Would request the state governments to please indicate their preparedness on these 5 points. So sir, I would start with ACS UP. He has joined online. Devesh sir, what can we expect from government of Uttar Pradesh on these 5 points, sir?
Good afternoon. Am I audible or not? Please tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A bit louder, sir.
Okay, so what I would like to just mention that we have gone through all the guidelines. In fact, I was associated with the committee which was recommending the changes, and these changes are most welcome because of the fact, especially in the context of UP and in many other states' context, most of the scheme was, at least in UP's context, when we were going toward going for the legislative committees and other places, it was criticized for primarily on the basis that the claim ratio was very less and the insurance companies were getting a lot of profits. And that can be seen from the Uttar Pradesh's own record of the claim ratios of last 5 to 6 years, where except for 2 Kharif seasons, for all the others, especially for the Rabi season, the claim ratios have been 30% or less. Now, if with this sort of 3 models which have come up, certainly it will be more rational, where if the claims are less, at least state and the center gets back part of the subsidy which has been given. So that's a welcome step, and we'll be opting for one of the models to move ahead. Regarding the technological interventions, certainly these technological interventions to give, of course, UP till now we don't have that malaise of having influenced crop cutting experiments to enhance farmers' outgo, because and some other states that would have been the cause, but at least in UP, the CC has been conducted by and large in a more rational way, and it actually reflects the losses which has happened. But certainly technological it is given to technology will help in getting more rational approach in future, and therefore there is that is also most welcome. Regarding winds, we will wait for the guidelines and see how it comes, and then we will implement. Certainly this issue of having PMU at the state level is also very welcome, and we will be having a PMU. My only request would be that if you can have a flexibility to the states, to have 1 or 2 experienced retired officers of the department also as part of the PMU in advisory role, because their inputs would also be good, and other external experts we would like to get from the different sectors, as you have mentioned, for states like UP. Now, as far as universalization is concerned, obviously the target should be universalization. Now, but the only issue here is that universalization needs a prerequisites with digital in agri-stack coming up. UP is now going ahead with digitization and having the georeferencing of the digitized data, which has now started, and we are expecting that this process will be completed latest by December of this year, with the maps being available by the satellite through the satellite imagery maps which is being obtained from ISRO. That will help in future to take a stock and go for universalization, because but my only request to you is in this, because universalization at present, if you see the data of UP, we have not more than 25 lakh farmers registered under PMFBY, while actual farmers are more than 2.5 crores. So if you see it's 10%, and with that 10% of farmers coverage, we are already going an outgo of 600 crore plus every year, which you can understand it will be an exorbitant cost if the same level of premiums continue. Of course, we can, so therefore, even if we have to go for universalization, it has to be after this present tender cycle, unless we have an option to move out of this tender and go for retender if after 2 years or so, if we go for universalization. That is first issue which I would like to highlight. Second, my issue would be, which is again something which is very much different from what is being discussed, that if the technology succeeds and the need of crop cutting experiment goes down, then why should not we go for the trust model, the model where the insurance companies are not at all there? We have a system of universalization where all farmers are covered. We have the technology. We have the digitized report on what for the farmer, what crop the farmer has grown in which particular cropping cycle, and we have the technology to tell whether the loss was there or not. And with that sort of thinking, why should we have the insurance company at all? And we can straight away go for trust model, pool in the resources of the center and the state, have even the disaster management and the disaster relief also pooled in, and give a whole one-stop solution to all the farmers for all the losses which has happened at different types of crop cycle. This is something which is very futuristic, one can think. Of course, it will depend on whether the technology succeeds in giving the exact crop data, loss data, and secondly, the digitized records are there with georeferencing. That is one thing which we would certainly go in next 2 to 3 years after the digitization is complete. Now, my 3 issues I would like to highlight, which is different from the agenda which you has given. First is, one of the biggest problem at present is a double insurance of farmers who are having two KCCs for the same farm, same land. And that is primarily because while the banks have ensured the house is clear by having Aadhaar-enabled deduplication exercise, but we have KCCs in cooperative banks also. And in UP, this has happened that there were a large number of farmers having 2 KCCs, because of which there was double premium, and there was the issue of whether we should pay the losses, the compensation or not. My request would be that can't we have a system in a few months that even the cooperative banks KCC is first Aadhaar enabled, and then deduplication exercise for all the cases of the state is taken. I don't know whether that is a problem in other states or not, but at least in UP, we have this problem. So if that happens, then at least the duplication of premium and double insurance because of 2 KCCs can be avoided, where we have the cooperative banks also having a digitized data shared with the bank data, and we remove. And this is also necessary because the Ministry of Agriculture pays 5% subsidy on KCCs, and therefore a farmer is getting 2 times subsidy also on the KCC if they take loan. So even that is something which has to be prevented at all costs. That is first point. Second point which I would like to say, that we have to also put the another very important stakeholders in the whole issue, that is the bank. And it has been seen that there is a situation where banks have not cooperative in 3 ways. First, they are not cutting premiums of KCC in time, and as a result, many farmers who have not opted out are also out of the Fasal Bima. Number 1. Number 2, even if they are cutting the premium, they are not giving the data in time, and there has been the issue in Lalitpur district of UP, which has not been sorted out till yet, that the banks were responsible to pay all these losses because insurance companies didn't get the data in time, and they are not doing it. And now that there is a slugfest going on between everybody, between the district administration, the farmers, and the insurance companies. RCs have been issued against the bank, but the fact is that the losses have not been compensated because of lack of some cooperation from the banks. So that is the second issue. And the third issue is that many times the banks are forcing the farmers to give the opt-out form while the new KCC is being given. So banks have to be seen that how can we ensure that the banks cooperated fully, because it is a fact that most of, even today, even you have shown the data that 35% is non-loany, but 65% is loany. But the loany farmers are totally dependent on the efficiency of the banks and the cooperation of the banks. So maybe some incentive to the banks or some stick to the banks so that they are also part of the system in a more positive way. And the third issue which I would like to highlight is which happens when there is, particularly when there is a bad weather and the 72-hour thing becomes counterproductive. We have an illustration of Varanasi district where the toll-free number of the insurance company was not working for this 72 hours. As a result, the farmers have we forced them, then the insurance company took it after beyond 72 hours. So first of all, I would request that the toll-free number should not be on in the insurance company. There have been illustrations when there is a hailstorm, when there is a widespread, the toll-free number. Therefore, there should be an independent toll-free number, maybe by the ministry itself, which gets all and then passed on to the insurance companies so that this issue of not giving a report in 72 hours by the farmers is taken care of. And secondly, this 72 hours thing should be increased at least to 5 days, so that because the farmer itself वो खुद बेचारे इतना परेशान है और उसके बाद उसको फोन नहीं मिल रहा, तो ये बहुत कठिन हो जाता है उसके लिए और वो एक बहुत अनरेस्ट पैदा करता है. तो ये तीन चीजें हमको ये ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि कैसे हम if we are able to solve this problem, it will again improve the service delivery. This is all what I wanted to say, and I'm eager to listen to other colleagues also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for joining and sharing.
My take is that probably Madhya Pradesh will go for 80, 110 only, not go to profit sharing or 60 or 130 model. But again, we'll have a conscious decision on what to do on this. The second point about escrow account by states, I would suggest that this new provision will be a bit constraining for the states because already there is a very small time window to enter all the data in the computers. Now this process will actually delay the process of entering the data and providing further smaller time window to enter the data into the national portal, and that will have a direct bearing on the implementation of the scheme. So 50%, I don't think states will be in a position to give initially. Being the first quarter of the financial year, almost all the states will find it difficult who have very large outgo on this part. So I would think that this position should be reconsidered, and this should definitely not be linked with the opening of the portal because that will have a very serious impact on the implementation of the program. About the setting of the PMU, just one suggestion. This is a very small payout, but it will help all the states in convincing their finance departments to sponsor it if it is shared equally or 60-40 with GOI, because for GOI this is peanuts. For the states, we will find it very helpful in pushing it through the finance department. 100% cost bearing by state governments, usually finance departments don't find it very attractive and they oppose it tooth and nail. So 60-40 or 50-50 sharing will actually help the states in taking it through. The fourth point, as single source of all enrollment, we are all for it. In fact, we have been recommending that even the claim payment should be through the portal only, because right now the claim payments are done by the insurance company and independently. If it is done through the portal, then everybody knows what is happening. So this is all right, and we will go for it. The last point about universal coverage, I would say, even from Government of India, we would like to, the states would like to know what is the commitment of Government of India. Because I'll just give you an example. In Madhya Pradesh, we are right now paying about 1,500 crores every year, and the similar funding is from Government of India, 1,500. If we go for universal coverage, my liability will go to 5,000 crore. Is the Government of India ready to support that kind of funding support? Moreover, if we make it, let us say, nominal for smaller farmers, our portal says that the crop sharers or the lease takers, everybody is allowed. So all the large farmers will have a tendency to split their land and make it below 2 hectare or below 1 hectare. So that way they don't have to pay any premium, and all the premiums will have to be borne by the state and central government. So we need to have a very clear-cut understanding on this kind of implication on universal coverage. Since this has been only first year by the Telangana, and I am told Maharashtra is considering it, we need to have a little more experience on this before going for universal coverage. Apart from these 5 points, there are a few more points I would like to request. One is especially about those states where there are forest right pattas have been issued. These forest rights pattas have difficult for, this API-based validation is difficult to do for forest rights patta, because they have not been entered into the land record right now. So the NCIP need to make a special provision for entering this forest right pattas. There can be a separate process of verification of land record, but connecting it with the land records portal will not help us. So maybe I would request the CEO Fasal Bima to look into this aspect. There is one very problematic issue of smaller payments of claims, especially when someone gets a claim of about 25 rupees or 35 rupees or 45 rupees. It becomes a problem. It gives a lot of bad publicity to the program. My suggestion for this is, if you can make a process of rounding off to 1,000 rupees claim, then all the claims below 500, the claimant will get nothing. Above 500 to 1,000 will get full 1,000 rupees. If one person is getting a claim of, let us say, 100 rupees, he will not mind if he does not get it. But if he gets 100 rupees, bad publicity happens. So it's better that we round up the claims below 1,000 rupees to the nearest 1,000, and that way there will not be any additional payout, but there will be very less publicity, bad publicity on this. The last point which I wanted to mention is about the non-loany farmers. We have tried our level best to include non-loany farmers. Unfortunately, as Secretary GY Mr. Ahuja was telling, there is a political economy associated with crop insurance, and somehow the feeling is going in Madhya Pradesh that crop insurance is not the insurance for the crop, but it is insurance for the bank loan. To actually fight out with this kind of we need to include more loanies. I was just going through the Fasal Bima guideline. It says that for non-loany farmers, even the ICs which have not been successful, they can also come in at the agreed rate. It says that it should be adopted at the pilot basis. I am not sure whether it has been adopted by any state or not, where the other insurance companies who have also bid but who have not been successful, have they participated in roping in non-loany farmers? If any state has done it, then I would be interested in knowing what has been their experience. But I would also like to know when in the later sessions, I would like to the reaction from the insurance companies. Because if a company is not L1, if it is L2 or L3, can they also rope in at the agreed rate of L1 for the non-loany farmers? If the reactions come there, then I would like to know what is the position, and then accordingly we can put that kind of clause in our bidding agreement. That's all from Madhya Pradesh side. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would just like to answer one of your questions. You just said that the guidelines permit that for non-loan enrollment, if other L2 and L3 can also come up at the same rate. So that is permitted, but that has not happened anywhere. So that is the status. So secondly, there's a request from Government of India as well as from all stakeholders would request Government of MP that AY/TY data is something very important before going for the tenders. Kharif 22 is also lagging in MP, so would request, since you are here present before the entire house, so we would expect Government of MP to please get that data on the portal, sir.
See,
the AY/TY data.
The problem is with the positive fallout of our technology adoption is that we could just do away with the CC experiment. But the negative fallout was that the data availability became a problem, and that is why we have not been able to provide the AY/TY data.
Because the insurance companies would be requiring that data for going ahead for bidding.
I know we are trying our level best to get the data from NRSC, but that is the problem. If you go for the technology, then you gain something, then you also lose something.
Yes, sir.
But
so,
we are in the offing. We are aware of the problem, and we are trying to resolve it.
So we are looking forward. Okay, thank you, sir. So I invite Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan.
Thank you. I have heard ACS UP and ACS MP, and they have raised very valid point. I think the clarification is required on some of the issues. I'll come to the later. But I'd like to share one of the intervention which Rajasthan has taken in the last season, basically. What we have done, we have audited all the farmers where the crop insurance is of more than 10 hectare in a district, basically. So I'll share data of one of the district. So it is related to Hanumangarh. So 954 farmers which have the policy 8,929 policies. We have audited them, their land records and the bank records also, basically. So what we have found that out of these 8,929 policies, there was in 1871 policies, the crop was different than the which has been shown into the records, basically. Then in 108 policies, basically the insurance has been taken for area basically increased of the increased area. Then in 2,830 policies, there was no crop at the field, basically, and this has been verified jointly by the district administration team and the insurance company, basically. So, and then only 4 policies is for the non-agricultural land. So my submission is that as ACS UP has pointed out that we need to have IT enablement of the KCC data, basically, so that the duplication of the insurance could be avoided. I'll come to the 5 points which have been asked to deliberate in this session. Basically, first is the alternate risk management. My submission is that in 80-110 model, basically sharing of the liabilities is only of the state, basically. So my request is that it should be taken as per the 60-130 models, wherein the liability is also shared by the center. Second point is relating to financial precondition. As I already submitted to the CEO of Fasal Bima Yojana, that it means additional burden just at the start of the financial year, and it may be slightly difficult for the states. So my submission is that maybe a provision may be kept for the states which have been financially disciplined in the past, like we have already paid, already paying our premiums in time, basically. So maybe some relaxation can be considered once the state requests. Although we'll try that 50% advance is given at the start, but if there are situations, so there should be some provisions in the guidelines so that the center can relax. Then I think subsidy sharing pattern, Secretary Chhattisgarh in the morning has already submitted this, that the cap on premium needs to be removed. And this Fasal Bima Yojana is an important scheme for Rajasthan, and but because of the harsh climatic conditions, the premium rates are high, and there is an additional burden on the state government. So my request would be that this cap on the premium, which is 25 and 30%, needs to be removed for in the guidelines. And scheme should be funded as per the CSS schemes, like 60-40 rather than 50-50, basically. One more provision has been done, and it's a step in the right direction, that the 150 per CCC will be paid to the primary workers for the conducting CCs. I think it can be increased to 500 rupees, basically, because the 150 rupees is a very low amount. One more point is regarding the adoption of the technology. Yes, tech, these three things which have been introduced in the guidelines is a step in the right direction, and it has been discussed in the previous conference also. But my submission is that in the current tender cycle, we will be fixed for the 3 years. If we say that it will be wheat and paddy only will be taken up in the yes tech, so there should be some flexibility be given to the state, that at least 30% of the technical estimate can be taken for the other important crops. Though we will be following the administrative framework which is already there in the yes tech. So, and the MNCFC can give the estimate. So that kind of flexibility should be there, so that we can go ahead with the technical yield also, basically. Sir, regarding PMU, my submission would be that in the earlier guideline also there was a provision of PMU in the state. So though this guidelines, this time the guideline makes it mandatory, but leaving it to the states may not work. So my submission would be that this PMU for the next 3 years or next 5 years maybe also be made 50-50 with the center and the state. It will lead to the implementation of the PMU at the state level rather than leaving it to the states only, sir. Sir, regarding NCIP as single source of data, I could not see what is the current status of the Rajasthan, but we'd like to follow it, because we need to have a reliable source of the data, then only the premium can be stabilized. Universal coverage is a really very good initiative which has already been taken by the AP and I think MP also. But we can roll it out only after the digital agriculture is rolled out only on those districts. We can think on, because there is a financial liability also. So we have to consider that what is the financial liability after the digital agriculture is done, basically. Sir, one more point I like to mention here regarding Fasal Bima Yojana payment and SDRF and DRF payment, sir. So right now, what is happening in suppose some calamity happens, so in the SDRF and DRF guidelines, they have mentioned one para that these kind of payments can happen only after the adjusting the Fasal Bima Yojana payments, basically. So this is causing lot of problem. I think we need to get it addressed, basically. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Secretary Government of Karnataka.
Hello. Good afternoon, colleagues. At the outset, let me thank the Ministry for recognizing the efforts of the state of Karnataka for being recognized as the best overall performing state under the category A. Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Ritesh ji. And we hope that we'll continue to get recognized in the future years also. Coming to the 5-point agenda which we are supposed to discuss and deliberate upon. Most of my senior colleagues have already given their points of view. I don't need to repeat them. Wherever Karnataka stands slightly different, I would like to just stress upon this. The first is the risk model. Karnataka has taken a decision that the scheme shall operate on complete risk transfer. We have our own reasons. Based on the past payouts, we feel that the claim ratio of the past is more than 80% on the gross premium of PMFBY and more than 110% of RWBC, etc. So we prefer and transfer the complete risk to the implementing insurance companies. So we are yet to go for other models. Let us wait and watch. Regarding the escrow account by the state, friends, the scheme has been there for the last 7 years now, and the state has released its share in full, and by the end of that year, thus, of course, maintaining the strict financial discipline. As per the modalities, we have already committed our liabilities in advance, up to a 60% of the advance upfront premium subsidy based on the corresponding previous seasons is now maintained in escrow account. And to deliberate again, we have already floated the tender in the month of March. Of course, anticipating not many changes, and probably we are the first state to already float the tender in the month of March, and now we are in the election mode actually. So there is already code of conduct now. So probably after the model code of conduct is lifted in the month of May 15th, with whatever little changes are there, further discussion with the companies, etc., probably will be able to finalize in the month of May end. This is regarding the escrow account details, etc. The PMU, which Government of India has now insisted upon, this is one of the, I would say, very important move by the government in setting up this PMU. And in the state, STU is functional since 2020. The TSU staff has been a great help actually, and we are hopeful that this will continue to have that kind of a support. In the STEC, of course, we have the remote sensing specialist. As of now, we do have that services, but to have the services of actuarial and underwriting specialists, we feel that it's required only for a definite period rather than for the entire spread of 12 months, etc. Of course, the state is at liberty to hire any other position as per the requirement, and we thank the government of India for coming out with this kind of a guidelines also. Regarding the NCIP as a single source, you are aware that Karnataka was the first state to come out with the Samrakshane as a model, and of course, based on the Samrakshane model, the NCIP model took on certain modalities later on. But we are very clear that the Samrakshane can continue with the sharing of the with the API, with the NCAPI. We have discussed this issue. Probably with the Kharif 23, we are able to have on board all the details and data, and integration of Samrakshana with NCAPI will definitely happen much before the Kharif 23 begins. And regarding the universal coverage, I'm yet to get full clarity on AP model. Let's hear from Hari later on. But we have our own apprehensions on that. We have done our costings. We feel that based on universal coverage, it could cost the state nearly 600%. That is almost 6 to 7 times of the current financial outgo. And that would come to something like 9,000 odd crores for state government. and the center would also have something like around 6,000 crores. So the burden would be slightly heavy, and we feel that the concept of helping the farmers in times of distress, especially during the calamity, would be the right approach. But then let's hear more success stories later on. We have the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana, PM Kisan Yojana, wherein it's a huge funding always goes to the farmer's kitty at the rate of 2,000 rupees or 3 times a year, etc. If that can be dovetailed as kind of a premium account, so I think the entire universal coverage can come in from the government of India itself, rather than trying to push from the states. So I hope other states also will agree with me that since both the schemes are coming under the same ministry, if some portion of the PM Kisan can be dovetailed into this this particular scheme also, I think that will go a long way in helping us, the farmers, to have this universal coverage also. So these are the 5 issues which we thought we'll deliberate, but also the other 2 schemes which we will discuss in the afternoon. Some of the other issues which were already flagged, for example, the forest patta lands, which our colleague also mentioned from the MP. So Karnataka also has that particular issue. If the portal can have that kind of exemption for the PM patta lands, I think that will go a long way in resolving the issue also. So these are the points which I thought we can say from the state of Karnataka. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would now invite Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra.
Thank you. I'll just take 2-3 minutes on what preparedness the Maharashtra had been on to while floating the tenders. The first point which is raised about which model probably we are going to adopt. So our experience of 80-110, it's a encouraging one compared to the 60-130 and risk sharing. So probably for this cycle also, we'll go for the 80 and 110. Financial I will not discuss, but still as on today, having the experience of earlier bid model and this one, so the risk at the level of state, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, we are comfortable with 80 and 110 model. Second issue is regarding this escrow account. We'll work on that one, but the only condition which already Madhya Pradesh, UP, Rajasthan mentioned, I think this will be very stringent condition without 50% upfront of the previous year subsidy is not been placed into NCIP, and then it will not be open. There has to be some reduction on that part, because from April to June quarter, state cash flow is very less. Generally, the cash flow at the treasury at the state level start from the October onward. So at the initial stage, probably it will be very difficult for the state to put all money up front. So my request here will be, it will be possible to reduce from 50% to 25%, or some sort of mechanism could be worked out that some percentage of, penalty can be put on that one. I think the point, without putting the money and NCIP portal not opening, that will delay the whole process, and there will be huge unrest. Means there will be negativity on that part. That point has to be considered, or some percentage could be. Third point is regarding PMU. Already we had the PMU. We'll strengthen as per the guidelines of what has been told today. For the NCIP, this TYAY, up to 2022-21, we already placed this one. For 22 Kharif data, around 50% data has been placed. But what ACS MP sir told that because of a technology, sometimes it get delayed. Because still we are waiting for the cotton data, and probably we'll place it within a couple of days. That will do. For Rabi data, it will take some time. But for Kharif, So my request will be, is it possible, because lot to take, because as per the guidelines also it is not expected that the previous year data is to be, 2021 data should be considered, preceding the 2020. Because current cycle, Rabi data is not available. Then taking into Rabi data of 2023, still it will not be available. And then putting it to the AY/TY, I think it will not be feasible. So as per my understanding, as per guidelines, 21 before data is required, not the 22. So please check this point, because we should not insist on that one, otherwise it will get again delayed. Universal coverage, yes, Maharashtra has announced in budget that there will be 1 rupees as per the guidelines, there will be enrollment by paying just 1 rupees from the farmers. Farmer share will be given by the state government. So that budget announcement is there, we are working on that. And probably this season, I mean from this season, we will go for this one. This will be the, we anticipate that by going, probably the AP model may not be feasible for this one because the financial implication, as the Karnataka has just said. We also anticipate if 100% coverage is there, then amount will be something around, the total premium will get something 13,000 crore rupees plus. So in that case, state's liability with the farmers, this thing will be around 7,000 crore rupees. So I think we will go by the guidelines, just 1 rupees as the enrollment, and the farmers will enroll on the CSC center, because in Maharashtra otherwise also 95% plus is the non-loany farmer they pay. So for us that is not the big problem, because 95% plus farmers is non-loany farmers which is enrolling. So we'll go by that technology, by that method. As far as the technology wise is concerned, we will again increase our share. From last year it was 10%, probably we will go for the more percentage. But as has been told earlier by Principal Secretary Rajasthan, crop, if you see only the paddy and wheat, I think there has to be some window open for adding crop over the period of a time. But again, the issue will be the price discovery. That how, because the use of a technology will reduce the premium rate. But now upfront, if you quote only paddy and wheat, and then in subsequent you add soybean or the cotton or some other crops, then the price discovery will be distorted. So there has to be some mechanism, and then flexibility need to be there. That is just one point we'll say on that. As far as this 30% condition, which almost all state has mentioned, so my request will, when we are going for the adoption of a technology, because 30% was put, because which I remember, because of the moral hazards. So now we are going to reducing the moral hazards. I think that call need to be taken. Instead of a 30%, we may increase up to 35%. I am not saying that blanket you remove it. Increase from 30 to 35% for irrigation, 30 to 25 to 30. Even 5% increase will get benefit to the farmers, this thing. Another point which just I want to mention on the technology point, what we are taking, YesTech or winds, it is on the part of CC technology. But there are the other perils, that is a prevented sowing, localized calamity, then the post-harvest losses. That technology still is again struggling on that part, because in 2019 we still remember when there was an issue of the post-harvest claim settlement, we were struggling a lot and we could get. So my request here will be, when because in Maharashtra every year we are getting 50 lakh plus intimation. So for any insurance company, whatever robust structure, it's not possible to handle this 50 lakh complaint within 10 days. No company could do it. Even for one complaint to address and going and inspection, maximum one surveyor or one team could do not more than the 50 cases per day. So here also my request will be, we should now go for the area approach rather than the individual approach. That will be the better, and that accordingly modification need to be do on the part of the guidelines, that for the localized claim and the post-harvest also we must go on the area approach basis with technology adoption. Unless and until it is not changed in the guidelines for state, it will be very difficult to take the call on that one. So my sincere, because again we are just playing the figures, not more than that. Any insurance company could not handle more than 5,000 to 10,000 complaints if they go properly, if they do properly. And then the moral hazards is more into this one, because all the problems started. So this is one submission from the state government. If you could consider in these guidelines that for localized claim, post-harvest, prevented sowing, the area approach will be adopted rather than going for this thing. So that is my submission. Rest of the things, I think we are okay with this one. Probably from the the last week of the April, we will float the tender, and probably mid of the May, we will finalize the tender. Portal will be open, after 15th of June or somewhere. So that's from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the panel. And since we are lagging behind time, so question answer session would be taken in the last town hall forum session. So we go for next panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, all the panelists and Kamna ma'am. We now move towards second panel discussion on preparedness of insurance companies for new tender cycle vis-a-vis new provisions proposed in the guidelines. I now invite our panelists on stage. Ms. Girija Subramanian, AIC of India, Shri S.K. Rath, GIC Re, Shri Hiten Kothari, HDFC Ergo, Shri Ashish Agarwal, Bajaj Alliance, Shri Amulya Das, Reliance General, Shri Manish Misra, ICICI Lombard, Shri Chandan Verma, Swiss Re, and Shri Alok Shukla, Munich Re. I would like to invite our moderator also on stage, Shri Ajay K. Singh, National Project Director, Central PMU, DA and FW, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear panelists. So since we are running late, so I'll not be running the presentation. I think we can skip these. We have already discussed about these. So basically, we have heard, as of now, the states, what are their expectations and what are the preparedness for tendering, which is a mega tender cycle coming up soon. So now this session, we'll hear about the preparedness of insurance industry, about the next mega tender cycle, how they feel and are prepared for taking it up, what are their inputs and feedback on the interventions being planned or proposed in the operation guidelines of PMFBY. So we'll come directly to the questions. Ma'am, my first question from insurance company, the largest insurance company, Girija ma'am, is for you. The question goes as, how do you see the developments around technologies and interventions being proposed? How do you see the implementation and transparency in yield estimations, options being given to the states to choose from the risk models, and farmers' expectations and their requirements, and the expectation of the states for a better pricing scenario? So what are your take on this?
Hello, can I be heard? Yeah. So thank you so much for this opportunity, first of all. And I would, first of all, like to congratulate CEO PMFBY and his entire team for having done such stupendous work in such a short period of time. Bringing so much technology to the table in such a short time, just shows the intent of the government to actually, ensure the last mile farmer. And AIC is absolutely hand in hand, sir, with you on this agenda. And we will be striving to do our best from the expectations that all the stakeholders have from insurance companies, at least on this front. So having said that, and you asked me about how do we react to the technological changes that are brought in by the guidelines. It's a very welcome change because the geographic area being what it is, and our agenda being to reach our regulator also emphasizing on, penetration, getting in new business, going to either to uninsured areas, getting everybody into the insurance net. That being the agenda, I think there could not be more enablement than this. It is a very welcome change. In fact, from our AIC side, I think we would love if it is done on a larger scale instead of 30%. If it could be minimum 50% upwards, we would be very happy to implement. We are prepared on that count also. We have been already implementing technology, and the top 25 districts that we handle are already being examined using remote sensing, and we check for our claims, and that's how we go about it. So we're already into it, and this is going to be really a wish come true for us going forward. So welcome the technological changes that you all have brought in. As regards universal coverage, I think that is the way forward to bring in more diversity, and that would help the farming community, that could help penetration, that would help insurers, reinsurers, every stakeholder in this particular, in this agro economy would benefit by, getting into universal coverage. So the more the states drive towards universalization, it could become a very positive proposition for all of us. Only thing is that along with universalization, we need to also have technology being upped, and we need to do it on a 100% basis where universalization is concerned. Otherwise, as Mr. Davle also said, it's really impossible to entertain, individual loss estimated claims, which go into lakhs, and no insurance company can actually deliver on the ground this way. So there has to be a threshold beyond which we have to insist that technology takes over. It shouldn't be only minimum 30. It should be taking into account the mid-season adversities, pre-sowing, the sowing failure claims, and all these kind of claims. They should be beyond 10% if it is logged in. I think we should go for an area approach, and technology should step in. So that way, I think even the claims resolution will be faster. We'll be able to give the claims faster, and I think digitization is the key here going forward, and the faster we adopt, the faster we make it specific to the particular, and when we say calamity, we need to reach the claim to the farmer in the shortest possible time, and I think technology is the only driver here. That's the only way it's possible. So yes, it's welcome, but I think the technology aspect has to be upped up. As regards the premium aspect, the escrow account issues that are there, it's very promising the way from what it has been to where we are. The wordings are very promising that there will be an escrow account, 50% will be deposited, and before we allow enrollment. That's how it has to be, because that's how it is in any other line of business, that we have premium coming in before we take the risk coverage. So I feel here also this should be made mandatory, and not only that, I feel there needs to be a cut-off date up to when you can have this enrollment, and when you can start the enrollment, and premium has to be paid by a particular date for the Kharif season, maybe end of May or beginning mid-June or something. And then by end of September, mid-October, we need to pay the balance 50%, and then the claims get settled. This would ensure very fast, speedy settlement of claims. How the finance works out, we can understand state governments do have issues around this, because when you say universalization and you say, upfront payment of premium, there could be issues, but I think we need to work around this, and we need to really see how this can be funded, because this is how I think claims can come out faster, can be processed faster. Efficiency of ICs can be actually estimated real time if this is done. And I think basically we need to ensure that the premium is given on time, because when it's given after a couple of years or a very delayed, prolonged period, claims are held, it doesn't become meaningless to the farmer. That's the first thing. Secondly, when the minute the premium is paid, we are asked to, pay the claims within 48 hours, 72 hours, and that becomes a challenge because there is no investment income in it for us. So pricing also goes haywire. So there are so many things, and when you asked about pricing, I would like to say that it's completely a factor of how efficiently the system runs, how much of technology is adopted, if it is really adopted. Right now, it is yet to be seen. Any insurance price will always be on a last 10-year experience, and we cannot, just because there are certain provisions, we just cannot, the price won't come up or down immediately. I think it's a factor of time, and as we see the things coming to light or reality on the ground, pricing definitely will be impacted, and it will definitely reach the last mile, and that's what we all want to. We want to see that the price comes down, and it comes to realistic levels where only the needy farmers and the actual crop losses are paid, and we are not paying for other human errors along the way.
Thank you, ma'am. So since reinsurance is backbone for insurance companies to bid for the crop insurance tenders and win the tenders and implement it. So my question is to Mr. Askerath. Just wanted to know, as an insurer, how do you see the coming tender cycle, and what do you foresee in terms of the market capacity for crop insurance in India, and maybe the potential challenges, if any, you foresee in terms of cost of risk for this?
Thank you, Ajay ji. Good afternoon, all the delegates. From my side, I will take the first and third question together. That is 3-year tender cycle and loss cost. As such, we are going for a long-term tender, a 3-year tender, and there is a declaration of El Nino, or with below normal rainfall. So both contradict each other. If you go for long-term tender, the natural expectation from the states is that the pricing, there should be some pricing reduction. But this El Nino or El Nino declaration or below normal rainfall declaration going against that. But to that, I will add this IOD positive factors, which may come in or likely to be finalized by end of April or fortnight of May, which will ensure that there will be some even distribution or improvement in the rainfall pattern. So if that comes in, then naturally the tender cycles will go smoothly, and there will be more or less the price improvement is not expected. Now, coming to the other aspects which may affect the tender cycle is that if at all there is a El Nino condition or below normal conditions, instead of the states, instead of going for the more paddy or wheat, more water sensitive crops or hydrophilic crops, than to the rain-fed crops like millets. So that will have that will ensure that the production is maintained, and as well as they will have a lesser premium rates. Now coming to the cost of tenders or cost of products, I would say it depends upon the states and their adoption of the 4 guidelines or provisions that has been given by the central government recently. The 4 guidelines that they have suggested, it depends upon the type of model they have adopted or going to adopt, the financial discipline that they are going to bring in. Third, the technological adoption. Fourth, the following of Digitech technology. Now, coming to the adoption of models, it naturally goes to say that if one state is adopting for PMFBY or the other is going for the other year, they are opting for 80-110 model or SSM model, naturally there is a reduction in premium. It goes on to say that it is observed from the previous experience that it goes by 25 to 30% reduction in the expiry premium. So it depends upon the states, which model they adopt. So based upon that, the pricing will be affected or the loss cost will be reflected. The second aspect is financial discipline. The insurer or reinsurers have limited resources and their source of income is mainly the premium. And if that premium doesn't come in time, they are affected. So the main problems that are faced by insurers or reinsurers is the cash flow. If that doesn't come within the scheduled time, they are affected. And not only that, their solvency is also being affected because they are being guided by the regulators' guidelines, which allows them some period of time after which the credits that you are going to get is also not reflected. So that financial discipline is also important. Then the third aspect is adoption of technology. Yes, there has been declaration provisions for adoption of 30% technology by all the implementing states. And this will bring in transparency in terms of loss assessment, and hopefully that will fasten the release of data, and simultaneously that will fasten the claim settlement process. Then last one is the Digitech, or it is also part of our technology adoption. Last time is the Digi claim settlement. Again, that portal, adoption of the claims portal and settlement of claims to the farmers directly will indirectly help the states to gain the mileage of popularity, as well as that will help them to settle the claims of the farmers on time. Then coming to the other aspect of capacity. As a reinsurer, I didn't see any depth of capacity in India. As of today, there were 10 insurance companies who have already approached for seeking their capacity for this year. So, among them, there are also 2 new insurance companies who have approached for reinsurance capacity. So, and that is one of the positive aspects. In addition to that, there are also, we could observe from the market that there are also 20 to 25% increase in expiring capacity which the insurance companies were asking for. So ultimately, there is an increase in capacity in the market for the existing players. Secondly, there are 2 insurance companies who have already approached and got their premium estimation in place. And we expect that going forward, some more insurance companies likely to come in. So this will add more and more capacity for the crop insurance, and that will help in reduction in the pricing.
Thank you.
So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now coming to you, Hiten, my question to you is, since now these interventions have been kind of decided to be rolled out, now the expectation, natural expectation of state government and the central government is that these long pending interventions would lead to, a positive vibrancy in the market and an active participation by the insurance industry in the tenders, upcoming tenders of the states, and with the improved efficiency and also with the better pricing. How do you respond to this?
So in respect of the demand, the PMFBY scheme has been successful for the last 6 and 7 years. There are other participants who would have seen that some of the insurance companies are able to successfully run the scheme, implement the scheme, and possibly even, make it sustainable for their own portfolio. So to that extent, as we saw in the numbers Sarvansh presented, the industry is expected to grow from currently 40,000 crores to about 45,000 crores in the next 3 years. So we are confident that the industry will be stepping up. Crop portfolio is something that cannot be ignored today, and we will see increased participation for the upcoming tenders. The most critical aspect which was disturbing for a lot of insurance companies was about premium receivables on time. That is one key area which has been addressed in the advisory that the Government of India has rolled out. And most states are committed to ensure that the premium is paid on time. So I think, again, this will give a lot of confidence to other insurance companies, saying that the Government of India is serious, the state governments are serious for the welfare of the farmers, and everyone will be stepping up to do what is in the right interest of the farmers. So getting capacity, I think, should not be a concern going forward. Other element around pricing, I think for the last 3 years, for most states, the pricing was locked. Now that the new schemes, the new tender process cycle is upcoming, with the improvement in data, the centralization of NCIP portal, and a single source of truth, will definitely improve or give an impetus to the better pricing that will come. There has been a couple of experiences where the pricing saw much better. So if you look at the universal scheme that was implemented in AP, the pricing was quite sustainable. We saw a decrease of almost 15 to 20%. So to that extent, when the industry gets the confidence that the data is accurate, the scheme is implemented in a good manner, there are controls in place that the fraud can be minimized, that should definitely give the efficiency to the state governments in terms of better pricing. One of the areas we need to be careful in terms of pricing is there are multiple options available to state governments now. Now, if some state decide to implement PMFBY next year, given that it's an El Nino year, then he cannot expect to get the better efficiency of pricing. Similarly, next year he decides to move from 81-110 to 61-30, just for his convenience. Then in that case, the anti-selection behavior gets demonstrated. So I think the commitment from the participants or the states and on a particular tender is going to be very critical and a key element in how the scheme gets priced. Additionally, it's about the availability of data. If I have to price a scheme with 1 year data lag, I'll definitely make assumptions about what is happening for the current year. And that additional uncertainty means that I have to load my pricing a bit more, and that creates a more additional uncertainty. And lastly, I think the most important is going to be the technology. How much clarity is being provided as part of the tendering process as to what is the technological framework that is going to be implemented, who are the implementing partners, who are the knowledge partners or advisory partners, because the scheme is new in terms of technology, how it's been going to take forward. But the elements are being created within the scheme such that the scheme will become sustainable in the long run. As we bring the moral hazard down, the anti-selection down, I believe the rates will come down from the current rates of 14%, and we should see a single digits in the next few years.
Thank you, Hiten. So basically the technology is something which will help improve overall implementation, and obviously the options, the risk options has to be over a longer horizon. So that is what we take away from here. So I'm coming to you, Alok, now. My question to you is, since we have been recently, we have seen IMD coming out with its first forecast saying about the southwest monsoon and suggesting a possibility of El Nino formation leading to deficit rainfall. In this scenario, how does the insurance industry and especially the reinsurance industry look at it, and what are the possible effects on agriculture risk and cost of insurance at pan-country level because of this?
Sure, thanks Ajay, and thanks for the tricky question as well, particularly when the previous panelists have all talked about the reduction in the pricing. So I need to talk about the possible increase. So I think, yes, we have a very strong forecast now that there is a possibility of developing a El Nino year sometime around August this year. And we have also historically seen that some of the states are very severely impacted from El Nino. And we have seen instances like 2015, 2014 or 2018 where El Nino has resulted in losses. So I think overall, so whether there'll be impact on pricing, yes. The impact will vary from one state to other, because historically we have seen that some states have seen larger impact from event like El Nino, some have seen lesser impact. So that definitely will be considered while pricing for those states. The impact will also be on the basis of whether it's a 1-year tender or a 3-year tender, because generally we do not expect El Nino to continue for more than 2 years or so. On an average, it's usually 1-year phenomena. So when we do a 3-year pricing, we definitely will give some discounting because we are pricing for 3 years. Whereas if we do 1-year pricing, we'll need to take the full impact of El Nino in 1 year itself. So that again will be one of the factors that will define the final pricing to be done to take the impact of El Nino. Also, another factor that we need to that we need to consider would be that historically we have seen some of the states who have done 3-year tendering, but after 1 year or 2 years, the tender is cancelled and the re-tendering is happening. These kind of instances, are something which we also consider while pricing, because right now the contract is in a way not fully both-sided. While the insurance company doesn't have a right to move out of 3-year contract, the states, there are instances when they have moved out of 3-year contract. So that again may have a bearing on the pricing aspect when we consider El Nino year. So that's from the pricing perspective. I think our view from the technology perspective, we see all the changes coming in from a really positive direction. A lot of things have moved, a lot of things have been done in past 6 months. And as Secretary Sir said in the morning, the certainty part of insurance, where we know what is the risk that we want to underwrite, is something which is improving. I think we are there, maybe not 100%, we are there, maybe 90-95%, a lot of effort being done by Murthy Sir in terms of the workshops and trainings being done. But I think to bring in the impact of that in pricing, either we will need to wait for experience of some years, or we'll need to generate the historical data where we can see how historically these models would have behaved. And then only we'll be able to pass on some benefit in terms of pricing using these technology models. But overall, I think very, very positive kind of changes being done, and subsidy definitely has been always a big pain point, and that getting sorted out even before the portal getting opening is something a very welcome change.
Thank you, Alok. Coming to you, Manish, so I would like to understand from you, since you entered the market, re-entered the market last year, and therefore I think maybe with your regained experience, what do you think are maybe a few major factors which make actually the perception, a better perception of the risk, and brings in an objectivity into the risk assessment, as well as in terms of pricing and offering a better deal to the states, including maybe the universalization approach which we are talking about?
Right. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be part of this forum. So I'll break my response in 2 parts. I think in terms of the tender process, it's very important, as Manojji also said right at the beginning, data, you need to know what the risk is. So increasingly we find that there's a lot of difference between the quality of information and data which comes from different states. Increasingly, add-on risks is a very large part of the claims, right? A lot of tenders don't have information for that. So how do you load for that? So I think data is the starting point. The quality of data, sanctity of data is one. Second, I think subsidy, it's been talked about, and the revised guidelines and the advisory is a step in the right direction. Having the escrow, of course, states have some concerns, but that is definitely a step in the right direction, we believe, and would give a lot of comfort to a company like us, because that was one of the key risks that we saw, the receivable risks. And even today, we have very large receivables outstanding. I want to specifically thank Ritesh ji. He's stepped in, and there is a considerable movement over the last few months. And Ritesh ji and his team have been instrumental in giving us the confidence to re-enter the business. But yes, subsidy is a second important factor. Third one, and I'll talk about expenses. I'll come back to that. What is the level of expenses which are going to get loaded due to the tender? And I'm going to talk about that right at the end because that's an important point. Perhaps that doesn't get addressed enough. Fourth is enrollment. Of course, land record integration is critical. How well we can move out the fraudulent, duplicate enrollments is going to be very, very important part of the quality of risk. And finally, dispute resolution. While there is a laid out process, I was saying yesterday, this scheme is all about implementation on the ground, and how well that dispute resolution gets rolled out, how well that's internalized at a district level is very important. So that is also a very important part of the risk perception that we have, and some of the qualitative loading that we do because of political and other risks. I said I'd talk a little about expenses. Ritesh ji talked about the increasing gap between the burn cost and pricing. I think what is not talked about often enough is the component of pricing, because when we as an insurer price a contract, it's not just the burn cost. We have to overlay the costs. There are certain inherent costs of doing this business. It could range from a 4.5%, but in certain states it goes to as much as 5.5%, 6%. So what is the reason for that big gap? 1.5%, how much of it is adding value, how much of it is not? Because that 1% in a 30,000 crore market is 300 crores. So that is substantial. When you look at it from an insurance company's perspective, that 1% becomes 4 or 5% of their net retained premium. So that is not something, I won't get into the details. We all know that there are costs, there are marketing costs, but there are certain, the range is at the lower end states, you can run a scheme at 3.5 to 4%. At the other upper end, it goes up to 5.5, 6%. So what is that 2.5% gap, and how do you rationalize that? Within expenses, one important point is the GST disallowance. I don't know if this is the right forum, but this is a huge cost that comes. Just because of the fact that this is tax-free, there is a cost that comes to us because there is no deductibility of the expenses. At a company-wide level, there is a large GST disallowance cost which comes. So that finally is borne by us as a business and is added finally to the cost. I think those are some thoughts I just want to share in terms of how we price tenders, how we view the risk for different states.
Thank you, Manish.
Thanks.
Thanks. You mentioned, and most of the panelists mentioned about the data being made available by the state governments for tendering and the quality of data. So I'll come to you, Chandan, and my question to you would be, how important is basically this availability of data and the quality of data? What do you mean by when we say quality? So what does this quality mean, so that the state governments also understand what is the requirement of insurance companies in terms of the quality of data, and how does this quality impact the risk assessment, risk perception, and the pricing for that particular matter? Your take on that.
Thanks, Ajay. So this data becomes very important because, like, when we price the product, the uncertainty which we are pricing has to always deal with. So the set of data which we have in place, getting from the specific state, when we, as we just discussed, differentiate from place to place or district to district. So the granularity of data, at which level the data is available, for the longevity of the data, it always becomes a very important for any insurer or reinsurer to place the product. Also, the volatility in data as we go and move also takes lot of emphasis has to be put when we price the product. And as we move on, so as we say, we are pricing the product and moving towards having the risk-based solvency. So when we do risk-based solvencies alignment, we have to price the product for each and every risk very specifically. So the more important driving factor becomes the data availability at the specific point for each and every single peril, which has to be priced very specifically. Like
when we are pricing right now using the TY and AY data for the specific year, we have not have the information related to the post-harvest or the localized risk. So if we have more information towards these type of add-on covers to be get covered, it has lot of impact on the pricing, and also we help out to reach to the right solvencies for the future years to come. Right now, as we are moving toward the transition, so it has been, like we can very clearly mention, the previous years, it has gone free of cost. So to cover these add-ons covers in future on the right frame, we have to price very efficiently for these covers to be done. And when we see what more we expect from the states to be done, so we can divide the whole process into, say, 3 parts. One is underwriting, where this pricing becomes very, very important. Then the claim monitoring, as well as the management. To do this process, right now, as we see, the technology is coming to place. So how and which type of agencies are being inclined, their experience on the pilot level where they have done their experiments to be done, and how technologically they are accepting the method which has been utilized by the state as well as by the technological implementing agency, takes a very key role to insurer or reinsurer to decide whether which state is best in the time to come. On the underwriting side, one other aspect which is also important is the timing of the tenders when it comes. Like suppose, as we have seen, few of the states will come very much in time, so always have the get the first mover advantage. Whereas if some of these states, if they delay their tender process, say coming near to the risk starting date, they always have a huge impact. And depending on the weather forecasting or the uncertainty information being made available, the insurers may choose maybe not to be very inclined. The one example can also be seen from the WBCIS. As we all know now, there are very few cases, or we find very few insurers quoting for WBCIS, because the term sheet, as we see, designed in such a manner, you have the clear payouts. So we know there is a certainty to have the more payouts instead of having the uncertainty. So either the price is very high or the insurers try to go away. Then on the implementation side, it also has to be done how the this premium paying pattern has been arrived from the state. As we have seen in last couple of years, it is improving, but still there are a lot of states where the payments of the subsidies comes very slow. So as being the financial institution, we have to have the regular cash flows to be maintained. So the cash flow becomes also the major important part in deciding that where we should go and do the business. So these are just the few points I would like to mention. Most
Thank
are
you.
already covered.
Thank you, Chandan. Thanks for that. I understand that there are many of the challenges while we manage the tendering and bidding business. In the past also we might have faced such challenges. So my question is to you, Amolya. I wanted to understand from you, maybe from your past experience of handling the tender business and bidding for the states, what were maybe the major challenges you might have faced as an underwriter or as a claim manager? And based on your experience, what is your feedback or suggestions to the state governments how, in order to address those teething challenges?
I think I will respond to the last question that you asked. What advices we can give to the states? Simply not possible, because states have their own challenges, and they try to do whatever is in the best interest and the best possible way to manage the crop insurance risk. So only a suggestion could be from our side would be like whichever states like Karnataka and others who have immediate readiness to float the tenders and follow it up quickly and close it is what other states should follow. Now coming back to the questions of how the tender cycle has been challenging or otherwise, अगर हम क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस की डेवलपमेंट को देखते हैं तो शुरू से ही ये रहा है, या तो एक सीजन के लिए कर देते थे या 2 सीजन के लिए टेंडर साइकिल्स होता था. फिर ये 2018 के बाद तीन साल का साइकिल चालू हुआ, तो पीपल हैव गॉट accepted it mentally also that we will have to have a long-term tender. For an insurance company, as well as for the state, it's a question that they have to keep it in mind that it has to be a long-term tender. It's not going to be 1 year or 1 season fund management exercise. So if you look at the developments now, I think most of the things have been structurally addressed in terms of what people have said about the data availability and all those things. Of course, data availability has been and still remains a big challenge, but I will take CEOs as only one version of truth at NCIP as the starting point where every other things will automatically follow. So the structural part of it is that the data availability, the timelines and other things have to be addressed in a manner that everybody is comfortable in terms of accepting the implementation and continuing with it, because that's going to have a very long-term impact. Second thing is that once the guidelines are there, there are changes in the terms and conditions midway. The states probably in their eagerness to implement a more robust implementation want to implement few more penalty points or their own methodology to implement the scheme, which generally insurance companies will try to see as an additional avenue for giving more claims or harsh performance review. So the suggestions in this case or the learnings in this case is that if the Government of India guideline is followed in toto, then there are less chances of misconceptions or wrong ideas about what we told you earlier and what is going to happen now and all those things. We will try to understand this as a relationship which actually gets into the system when we have a 3-year contract that we have to be there for 6 seasons and start implementing in letter and spirit. But the moment the tender is floated, the mindset that takes over is that once the insurance company or the implementing company has taken it, then they have to be, as a principal and contractor kind of thing, who have to be monitored very carefully with the objective that they are likely to default. So the thought process goes like this: they are likely to default, therefore there is more need to have more controls and all these things. So for us, once a tender cycle comes up and it is finalized, it's better to sit together and plan ahead for 3 years how things are going to be implemented in that fashion, rather than getting into small fine prints as clause number 30, which talks about grievance, and clause number 19 talks about disputes, so on and so forth. So the challenges have been on the structural issues, the terms and condition changes and other things, but we are looking at it at a very positive way because most of the things which were earlier challenges no longer exist. And maybe it is a matter of time that the states will have their data in order and the preparations well in advance. So then the congestion on the tender highway that my colleague told, last minute everybody comes up, then insurance companies also have very limited capacity to respond. N number of tenders coming up at the last day or rebids after price discovery. So those kind of things can be avoided. I think we will take it not as challenges, but things which have been encountered, experienced, and then we have overcome this. It is only a matter of time before the entire process is very well designed and streamlined, and everybody understands to have a very transparent thing. So that's
Thank you. Thank you, Amulya. Thank you. So coming out of challenges to maybe the positivity of it and all those positive factors which can help broker a better deal. So my question to Ashish now is, what are those key factors which you think can make a better business proposition for an insurance company to bid for, and which states can try to adopt and integrate into their tender documents or the tender process to make a better deal for them?
Thank you, Ajay, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by mentioning here that as a company, Bajaj Allianz has been participating in this PMFBY for the last 6 years with full commitment, and we have kind of developed our systems and processes in such a manner that we can comply with all the guidelines, what has been mentioned, so that at least customers should not face an issue. Whenever the claims are there, the claims should get settled in time, and also the state government should not have any kind of complaint from our side. And that is what our intention is, then that is what is our effort basically. For that, we have a full dedicated team who is doing this. And for the coming tender cycle also, we have kind of arranged our reinsurance for the next 3 years, and we have increased our capacity. So the idea is basically to kind of cover more and more farmers as much as possible. And I'm sure that the kind of guideline which the government of India has come up with, that would be further helpful, because this is going to bring a lot of transparency in the entire system. Like Digi claim, I think this will be very kind of path-breaking kind of initiative the government of India has taken, because farmers will be getting all the information related to the claims in time, and also they'll be getting a lot of messages which will kind of bring transparency. Just two things I would like to mention here, Ajay, regarding your question is, like Ahuja sir also said in the morning, that as an insurance company, we kind of underwrite the risk. We don't want any kind of uncertainty. We are there to underwrite the uncertainty, but uncertainty related to crop production or uncertainty related to your weather, right? But we don't want to any kind of uncertainty in terms of product itself. Like we should not change anything which has not been asked for. Like whenever any state government release tender, they should put all the information, whatever they want, to kind of like whatever coverages they want, whatever add-on cover they want, whatever deviation they want to take in terms of guidelines, so that accordingly you can price the risk. But later on, they should not come to us and say that, okay, you increase the timeline, or the data, whatever they're giving, is not as per the given timelines, or there are a lot of uncertainty in terms of giving subsidy. I think all those things have been addressed now in this revised guideline or the advisory, and that will bring a lot of transparency and also confidence of the insurance as well as reinsurance company. That would be there. And second thing is, I think that in the last 6-7 years, the scheme has now reached to a next level. Now it is not only up to the state government. The scheme has reached to the districts, because now once the state government release the notification, after that the responsibility is to implement in the district authorities, where DDA is involved, district collector is involved, politicians, local politicians are involved, right? And they have different kind of understanding. They don't want to go with whatever has been mentioned in the guideline, or they don't want to go with whatever has been mentioned in the notification. And that brings a lot of uncertainty. And that creates a lot of issue to the insurance company to implement. Because if you see, I'm not saying they're wrong or something, but the only thing is that may not be as per the guideline or compliance. And that creates a lot of uncertainty. Like I think Dawla sir also said in the morning that, that in Maharashtra we got a lot of intimations. We got around 13 lakh intimations in the last Kharif season and 2 lakh intimations in this Rabi season. It brings next to impossible to kind of manage all those surveys, to kind of address farmer grievances. So for those things, I think the state government should have some kind of mechanism. So wherever possible, some kind of quick action should be taken during the season, and that will kind of bring a lot of confidence of the insurance companies to participate more and more. Because if you see in the past, the insurance companies who have kind of opted out, it's mainly because of this, that it was very difficult to manage the field grievances, or kind of field, the kind of political involvement was there, a kind of unwanted kind of expectations which the local authorities had. So I think those things should be very clear in the guideline and in the notification. That would kind of bring more and more insurance companies into the scheme, and also the scheme will run in a very smooth fashion.
Thanks, Ashish. So one question I would like to take, which Mr. ACS, Government of MP, has raised, whether the insurance companies would like to, the insurance companies who are L2 and L3 who have not win the bid, would like to take up the non-rolling enrollment. Maybe any one of you can respond to that.
A couple of things I already clarified in my earlier answer. I think one of the requirements would be to ensure that the latest data is available. It's important that, the mid-season adversity losses are available, the calamities or the prevented sowing are also available. The insurance company who is currently implementing the scheme will have better information than the other participating insurance companies. So if someone has to make assumptions who is not working on the scheme, he will be more conservative. So having that transparency of data, even for the latest season, it might not be the most accurate picture, but still a more representative data still helps. So that is one of the requests, I believe. And the second is on the clarity of the technology, which the insurance company or which the states would like to go ahead while implementing the scheme. and the partner that they're going to select with. At the end of the day, the new schemes and the new process that will follow, the clarity and the transparency will really help in terms of putting the tenders out.
Thanks. Thanks, Hiten. So I think since we are already running 45 minutes late our schedule, so I'll have to cut this nice and thoughtful discussion short here. I thank my learned panelists here, and thank you so much. Maybe the question and answer session we can have at the town hall when in the evening itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. So now we'll be breaking for lunch. 45 minutes. We'll meet you back here again at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch, everyone.
फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर, फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना, हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली, फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली, द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें, बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें, तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था, मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है, तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या केसीसी का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, सीएससी एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1,90,00,000 पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं CCE के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.PMFBY.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव-गांव और खेत-खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार-द्वार और हाथ-हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें, तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था। मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है, तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आकलन, दावों का समय पर भुगतान। अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, सीएससी एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैंप और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1,90,00,000 पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं सीसीई के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, दिया खेती को बल। बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली, फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली, द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए, जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई, सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था, मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप, क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या केसीसी का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार। यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप यहाँ बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान, जानकारी यहाँ फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहाँ बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन, उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन, आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान, पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक सुविधाजनक अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1,90,00,000 पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं सीसीई के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल। बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.PMFBY.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात। गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
प्रकृति गजब की ताकत है इसमें। बारिश की रिमझिम फुहारों को ही लीजिए। जब सही समय पर मिट्टी पर गिरें तो खेतों में किसान की मेहनत रंग लाती है। लेकिन वही बारिश बेमौसम हो जाए तो फिर तबाही का मंजर दिखाती है। लेकिन क्यों रहे किसान के घर की खुशियां प्रकृति पर निर्भर, जब बन सकता है वो आत्मनिर्भर। किसानों को प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की वजह से फसली नुकसान होने की स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की घोषणा की। इस बीमा योजना का उद्देश्य विभिन्न प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाओं जैसे ओले गिरना, जल भराव, बाढ़ का आना, बादल फटना, प्राकृतिक रूप से आग लग जाना, भूस्खलन, चक्रवाती तूफान, बेमौसम बारिश, फसल की बीमारियां, आकाशीय बिजली, कीटों के हमले वगैरह से होने वाले नुकसान की स्थिति में किसानों को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। इस बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत फसल की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं को शामिल किया गया है, यानी पूरे फसल चक्र का सुरक्षा कवच।
जिस दिन फसल काटकर खेत में सुखाने के लिए फैलाई, उसके अगले ही दिन मूसलाधार बारिश हो गई। सारी उपज बर्बाद हो गई। लेकिन ये तो अच्छा था कि मैंने फसल का बीमा करा रखा था। मैं नुकसान से बच गया और क्लेम की रकम भी मुझे आसानी से मिल गई। सारा भुगतान मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में हो गया। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना बहुत ही लाभकारी है और इसकी प्रक्रिया बहुत ही सरल है।
पहली बात तो ये समझिए कि अगर आप अधिसूचित फसलों की खेती करने वाले किसान हैं, तो आप फसल बीमा के लिए पात्र हैं। इसमें काश्तकार किसान और बटाईदार सहित सभी किसान शामिल हैं। अनाज, दलहन, तिलहन और कुछ वार्षिक वाणिज्यिक फसलों को PMFBY के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाता है। ये दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी और कामयाब फसल बीमा योजना है। केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के अलावा 18 बीमा कंपनियां, 540 बैंक तथा 45,000 जन सेवा केंद्र प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को किसानों तक पहुंचाने में कार्यरत हैं। इस योजना में प्रीमियम कम होने के कारण सभी स्तर के किसान इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। खरीफ फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 2% प्रीमियम, रबी फसलों के लिए बीमित राशि का 1.5% प्रीमियम और बागवानी एवं वाणिज्यिक फसलों के लिए 5% प्रीमियम है।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
पंजीकरण की कट ऑफ तिथि हर राज्य में अलग अलग तय होती है। अपने क्षेत्रों या गांवों की अधिसूचित फसलों की सूची, बीमित राशि एवं कट ऑफ तिथि की अधिक जानकारी के लिए आप निकटतम कृषि अधिकारी, जन सेवा केंद्र एवं बीमा कंपनी के प्रतिनिधि से संपर्क करें। www.pmfby.gov.in पर लॉगिन करके या फसल बीमा ऐप क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप का उपयोग करके अपनी फसल के नामांकन के लिए आवेदन किया जा सकता है। नामांकन के लिए इन दस्तावेजों की जरूरत होती है: नवीनतम आधार कार्ड, मोबाइल नंबर, बैंक खाता विवरण, भू अभिलेख दस्तावेज जिसमें जमीन के कागजात, और राज्य सरकार द्वारा निर्देशित कोई भी अन्य दस्तावेज। कैसे मिलेगा फसल नुकसान होने पर दावे का भुगतान? PMFBY योजना में बीजों की बुआई से लेकर फसल कटाई के बाद सुखाने के उद्देश्य से खेतों में 14 दिनों तक फैलाई जाने वाली फसलों के पूरे फसल चक्र के दौरान जोखिम के कवर को प्रदान करता है। स्थानीय आपदा के कारण या अगर फसल कटाई के बाद बीमित फसलों को प्राकृतिक आपदा से नुकसान होता है तो बीमित किसान को 72 घंटे के भीतर इसकी सूचना बीमा कंपनी, बैंक या फिर राज्य सरकार के अधिकारियों या बीमा कंपनी के टोल फ्री नंबर पर देना आवश्यक है। जोखिमों में उपज हानि का आकलन फसल कटाई प्रयोगों के आधार पर किया जाता है। आपदा के कारण हुए नुकसान पर किसान को बीमा कंपनी द्वारा क्लेम राशि का उचित भुगतान मिलता है। क्लेम राशि का भुगतान सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में किया जाता है। शिकायत निवारण के लिए किसान बीमा कंपनी, निकटतम बैंक शाखा या ब्लॉक या जिला कृषि कार्यालय में संपर्क कर सकते हैं। वो अपनी शिकायतों के लिए जिला और राज्य स्तरीय शिकायत निवारण समिति तक भी पहुंच सकते हैं। दरअसल पहले सभी ऋणी किसान जो बैंकों या वित्तीय संस्थानों से मौसमी कृषि ऋण या KCC का लाभ उठा रहे थे, उन्हें अनिवार्य रूप से इस योजना में शामिल किया जाता था। लेकिन फरवरी 2020 में किसानों के हित में नामांकन प्रक्रिया में एक बड़ा बदलाव करते हुए अब इस योजना को सभी किसानों के लिए स्वैच्छिक कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना किसानों को उनकी मेहनत से उगाई फसल को सुरक्षित करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की दिशा में अहम कदम साबित हो रही है। जब किसान बढ़ेगा प्रकृति निर्भरता से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर, तभी तो बनता है आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान। अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार। यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है।
कैसा लगा? कैसा लगा एवरीवन? बहुत बढ़िया। All right. So, thank you so much. So let's begin with the lightning session 1. Determination of claims under multiple perils. I would like to invite Shri Gajendra Singh, PS to MOS DAHT, right now on the dais. Can we have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen?
धन्यवाद। अच्छा किया जो एक्सरसाइज करा दी, क्योंकि मैथमेटिक्स समझना लंच के बाद बड़ा मुश्किल सा काम होता है। डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ क्लेम अंडर मल्टीपल पैरल्स आजकल बड़ा हंगामा सा चल रहा है। जब से इस डॉक्यूमेंट को हम लोगों ने सर्कुलेशन में जब से इसको लाए हैं, उसका रीज़न है कि लोगों को ये लगता है कि इसमें प्रीमियम बढ़ जाएगा। तो मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन देने का केवल इसमें इतना ही मतलब है कि मैं इस बात को समझा सकूं, डाटा से सपोर्ट करा सकूं कि इससे क्या होगा। पहली बात कि क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ना लाइफ से मिलता है ना नॉन लाइफ से मिलता है। एक ऐसा इंश्योरेंस है जिसमें पैसा फार्मर देता है, एसेट उसके होते हैं और क्लेम जनरलाइज दिया जाता है। ऐसा कोई भी इंश्योरेंस देश में या दुनिया में अवेलेबल नहीं है जिसमें आदमी पैसा दे और अपने एसेट को भी बता दे और क्लेम जो है जनरलाइज दिया जाए। इसलिए इस इंश्योरेंस को किसी भी इंश्योरेंस से कंपेयर नहीं किया जा सकता। जब भी लोग कंपेयर करते हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे एरर हो जाती है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। कहाँ पे? मेरे पास है। गाइडलाइन के सिंपल प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, जो भी लिखूं सिंपल भाषा में अगर मैं कहूं, हाँ, मिड सीजन एडवर्सिटी एक है, एक लोकलाइज क्लेमिटी है, एक पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट है। ये तीनों के बारे में मैं चर्चा नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि किसी को कंफ्यूजन नहीं है कि कैलकुलेट कैसे होते हैं ये। मैं सीधे कंसर्न पे आऊंगा कि क्या कंसर्न थे जिनके कारण इनके ऊपर रीथिंक किया गया। कोई भी चीज़ को रीथिंक किया जाता है तो उसके कारण होते हैं। मैं सीधे कारणों पे आऊंगा। ये सब तो आप लोग गाइडलाइन वगैरह जानते हैं, इसका कोई मतलब नहीं। बस एक चीज़ थोड़ा सा एम्फेसिस देना चाहेंगे यहाँ पे हम, भाई बड़ी दिक्कत है इसमें। ये पीछे बैक डालने में क्या इधर जरा, हाँ हाँ जो लोकलाइज क्लैमिटी है उसमें बड़ा क्लियर वर्ड में लिखा हुआ है कि ये कब एप्लीकेबल होती है। ये हेल स्टॉर्म, लैंडस्लाइड, इनंडेशन, क्लाउड बर्स्ट और नेचुरल फायर। ये पांचों इवेंट ऐसे हैं जो दिखाई देते हैं। इसमें कोई चीज़ छिपी नहीं है कि मतलब पानी नहीं बरसा तो लोकलाइज कर दिया, जो आजकल परंपरा चल रही है। अदरवाइज ये पांचों इवेंट बिल्कुल दिखाई देते हैं। मेरा एम्फेसिस केवल इतना है इस समय कि ये इवेंट्स दिखाई देते हैं। अगर आप पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट में जाएंगे तो हेल स्टॉर्म, साइक्लोन, साइक्लोनिक रेन, मतलब रेन एंड हेल स्टॉर्म, केवल 2 चीज़ों को कवर करता है, बाकी तो लैंग्वेज का प्रॉब्लम है कि साइक्लोनिक रेन क्या होती है क्या नहीं होती है। कुल मिला के मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है कि इसके इंडिकेटर्स बड़े क्लियर हैं इन दोनों के। अब आता हूं कि ऐसा क्या हो गया कि हमको इस मुद्दे को रीथिंक करना पड़ा। आप जैसा जानते हैं कि इसमें सबसे बड़ा कंसर्न जो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस है वो फार्मर के लिए है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली इसमें फार्मर की कहीं वॉइस नहीं होती पूरे इंश्योरेंस में। ऐसा कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं जहां अपनी फार्मर बात रख सके। डिपार्टमेंट प्रयास कर रहा है कि ऐसा कोई प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जाए, लेकिन जिनसे हम मिलते हैं या हम लोग महसूस करते हैं उसके एग्जाम्पल्स मैंने कोट करने का यहाँ प्रयास किया है। एग्जाम्पल को बहुत सिंपल रखा है जिससे कि सबको बातें समझ में आए। एक प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग है, इसमें जितना ज़्यादा कन्फ्यूजन मैंने देखा है उतना कभी नहीं देखा। प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग जब 2016 में हम लोग लिख रहे थे तो केवल एक ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि फार्मर को पैसा दे दिया जाए और वो दूसरी क्रॉप ले सके, क्योंकि इंश्योरेंस का पैसा तो उसने पूरे का दिया है, तब भी 25% क्लेम पे हम उसको आउट करते थे। तो पहला कंसर्न जो फार्मर का निकल के आता है कि अगर प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग होती है तो मेरे को मनी दे दो, अदरवाइज मेरे को पूरा क्लेम दे दो। अगर आप प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग का क्लेम AY/TY के क्लेम के साथ देंगे तो पूरा क्लेम दें, क्योंकि उसने जितना भी लगाया वो तो खत्म हो गया। तो एक कंसर्न है इसमें केवल डायरेक्शंस हैं, आगे कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं है इसका। लोकलाइज क्लेम में प्रोसीजर्स पे आते हैं। हम करते क्या हैं, हम कहते हैं कि इनपुट कॉस्ट मल्टीप्लाइड बाय अफेक्टेड एरिया मल्टीप्लाइड बाय लॉस परसेंटेज। इसमें 2 वर्ड से ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं है, अफेक्टेड एरिया और लॉस परसेंटेज से। दिक्कत इनपुट कॉस्ट वर्ड से है। इंश्योरेंस जो था वो फार्मर ने पूरे क्रॉप का यहाँ कन्फ्यूजन थोड़ा सा यहाँ एक पैदा होता है पूरी कहानी में कि हम इंश्योरेंस किस चीज़ का कर रहे हैं, इनपुट कॉस्ट का कर रहे हैं कि आउटकम का कर रहे हैं। अगर आप इंश्योरेंस इनपुट कॉस्ट का कर रहे हैं तो बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप, फार्मूला यही होना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर आउटकम का कर रहे हैं तो ये फार्मूला गलत है। मैंने एक एग्जाम्पल दिया, मान लीजिए कि सम इंश्योर्ड 1000 रुपये हो, 1000 रुपीज हो, अफेक्टेड एरिया 50% हो फार्मर का, लॉस परसेंटेज आपका 100% मान लिया, इनपुट कॉस्ट 100 रुपये मान लेता हूं मैं, तो उसको 50 रुपये मिलता है। फार्मर का आधा खेत खत्म हो जाता है, उसको 50 रुपये मिलता है। ये खेत रिवाइव नहीं हो सकता। ये भी क्लियर है कि इस फार्मर ने आपने इसका लोकलाइज सर्वे किया है। तो यहां पे एक फार्मर का ग्रीवांस पैदा होता है कि अगर आपने लोकलाइज सर्वे किया है मेरे साथ और आपको मालूम है मेरा आधा खेत खत्म हो गया और जो कभी रिवाइव नहीं होना है, तो मेरे को 50 रुपये क्यों? मैं फार्मर की तरफ से सिर्फ क्वेश्चन उठाऊंगा, बाद में इसको हम लोग डील करेंगे। सेकंड आता है, एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूं आपको मैं कि लॉस अफेक्टेड एरिया 25% फार्मर का है, सम इंश्योर्ड 1000 रुपये है, अफेक्टेड एरिया 25 हो गया, लॉस परसेंटेज 100% है, इनपुट कॉस्ट भी मैंने मान लिया पूरा है। आपने उसको 250 रुपये दे दिया, बिल्कुल सही दिया आपने, कोई गलत नहीं किया। गलती इसके बाद होती है। इसके बाद जो भी 75% एरिया में उसके साथ कुछ भी क्यों ना होता रहे, अंत में AY/TY के साथ मौसम खराब हो जाए, कुछ हो जाए, आप इस 25% पैसे को आज की डेट में घटा देते हैं, जो कि इस 75% का जो नुकसान हुआ है उसको कौन देगा? मान लीजिए कि 25 के बाद अनसीजनल रेन हो गई या गर्मी पड़ गई, कुछ भी हो गया, अगर AY/TY कम हो गया, उसका हक ये कैसे छीना जा सकता है? दूसरा फार्मर का प्रश्न है। मैं तीसरे क्वेश्चन पे आता हूं, और तीसरा तो मेरे को आज तक खुद ही समझ में नहीं आया, सच पूछिए तो। एक आदमी रहता है, उसका AY/TY के आधार पर खेत को काट दिया जाता है और बाहर स्प्रेड कंडीशन में डाल दिया जाता है। 50% उसका यील्ड लॉस है, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस उसका 20% हो जाता है। आप उसको कहते हो 200 रुपये हुए, लेकिन क्या करते हो, इस 200 रुपये को यील्ड लॉस से घटा देते हो। यील्ड लॉस और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस कभी भी किसी भी तरीके से, किसी भी लॉजिक से घट नहीं सकते, क्योंकि जो लॉस हो चुका है उसको एस्टिमेशन हो चुका है, और जो भी बाहर आया है उस पे उसका एक्स्ट्रा लॉस है, इसमें कोई डिबेट भी नहीं हो सकती। लेकिन क्या है, हम इसको भी घटा देते हैं। तो इन कंसर्नों को देखते हुए ये फार्मर के कंसर्न्स थे, इनको कैसे आगे टैकल किया गया है मैं बताऊंगा। इसके बाद आप ये जानते हैं कि लोगों के और भी कंसर्न है इसमें, जैसे कि स्टेट का रहता है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी पेमेंट में डिले करती है। डिले के बहुत से कारण हैं, डिले के हम भी कारण हैं, वो भी कारण हैं, डिले के प्रोसीजर प्रॉब्लम भी हैं। तो अगर आप देखें तो एक तो मेरे को जो इतने सालों के अनुभव से लगा इसमें, एक तो कन्फ्लिक्ट का जो प्रॉब्लम है ना, इसको सॉल्व जल्दी नहीं होता। कन्फ्लिक्ट जो मेजर कंसर्न रहता है, अभी भी देखते हैं कि पुराने कुछ अभी तक पड़े हुए हैं 2018 के 19 के, जिसका कन्फ्लिक्ट का कभी रेजोल्यूशन ही नहीं होता। दूसरा आप जानते हैं सब्सिडी मैनेजमेंट में, इसमें क्या कहें, मतलब हम ही प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। देखिए कितना अजीब है कि जिसने इंश्योरेंस कराया है, जिस आदमी ने, सबसे पहले प्रीमियम उसने दिया है। देखा जाए तो सबसे पहला अधिकार बनता है फार्मर का कि उसको क्लेम दिया जाए, और सबका ड्यूटी है कि अपने अपने प्रीमियम दें। लेकिन सब्सिडी प्रीमियम केस में के कारण बहुत सी क्लेम डिले होते हैं। गाइडलाइन का नॉन एडहेरेंस तो कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट नियम की इतनी मोटी किताब कर चुकी है, NAIS 20 पन्ने में लिखी थी तो आज इतनी मोटी किताब हो चुकी है। इतना लिखने के बावजूद भी चीज़ें और कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गई और फंसती चली जा रही हैं। तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को तो यही नहीं समझ में आता कि और क्या लिख दें कि ठीक हो जाए, तो कौन सी किताब लिख दी जाएगी और ठीक हो जाए। इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के कंसर्न हैं, उनसे पूछा नहीं, उनके कंसर्न मैं जानता हूं क्योंकि मिलता रहता हूं, उनके कंसर्न हैं। A/TY डाटा ने अपना जैसे जैसे क्लेम बढ़ने लगे, जो हमारी पुरानी मेथोडोलॉजी है कि हम 10 ईयर का क्लेम निकालते हैं A/TY के आधार पे जो क्लेम निकालते हैं, A/TY ने अपना सिग्निफिकेंस खो दिया है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। जब से लोकलाइज पैरल में चीज़ों में क्लेम आने लगे तो पैसा तो लोकलाइज में जाने लगा, और कुल मिला के वो सीरीज का ज़्यादा मतलब रहता नहीं है। सीरीज से अब आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि लॉस कॉस्ट यही है या लॉस रेशियो यही है। इस पे रीथिंक की ज़रूरत है कि अब हम एक्चुअल लॉसेस को कैसे दिखाएं, क्योंकि जो हम टेंडर में 10 ईयर का डाटा लगा रहे हैं वो केवल इंडिकेटिव रह गया है, रियल पिक्चर को वो नहीं दिखाता। अब एक लोकलाइज का इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का प्रॉब्लम है, हर चीज़ परसेप्शन पे चल रही है। लोगों ने कह दिया कि इंटीमेशन मतलब क्लेम, हमने ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बना दिया है कि इंटीमेशन मतलब क्लेम, अगर 20 लोग मिलकर इंटीमेशन दे दो पक्का क्लेम। तो अगर मैंने आपको पहली स्लाइड दिखाई थी, बड़ा क्लियर है, इंडिकेटर बड़े क्लियर हैं कि लोकलाइज क्या है, लेकिन लोकलाइज क्या है और क्या हो गया इसमें बड़ी दिक्कत है। तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का ये पॉइंट जरूर है कि चीज़ें परसेप्शन पे जा रही हैं, ना कि प्रोसीजर से जा रही हैं। ये अंतिम पॉइंट उनका नहीं है, मेरा ही है कि लॉस असेसमेंट का प्रोसीजर का कोई मैनुअल नहीं है। लॉस असेसर के पास डिग्री होनी चाहिए, उसके बाद वो फ्री है देखने के लिए। हमने उसको कभी नहीं बताया कि लॉस असेसमेंट करना कैसे है, देखना क्या है। तो हर लॉस असेसर का अपना अपना सोच है जैसे का, इसलिए इसमें नीड है कि लॉस असेसमेंट के लिए एक प्रोसीजर रखा जाए कि इसमें क्या करना है उसको, क्योंकि हंगामा ज़्यादा था तो डाटा की ज़रूरत पड़ जाती है। जब चीज़ें हंगामे पे आ जाती हैं कि नहीं साहब इससे प्रीमियम भाग जाएगा, तो डाटा रखना ज़रूरी हो जाता है। ये डाटा खरीफ का है, जितना भी ये डाटा मैं बता दूं, क्लियर कर दूं, ये पोर्टल का डाटा है और उन्हीं आयु का डाटा है जिस पे मेरे पास सब कुछ था। हर उस चीज़ को मैंने ड्रॉप कर दिया जहां भी कुछ गैप था। इसीलिए देखा होगा आपने सैंपल साइज लिख रखा है मैंने कि ये डाटा कितने % को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। अगर आप इसमें देखेंगे तो इसमें नो डाउट चीज़ें बदली हैं। खरीफ 18, 19, 20, 21 को अगर आप देखिए तो लोकलाइज और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट का कल्चर बदला हुआ है। जो खरीफ 18 में करीब करीब ये चारों मिलके 1.3% होते थे, वो 2.9% हुए, फिर 5.9% हुए, फिर 37.4% हो गए। लेकिन वहां पे एक ट्विस्ट है। ट्विस्ट ये है कि 37.4% में अगर मैं एक स्टेट को बाहर कर देता हूं तो 4.2% हो जाता है। इसी तरीके से खरीफ 20 में अगर मैं एक स्टेट बाहर करता हूं तो सारे क्लेम मिलकर 2% हो जाते हैं। रबी के एनालिसिस भी देखते हैं। रबी 18 में 9% था, लेकिन अगर आप ग्राफ को देखेंगे तो वो प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग है, तो हम इसको 9% तो नहीं कह सकते। प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग का कॉन्सेप्ट ही बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है। अदर्स क्लेम में उस प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग को मैं नहीं मानता हूं। वो एक तरह का AY/TY है जो ऑलरेडी डिक्लेयर है 0% है। तो उसके बाद रबी 19 में ये 7% हो जाता है, रबी 20 में 3.6% हो जाता है और रबी 21 में 10.2% हो जाता है। कुल मिला के अगर मैं कहूं तो पूरा इम्पैक्ट जो है, जितने भी क्लेम हैं AY/TY के अलावा, मेरे हिसाब से 5% के अराउंड है। जो पूरा भी निकल के आता है, अगर इसमें से बहुत चीजें घटा जोड़ दीजिए आप, लेकिन मोटा मोटी अभी तक सिनेरियो एक छोड़ के 5% का आता है। तो जो भी मैं बात कह रहा हूं वो 5% की कह रहा हूं, बाकी चीजें इंटैक्ट हैं। जहां भी रूल चेंज करेंगे केवल 5% पे रूल चेंज कर रहे हैं। आगे चलते हैं। ये स्लाइड मेरे समझ में कभी नहीं आई, सच पूछिए तो। स्टेट का नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन अगर इसको देखें तो लगता है कि AY ने अपना सिग्निफिकेंसी खो दिया। जब मैंने अप्रूव AY/TY पे क्लेम निकाला तो 956 करोड़ का क्लेम मिलता है मेरे को, और उस स्टेट में 3515 करोड़ का पेमेंट हुआ, लोकलाइज 2400 करोड़ का पेमेंट हुआ। ऐसा पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, टेक्निकली पॉसिबल नहीं है कि किसी 2400 करोड़ का लोकलाइज पेमेंट हो जाए, क्योंकि देखिए 2400 करोड़ एक ह्यूज अमाउंट है। अगर 2400 करोड़ का पेमेंट हुआ है, इसका मतलब वहां पे AY गिरनी चाहिए, लेकिन AY नहीं गिरी। AY देखिए इंटैक्ट 956 करोड़ पे है और क्लेम जो है 3500 करोड़ चला गया। ये सब चीजें भी दिखाती हैं कि हमको कहीं ना कहीं लूप होल है। मैं तो कहता हूं कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, हम ये वाला बिल बंद करते हैं तो चूहा उस बिल से भाग जाता है, वो वाला बंद करते हैं चूहा उस बिल से भाग जाता है। तो ये एक नया है, ये बिल्कुल नया, और मतलब ये चिंता का विषय भी है कि अगर स्कीम ऐसे चलेगी तो कोई भी चीज इसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकती। इसको भी हैंडल करने का हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया है। मैं आगे बताऊंगा इसको कैसे हैंडल करेंगे, कैसे इन सब कहानियों को, एक आदमी को कैसे अधिकार दिया जाए और इन सब चीजों को कैसे रोका जाए। दो चीजें हैं इसमें बस, कि फार्मर को अपना सही राइट देना जो उसके लोकलाइज में है, और इन चीजों को कैसे रोका जाए। ये मैथमेटिक्स केवल इसी के ऊपर है। यहां पे आता है री इंजीनियरिंग। मैं कहता हूं मेथोडोलॉजी की री इंजीनियरिंग की गई। फिर इन सब प्रॉब्लम को देखते हुए पूरी मेथोडोलॉजी की री इंजीनियरिंग की गई। किसी भी री इंजीनियरिंग के बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स बड़े छोटे होते हैं, मैं कंफ्यूज किसी को नहीं करूंगा। आप अंदर गुणा भाग कितना भी कहिए, बेसिक प्रिंसिपल केवल 1 लाइनर होता है। इसमें भी केवल 2 ही लाइन है प्रिंसिपल की। पहली लाइन यह है कि सम इंश्योर्ड का ग्रेजुअल रिडक्शन होगा, पहला है, और दूसरा है कि इंडिविजुअल तब तक इंडिविजुअल ट्रीट होगा जब तक कि वो एरिया में ना आ जाए। जहां एरिया अप्रोच में इंडिविजुअल आया वो एरिया में चला जाएगा। अगर इस 2 फंडामेंटल्स को आप समझ जाते हैं तो पूरी री इंजीनियरिंग को इसको समझ जाएंगे। मैं फिर से क्लियर करता हूं कि पूरी सीटें इसी फंडामेंटल पे बेस हैं। इंडिविजुअल को इंडिविजुअल का अधिकार दिलाने के लिए किया गया, जो शुरू में मैंने आपको एग्जाम्पल दिए थे कि फार्मर को दिक्कत क्या है, इसीलिए इंडिविजुअल ट्रीट किया जाएगा इंडिविजुअल जब तक कि वो बाइड स्प्रेड का पार्ट ना बन जाए। अगर वो बाइड स्प्रेड का पार्ट बनेगा तो वो बाइड स्प्रेड में जाएगा, ना कि इंडिविजुअल रहेगा। और दूसरा, सम इंश्योर्ड घटेगा। अब मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल देता हूं। इसमें मैं 1 बाय 1 चलूंगा कि 11 सीटें हैं, बहुत तेजी से चलूंगा। प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग में जो ए लिखा है वो पहले की मेथोडोलॉजी है, जो बी लिखा है वो नई मेथोडोलॉजी जो प्रपोज किया है वो है। ए जब कभी भी प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग होगी दोनों मेथोडोलॉजी में कोई अंतर नहीं होगा, यील्ड लॉस में कोई अंतर नहीं होगा। ये मैथमेटिक्स है, उसमें आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं मोटा मोटा आपको बता रहा हूं। इस पूरे मैकेनिज्म से यील्ड लॉस और प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग में कोई अंतर नहीं होगा। इसमें है मिड सीजन एडवर्सिटी एंड यील्ड लॉस, इसमें भी कोई अंतर नहीं होगा। वैसे भी लोगों को कंफ्यूजन रहता है, मिड सीजन जो है क्लेम नहीं है, क्योंकि इसमें आप कोई क्लेम नहीं देते, कंपनसेशन टाइप का देते हैं जिसको बाद में एडजस्ट करते हैं, तो इस पे भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। आगे चलते हैं। यील्ड लास्ट एंड पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट, इसमें एग्जाम्पल दिया है हमने, इसमें ज़्यादा अंदर देखने की जरूरत नहीं, सीधा सीधा बता देता हूं आपको कि जो हमने पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट को यील्ड के साथ मिला कर रखा है वो टोटली रॉन्ग है, उस पर कोई डिबेट हो ही नहीं सकती। तो जो भी पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट जब भी आएगा इस नई मेथोडोलॉजी में क्लेम बढ़ेगा, इसमें कोई डिबेट नहीं है। और पिछले में पता नहीं कैसे हो गया, क्योंकि कोई लिंकेज ही नहीं है, यील्ड और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट में कोई लिंकेज नहीं है। मैं इन सीटों को आप लोग देख लीजिएगा, प्रेजेंटेशन आप लोगों को मिल जाएगा, मैं इतना समय, मैं अंतिम सीट पे आता हूं बस। ये अंतिम सीट इस चीज को बताती है कि इंडिविजुअल कब इंडिविजुअल रहता है और कब वो एरिया अप्रोच का पार्ट हो जाता है। इसमें ये प्रपोज्ड है कि अगर 25% से ज्यादा लोगों ने एरिया अप्रोच में लोगों ने अगर कंप्लेन किया कि उनका लॉस हुआ है, तो वो एरिया अप्रोच में चला जाएगा और वो ए/वाई से ही घटेगा। मैं फिर क्लियर कर दूं, जहां पे सबसे बड़ा कंफ्यूजन खड़ा है कि कोई भी इंडिविजुअल तब तक इंडिविजुअल है जब तक उसकी आयु का क्लेम 25% से नीचे है, अफेक्टेड एरिया 25%। अगर 25% से ऊपर है तो वो चला जाएगा मेन में। इसीलिए जो ये प्रॉब्लम अपनी है, ये देखिए, ये जो प्रॉब्लम थी, ये प्रॉब्लम आई ना होती, देखिए ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई होती, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता था। ये प्रॉब्लम इसीलिए आई कि लोकल क्लेम बिल्कुल अलग भाग गए और ए/वाई ने साथ छोड़ दिया। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि इस पूरे एक्सरसाइज का केवल एक मतलब है कि जो फार्मर के राइट्स हैं, इंडिविजुअल राइट्स की बात हो रही है, ग्रुप ऑफ फार्मर्स की राइट की बात नहीं हो रही है, इंडिविजुअल राइट्स को उनको क्लेम दिया जाए। ये आपके केवल इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए मैंने सीट लगा दी थी। ये देश का पूरा आज तक का प्रीमियम है, कब किस में रहा। थैंक यू। आप क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं, इसीलिए मैंने आपको जगह दी है। जी हाँ सर, आप ही शुरू करिए।
दो चीज़ें इसमें कि आइडिया तो बहुत अच्छा है, आइडियलिज्म और ग्राउंड में बहुत फर्क होता है। जब तक आप डिस्क्रिप्शन दोगे, जब तक आपका ह्यूमन इंटरफेस होगा, जब तक कोई बंदा आके वहां कहेगा कि ये सही है अपने जजमेंट से, तब तक ये स्कीम ऐसी चलने वाली है। आप इसमें जो बिल्कुल सही कहे कि एक आप प्लग किया, दूसरा अनप्लग किया, ये होने वाला है, क्योंकि डिस्क्रिप्शन आता है, वैल्यू जजमेंट आता है। अगर जब तक हम इसको निकालेंगे नहीं है, ये चलने वाला नहीं है। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट इसमें ये है कि दो चीज़ें हैं। अब 25% का क्या लॉजिक है? अगर हम कहते हैं यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन जा रहे हैं, अब जहाँ 2 करोड़ फार्मर अप्लाई करेंगे और 25% भी आता है, 10% भी आता है, तो 20 लाख आएंगे। 20 लाख एक असेसमेंट अगर आपको करना है प्रॉपर, तो कम से कम एक फील्ड में जाने के लिए आधा घंटा टाइम उसको देना पड़ेगा, या 20 मिनट भी दिए। आप दिन में एक टीम 20 के ऊपर काम नहीं कर सकती। और वहाँ बंदा कौन है? जिसका जजमेंटल वैल्यू है। अब जजमेंटल वैल्यू पे मेरे को लगा कि ठीक है, उसको लगा, क्योंकि अगर मैं हूँ तो मुझे लगता है ज़्यादा लॉस हो गया, जो दूसरा इंटरेस्टेड पार्टी वो कहेगा बिल्कुल कम लॉस हुआ है। तो ये जो कॉन्फ्लिक्टिंग इंटरेस्ट है ये मैच कभी होंगे ही नहीं। जो सबसे पहला अभी आपको याद होगा, हम ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट की बात करते थे, आज वो बात आजकल 2 साल से कम हो रही है। वो ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट वाला जो चीज़ है फिर से इमर्ज वहाँ होता है जहाँ हम इंडिविजुअल असेसमेंट की बात करते हैं। मुझे कम मिला इसका गम नहीं है, सामने वालों को ज़्यादा क्यों मिला। मुझे अगर 10 भी मिला तो मुझे गम नहीं है, सामने वालों को 100 क्यों मिला। तो मुझे ये लगता है क्योंकि इसका असेसमेंट की सिस्टम जो है वो प्रॉपर नहीं होती है, ये थोड़ा सा हमें देखना चाहिए पूरे सिस्टम में। अगर हम इसको एड्रेस करें तो मुझे लगता है इंडिविजुअल अगर असेसमेंट की वजह से, क्योंकि वो उसको लगता है कि मेरे साथ में अन्याय हुआ है, क्योंकि अगर सामने वालों को बाउंड्री को 100 मिला है तो मुझे भी 100 मिलना चाहिए। तो ये 25%, 1%, 5% ये मैजिक फिगर से हम काम नहीं कर सकते। हमें यही देखना है कि इंडिविजुअल असेसमेंट की कोई सिस्टम जब तक आप रखोगे इसमें ऐसा ही होने वाला है। सो माय सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट, प्लीज़ सीरियसली रीथिंक दिस। सेकेंडली, इसमें आपका जो असेसमेंट क्लेम नहीं बढ़ेगा, प्रीमियम नहीं बढ़ेगा, ये इंश्योरेंस कंपनी मेरे से ज़्यादा बता सकते हैं। अगर कोई इंश्योरेंस अगर इसमें से कोई बताएगा कि इस पर हाँ ये अगर गारंटी हमें मिलती है, क्योंकि अगर हम जा रहे हैं यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन के लिए, अब इसमें 1% भी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है तो हमारे तो पूरे के पूरे वो हो जाएंगे। और किसके लिए 99% कवर हो रहा, कोई कोने में खड़ा है उसके लिए अगर हम इसको कर रहे हैं कोई एक कोने में, तो मुझे लगता है दैट विल बी बेसिकली ये वो कॉर्नर पॉइंट में बैठा है जो होने वाला है, लेकिन उसके लिए फिर कॉस्ट बहुत जाएगी, ये हमें देखना है। सो माय सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट सीओ साहब से भी है और आपसे भी है, ये इस कंसेप्ट को बड़ा सीरियसली थिंकिंग। हम मॉर्निंग को सेक्रेटरी सर कहते हैं इसको और सिंप्लीफाई कीजिए, जितना आप सिंप्लीफाइड करोगे उतना ये स्कीम ज़्यादा चलेगी। अब इसको हम और कॉम्प्लिकेटेड कर रहे हैं। मेरी सबमिशन ये है कि प्लीज़ इसको कीजिए। कोई इंश्योरर बताए इसके बारे में कि क्या इसका प्रीमियम में क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा।
सर, यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन के बाद सर्वेइंग पॉसिबल ही नहीं है मैनुअल, ये तो बड़ा क्लियर फैक्ट है।
अभी तो हम जा रहे हैं
टोटली टेक्नोलॉजी पे, इस पे कोई डिबेट ही नहीं है। और जो आज भी प्रैक्टिस है उसमें भी प्रॉक्सी इंडिकेटर पे जाना चाहिए, वेल डिफाइंड प्रॉक्सी इंडिकेटर। और कोई क्वेश्चन? हाँ,
इसमें मैं थोड़ा सा ऐड करता हूँ। जैसा कि ऑलरेडी सर का कंसर्न रहता है कि फार्मर्स का हम पक्ष को हमेशा रखें, आज भी सर पक्ष रख रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरा थोड़ा सा इसमें है कि कहीं ना कहीं हम प्रेजेंटेशन और अदर चीज़ें रख रहे हैं, उसमें मोरल हजार्ड का इशू जो है, हम डिफिनीशन और जो पर्पस था उससे कहीं हम अलग हट गए हैं, इसके कारण से कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। जहाँ तक हमें इंस्टीट्यूशनल मेमोरी है, उस मेमोरी के आधार पर मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये जब हमारे पास जितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था और जो डिमांड आया था उसके बीच में हम लोग ने कोशिश किया था कि कैसे कैसे हम इसको यील्ड असेसमेंट को हम फील्ड लेवल की ओर जाएं। बहुत क्लियर है कि हम NIS में जो था हम केवल फील्ड का करते थे, स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप का, ना उसमें पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस था और ना प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग था। प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस बहुत क्लियर है, जिसमें कहीं किसी कंफ्यूजन नहीं है कि ये क्या चीज़ें हैं। वो अभी एज सच इसमें नहीं आया है, लेकिन कंफ्यूजन 2 चीज़ों में आ गई है जो मेजर चीज़ें हैं। जैसा सर ने बोल रहे थे कि मिड सीजन एडवर्सिटी में इम्पैक्ट नहीं है, हाँ हम मानते हैं कि है इम्पैक्ट है, उसमें भी कुछ स्टेट्स में इस तरह की इम्पैक्ट आई है और ख़ास करके लोकलाइज्ड कैलेमिटी में इम्पैक्ट है। डिफिनीशन और अगर हम काउज समझेंगे तो शायद हम मोरल हजार्ड और उनके लॉस असेसमेंट मेथोलॉजी को बहुत क्लियर डिफाइन कर सकते थे। आप अगर 16 का अगर आप गाइडलाइन देखेंगे उसमें हम बहुत डिफिनेशन दिया गया है, हर एक पेरिल्स का डिफिनेशन डाला गया है। 2022 के गाइडलाइन में चूंकि उस टाइम प्रॉब्लम आया था कि हम जो है इसको मास में आ रहा है हमारे पास, तो मास में हम कैसे इसको रिड्रेसल करें, तो ये सारे चीज़ें हैं कि जैसे जैसे प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी उस तरह से किया गया था। 2 चीज़ें बड़ा लोकलाइज्ड में ये चीज़ें थॉट था उस टाइम भी और शायद अभी भी थॉट होगा कि हम जब एरिया बेस्ड क्रॉप जो कंप्रहेंसिव इंश्योरेंस करते हैं जिसमें सारे पेरिल्स हैं, उस टाइम ये थॉट आया था कि कुछ ऐसे पेरिल्स है अगर हम उसको खेतवार की ओर ले जा रहे हैं, हम इंश्योरेंस यूनिट को घटाना है, बेसिस रिस्क को घटाना है, तो हम नीचे हम खेतवार की ओर बढ़ेंगे। तो उसमें ये आया था कि हमें पेरिल्स आइडेंटिफाइड करना है, तो पेरिल्स जो हम लोग ने पहले किया था 3 पेरिल्स था, फिर ऐड हुआ 2 पेरिल्स और कि हम इसको 5 पेरिल्स है। तो ये पेरिल्स जो है वो आइडेंटिफाइड करता है कि हाँ ये लोकलाइज कैलेमिटी में आया। तो जब हम लोग ने उस टाइप डिफिनीशन आ गया कि ये पेरिल्स लोकलाइज के लिए होगा, खेतवार आकलन होगा, इसका एरिया अप्रोच में भी आ सकता है। तो उसके बाद 20 में आप गाइडलाइन में देखेंगे कि सैंपल सर्वे की इसमें डाला हुआ है कि सैंपल सर्वे हम किस तरह से करेंगे, मास चीज़ है। तो अभी भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, टेक्नोलॉजी से भी रिड्रेसल हो रही है। और जहाँ तक ये जो प्रीमियम लोडिंग है और अदर है, मैं सर से एग्री करता हूँ कि अगर आप सारी चीज़ों को आप देखेंगे, रियल चीज़ समझेंगे, तो मैं भी मानता हूँ कि प्रीमियम में लोडिंग नहीं होनी चाहिए इस चीज़ों का। लेकिन चीज़ों को स्ट्रीमलाइन करने की ज़रूरत है, रीथिंक करने की ज़रूरत है और बहुत क्लियर कट देना है कि हम इसको लॉस असेसमेंट के करें। लॉस असेसमेंट मेथोलॉजी जो ऑलरेडी कंसर्न है, हम लोग 2 साल से देख रहे हैं कि ये बहुत सब्जेक्टिविटी आ गया, इंडिविजुअल हो गया। जो हम लोग ने डाला भी था कि हाँ इस तरह की चीज़ें होनी चाहिए, उसकी टेम्पलेट वगैरह, तो एक पार्ट तो हम लोग टेम्पलेट वगैरह बना ही रहे हैं। तो टेम्पलेट हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो और अदर हो, ये 2 चीज़ें के बीच में बड़ा क्लियर करना पड़ेगा कि इंडिविजुअल लॉस असेसमेंट किस पेरिल्स के लिए होगा और किस लेवल तक में हम उसको इंडिविजुअल रखें और किस लेवल तक का हम इसको वाइड स्प्रेड में कन्वर्ट करें। ये एक थॉट की विषय है।
थैंक यू सुनील, बड़ा लंबा समझा दिए, हम दोनों बाद में बात करेंगे इस मुद्दे पे। मिश्रा जी जल्दी से पूछ लीजिए।
थोड़ा सा मैं इस टॉपिक से हट के बोलूँ, लेकिन सब्जेक्ट यही है। टर्मिनोलॉजी का अंतर होता है सर। एक तो हमारे स्टेट में लोकलाइज या पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट वगैरह का समस्या ज़्यादा नहीं है। एक समस्या जरूर जाती है कि यदि आपने जिसके लिए रखा हुआ है तो उसका यदि इंटीमेशंस आई हैं तो उनका सर्वे हो। दूसरी चीज़ का रबी में एक प्रॉब्लम जाती है कि यदि किसान इतना आपकी टर्मिनोलॉजी को नहीं समझता, वो यदि बेमौसम बारिश लिख दिया कि बारिश से नुकसान हो गया तो वो सर्वे ही नहीं होगा। ये बोला जाएगा कि इसमें इनंडेशन का भर है। तो इन चीज़ों का कॉमन उसमें होना चाहिए। ये थोड़ा सा सुझाव है मेरा।
प्रॉक्सी इंडिकेटर होने चाहिए क्लियर कट, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। जो मिस हो रहे हैं
ये क्लियर होना चाहिए,
जो मिस हो रहे हैं,
और सर्वे मस्ट होना चाहिए।
हाँ, प्रॉक्सी इंडिकेटर होने चाहिए। थैंक यू। किसी और को कुछ पूछना हो तो मैं खाली करूं मंच।
मैं कानाराम, कमिश्नर एग्रीकल्चर फ्रॉम राजस्थान। सर आप ही के जो बिंदु थे उस पर बेसिकली मैं ऐड ऑन करना चाहूँगा। बेसिकली जो सोइंग फेलियर वाला क्लॉज है जिसमें हम 25% पे पॉलिसी को टर्मिनेट कर लेते हैं, इसको लेकर फील्ड में बहुत इश्यूज आते हैं। बिकॉज इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का हमेशा इंटरेस्ट रहता है कि 25% पे टर्मिनेट हो जाए। हाउएवर जो फार्मर की जो मेजर कॉस्ट होती है, चाहे बुआई हो, सीड हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, ये तीनों ही वो यूज़ कर चुका होता है। तो आई थिंक इसको 25% की कैप को बढ़ा के हमें 40% के आसपास ले जाना चाहिए, सो दैट एक बैलेंस इसमें रह सकता है। सेकेंडली, जो आपने लोकलाइज और पीएच की बात कही है, राजस्थान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखें तो आज से 3 साल पहले जो खरीफ और रबी में लोकलाइज इंटीमेशन आते थे वो लगभग 1.5 से 2 लाख के आसपास आते थे। और इस साल और लास्ट ईयर हम देखें तो 12.5 लाख इंटीमेशंस, मतलब 7 लाख के आसपास खरीफ में और 5.5 लाख के आसपास रबी में आते हैं। और जैसा अभी सर ने कहा है कि इसमें इंश्योरेंस कंपनी की एक बहुत बड़ा एक्सपेंडिचर इन्वॉल्व होता है इन टर्म ऑफ द सर्वे। और चूंकि ये मैनुअली होता है, डिस्क्रिशनरी होता है, तो इसको लेकर बहुत सारे नीचे जो है बेसिकली इश्यूज पैदा होते हैं, अनरेस्ट पैदा होते हैं। तो आई थिंक जो प्रॉक्सी इंडिकेटर्स है, चूंकि अब यस टैक में और विंड्स में हम हर जीपी लेवल पर ARG पे जा रहे हैं, हम लोग थर्मल सेंसर वहाँ पे लगा रहे हैं, तो क्यों नहीं इस लोकलाइज वाले क्लॉज को भी हम लोग इन प्रॉक्सी और टेक्निकल इंडिकेटर के आधार पे करें। थैंक यू।
नहीं, बिल्कुल हम लोग इस पे ग्रिड पे काम कर रहे हैं और जरूर जोड़ेंगे इसको। और जहाँ तक रही आपकी वो वाली बात, क्या कहते हैं, प्रिवेंटेड सोइंग, हमेशा कन्फ्यूजन रहा। 2016 में मैं लिख रहा था, बस मैं तो इसका उद्देश्य केवल एक लाइन का था कि फार्मर आया, 15 दिन में हुआ, 15 दिन में पेमेंट दिया, बाहर हो गए। अगर वो स्टैंड करता है तो ऑब्वियस है प्रीमियम हमने 100% का दे रखा है। थैंक यू। इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ने कोई सवाल नहीं पूछा, या तो सहमत या पूर्णतः सहमत है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री गजेंद्र जी। So moving on to our next session, lightning session 2, approach to universal coverage by Shri C. Hari Kiran, Commissioner Agriculture, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
How to move the slide? This one? Good afternoon. I know all the post-lunch sessions are quite heavy, but I'll try to keep it as light as possible. I thank CEO PMFBY, Ritesh sir, for giving our state and myself this opportunity to make this presentation. So we have implemented universal coverage. We have been implementing universal coverage since last 3 years in Andhra Pradesh. And this is the first year we have combined our scheme with PMFBY. We went to PMFBY, in fact, sir and secretary sir, both of them came to our state and they said, on your terms, please join into PMFBY scheme so that many farmers as well as the state can be benefited. So this is the first year where we combined ourselves with Government of India, and the scheme in Andhra Pradesh is our state scheme plus PMFBY. So coming to the presentation, so this is an introductory part where we have 3 seasons in Andhra Pradesh, and gross area sown is about 72 lakh hectares. And if you take the net area, then it is about close to 58 lakh hectares. And we grow, it's everything combined. 72 is agriculture, horticulture, sericulture, agroforestry. Everything combined is 72 lakh hectares. And coming to the irrigation part, 55 to 60% is irrigated area in our state, and 40 to 45% is unirrigated, and it's completely rain-fed. So with this introduction, I would like to go into the actual part of the presentation, what is universal, how we are able to do it. In order to do universal scheme, there is a bit of business process re-engineering required in implementation of digital crop survey, implementation of insurance, because in the morning presentations and panel discussions, there was a lot of talk about transparency, intimation to farmers, and communication with farmers, bringing everything into one portal, one platform, so seamless communication and all these kind of things, and foolproof also to make a good connect with insurance companies for less premium. It should be as transparent as possible. And coming to that part of the implementation in Andhra Pradesh, before covering this topic of universal coverage in Andhra Pradesh, I would like to tell our business process. How do we go about our business process in just 5 minutes? So we have a software application called eCrop. The mandate of this application is to record each and every crop sown in the state digitally with lat longs and a photograph. So we have 10,000 Raitu Bharosa Kendras. Many states have visited our state, including Government of India, to study how these 10,000 Raitu Bharosa Kendras in our state, manned by agriculture graduates, horticulture graduates, sericulture graduates, how do they go about in serving the farmers. So a village agriculture assistant in every village who is a government employee, young graduates, about 20, 25 years of age, that's all. So they have been recently recruited about 2 years back. They go and survey each and every parcel exactly like what is shown in the photograph. So they take the photo of the farmer along with the crop sown. So this is done all the 3 seasons in a year, and every parcel of land, this is captured. So all the 3 seasons, and this is the single source of truth we consider for all our schemes, not only crop insurance, so but for our procurement operations, for our interest-free crop loans which we have in Andhra Pradesh, and if any natural calamity occurs, then we give some input subsidy to the farmers. This is the only way any agriculture scheme, anything, farm mechanization, anything you do, this is mandatory. This e-crop booking is mandatory, without which we don't ground any kind of agriculture scheme in our state. And this is integrated with Webland, which is our farmers database. So all the farmers, we have digital database of farmers, which is integrated. Based on that platform, we build this digital crop survey. So we do a joint ajmaish, joint inspection, revenue and agriculture departments get involved. Like I said, lat longs are covered. And after each and every photo is taken, lat long is captured, the basic details are entered, 2 functionaries, one from agriculture department, second from revenue department, both do their biometric authentication. It goes to Aadhaar server, they put their biometrics, which gets authenticated with Aadhaar server, and it's a kind of signature by the authorities, by the people on the field. Then we approach the farmer. That is the 5th step. We approach the farmer, we show him this data. So this is the data, we captured your crop, this is the date of sowing, this is irrigated, this is unirrigated, and finally we take their biometrics. So again it is Aadhaar authenticated. So there are 3 biometrics done before a crop is actually, the area, everything, the name of the crop, everything is frozen. There are 3 biometrics, 2 of officials and 1 is of farmer. So only after the farmer biometric authentication is done, the record is sealed. So this is how we do it in Andhra Pradesh. And the seasons, different land types, different kinds of crops, different kinds of crop categories, and we do it not only for landowners, but also for tenant farmers, also for cultivators. So, and we do it for forest land farmers also. You know ROFR Act. So we have forest land being cultivated by tribals in the Scheduled 5 areas. We do it for them also. So these are, after doing this entire thing, we do supervisory checks. So randomly we allocate records to all the supervisory authorities, right from district level, district collector. You can see one of the collectors in Bapatla district, a photograph where she is going on inspection. Randomly the data is picked up based on some artificial intelligence. Okay, this crop, more than 80% of normal area is sown this year, or more than 100%. There is some abnormality. Is E-crop right or wrong? So those kind of data we pick up and we give it right from block level officer to district collector. We give them particular percentage and all of them go on an inspection and they do it. And and if there are any discrepancies, everything is electronically recorded. After electronic record, then we correct those discrepancies even. So, and for orchard crops, we do a locking period. Suppose there is a mango plantation. Mango plantation is about it will last for about 15 years. So once a mango is booked in e-crop, you can't book that crop at least for next 15 years. First example, you have a banana. Banana, once e-crop booking is done for banana, for next 2 years you can't, in that survey number, you can't book any other crop. And there are exceptional scenarios, like if there is a natural calamity, if there is a flood, if there is a cyclone, suppose the banana plantation gets damaged, then we have built in an exception category where they have to record reasons and tell, yes, because of cyclone, this entire crop is gone in 6 months. So then only we activate the option of, we unlock that orchard crop option. So we have fixed a particular period for each and every crop type, banana this much, coconut this much, mango this much area, this much, this is the timeline. So we have fixed for, so we have a locking option. So every year, this e-crop booking, every year the extent to be booked, actually normally it comes down. Because anyways you have the locking kind of clause in that. So after supervisory checks and all, we do a social audit. So this is how the social audit, because you know farmer, we send them a digital message, SMS, which we call digital acknowledgement. Then we put these lists, draft lists, that this is the one. So we have 10,000 RBKs in every village, these lists are displayed, and these lists are read out in a Gram Sabha, because even though you do digitally, you send messages, people may say, I'm not aware of it. People may say, my phone number is changed. People may say, I am not aware, and after the claims get released, usually they make a hue and cry, I am not covered and all. So we do this in our RBKs. We display the list, we take grievances. Grievances of the farmers are also electronically recorded. So not only supervisory check of the officers, grievances are also electronically recorded. We then display the list, we do a Gram Sabha. There's a small 30-second video, which I want to, this is one of the videos of the 10,000. So we have 10,000 every year, we get that into our database, we store them in a pen drive. Tomorrow, any village, if any complaint comes, I can show the farmer the video also. See, a Gram Sabha is done in your village, why didn't you raise this issue then? So that video.
ఈ పంట నమోదు అనేది మనం ఒక 2-3 నెలల నుంచి కూడా మనం చేస్తున్నాం.
and tell them also these many people have submitted the grievances and we have corrected your grievances as well. So this is done. So before a final list of e-crop is published in the villages. So this is just a schematic diagram of how we capture everything. This is a 17-step process. The 17th step ends in Gram Sabha. So this year we are trying to capture two more things. One is whether that photograph which is being taken from within the field of the farmer or not. So that we are working out. Anyways, AgriStack mandates it. So we are working on that, and we have done a pilot in this. Now the present summer season e-cropping is going on. We have picked up 3 villages. We are doing it, and we have integrated with our e-crop, and we are doing it. We are doing with the help of AP State Space Application Center, and now we are trying to incorporate the cropic, like the cropic is being discussed about, cross-checking with crop signature. So artificial intelligence machine will pick up what is this crop and will tally it with what is actually captured in e-crop. So these are the two new introductions which we are doing in e-crop 2023 Kharif, and will be progressing forward. So this is the acknowledgement we give. So I said digital message goes on. So after this Gram Sabha happens, after everything is done, so this is the physical acknowledgement we give to the farmer. We don't have any parallel method of enrollment. Everything that is captured in digital crop survey is insured. So it is automatically insured. So here you can see this is pertaining to one farmer. He has so many land parcels, what he has sown, and you can see the star mark, asterisk mark. So asterisk marks there in the last line we have written your Falana crop, notified crop, here in this case maize, so is covered under free crop insurance scheme of the central and state governments. So that's what we have written in the, so here VAA signs it, farmer signs it, both the signatures, and one copy is kept in the RBK with the village agriculture assistant, a second copy is given to the farmer. So this is his digital crop survey, this is his procurement identity card, this is his crop insurance document. So everything, this single document is everything for him. So this is how we do it. So this cycle right from e-crop booking till this physical acknowledgement is given. So this completes one cycle of e-crop booking, and this is done 3 times in a year for each and every land parcel in the state. So Kharif, Rabi and summer crop. So now going back to the universal coverage part, which is the actual part. Yeah, so after telling our business process, it would be more relevant, now it will be more relevant for you when I compare the model of AP with non-universal coverage. So non-universal coverage, there is lack of awareness on the farmers, and there is premium burden. In our state, we do it free of cost. The farmer share is also borne by the state government. Definitely it increases pressure on our state budget, but that's what the political leadership has taken a call, that farmer share will also be paid by the state government. So the premium burden is there when we ask them to pay. The timelines does not permit 100% coverage. You fix a deadline, you ask bank to do the loany component, non-loany component, you ask the common service center to do it, but nevertheless, never the coverage is 100%. But whereas in AP, entire notified area gets automatically covered under digital crop survey, and once it is covered under digital crop survey, it is automatically covered under crop insurance as well. So there is no such classification as loany, non-loany in universal coverage of AP model, whereas the present model being implemented has non-loany, loany components. So physical verification, even though the present approach being followed in all the other states, you can never do 100% physical verification of the crop. So, but whereas probably Karnataka does that, because they have a different model of voluntarily taking the photograph of the crop and posting it on the app, and as well as some people contract basis, they do the photo capture and all. So, but here a government official does 100% physical verification of the crop. So insurance companies also, now in Andhra Pradesh, they also check that on random basis. So 100% physical verification of the crop is being done by government in AP model. So we have restricted data collection in PMFBY, all our data, whatever NCIP portal is asking, we are capturing that data. Whereas we collect 360-degree data collection is there in AP model, and we ultimately exchange to the extent of data required with NCIP. We have many other fields also. We capture lat long, we capture photograph, and all these things which NCIP and PMFBY portals doesn't mandate. So we do collect data more than what is required. So incidents of over-insurance and area application factor, there is no scope for it in the AP model. So no over-insurance, 100% land record, farmer registry is there, and over that we build digital crop survey. So there is very, I would say, almost nil scope for moral hazard and adverse selection. Aadhaar number is mandatory. So here Aadhaar is mandatory in AP model. Along with it, we do a biometric authentication. So farmer himself confirming that this is my data. Okay, so that is one advantage we have. We go a step ahead. And claim settlement through bank account, loan account, we do an Aadhaar enabled payment. Now it's mandatory even in PMFBY guidelines that it's all Aadhaar payment is mandatory. So whenever the loan component is involved, bank account, it goes to the bank account. Here we do Aadhaar enabled payments only. So farmer can verify his application status through NCIP. So that provision is given. But whereas we do it before everything, like we read the list, we do his biometric authentication, then we read the list, we display the list, and over that we send a digital message, and again give a physical acknowledgement. So all these 5 we do. So it's not only just checking his status or digital message, but we do all these 5 in our model. There is less number of disputes because of that. So add-ons, we don't do any add-ons. This is no frills in AP. We want to keep it simple to execute and simple to understand. That's why we don't do any add-ons and all. It's completely no frills. Only it's based on the parameters which we have notified. So there is no add-ons, no mid-season, no post-harvest and all. So we want to keep it simple. I know farmers would get better benefit, more benefit if these add-ons are there, but we want to keep it simple. That's why we have a no-frills model. So this data transparency and overall risk lowering of this because of by the insurance companies, our premium rates, when the national average is around 13 to 15%, our premium, the premium which we got for 22-23 is 9.8%. And this is when we have floated this tender in August 2022. So if all insurance companies have already exhausted their kitties, so the reinsurers were not in a position to allow them to bid for our state because we were late to enter and we were late to float our tenders. So then we got this at 9.8%. Already it's leaked paper, June, July, August, already the paper was leaked because the season is we are in the process of that season, and you can easily estimate what is going in the field. So in that scenario, we got 9.8%, and probably this will get much lowered in 23-24 tender cycle. So in fact, I would say once we have this business process laid out and very well established, probably it may cost us 20 crore, 30 crore to put this business process, but we can definitely get benefits in the form of lesser premiums during bidding. So always if you can improve your business process, then definitely we will have lesser premium rates by the insurance companies. So this is how we integrate our data: e-crop capture, e-KYC, social audit, digital acknowledgement, sharing final data with GOI, verification by ICs and approval, payment of farmer share and state share to the ICs. So we are now at that step. Verification by ICs is also done. So for Kharif 2022, so now we are in the process of payment of farmer as well as state share to the ICs. So probably before the end of this month or maximum in May first week, we will be paying that because we have to release the claims before June 15th, that's what our government has fixed. Our Honorable CM said before June 15th, the claims should be paid. So definitely we have to deposit the amount, and we are going to do it before May 1st week. And this rest of the data uploading TY/AY to NCIP portal, weather data analysis and settlement of claims before the commencement of next season. So Kharif 22 will be settled before commencement of Kharif 23, that is before June 15th. So this is the cycle we follow in our state. So having said all this, so what is the congenial climate to sow this universal coverage? So I have just it's an abstract of whatever we have discussed now. Digitization of land records and integration with digital crop survey. This is what AgriStack is trying to achieve. So if you implement AgriStack well, then this point is naturally covered. So this is must and should in order to have a universal coverage and keep the process simple and transparent. So you need to have an SOP, good, foolproof SOP in order to, for all the notified crops, and in fact, every crop that is sown, then you will be able to implement universal coverage well. So data transparency to farmers, not only to the farmers, but to the ICs. When these ICs, we have about 6 companies implementing in Andhra Pradesh. When I talk to them, they say our overhead costs. Morning in the panel discussions, there was a company representative who was saying that our burn costs plus overhead costs, this goes into our bidding process. So here in AP, Andhra Pradesh, our overhead costs of the companies have gone much, because it has gone very, very low. It has come to very, very low value, because they need not interact with bankers. There is only one mode of digital crop survey, mode of enrolling the farmers. They need to deploy less manpower. Only thing now insurance companies are doing in Andhra Pradesh is monitor crop cutting experiments. So they are going as per the app, we'll give a pre-schedule, they go and they monitor the crop cutting experiments in the mandal. That is the only thing for which they have deployed the manpower, and they are quite happy with the way it is going on. And I would like to elicit feedback from a couple of insurance companies, at least they would say how it is going in Andhra Pradesh, so that all of you can believe it. So then opportunity to raise grievances and resolve it before policy generation. Like I said, physical acknowledgement. Farmer will carry that physical acknowledgement. That is everything for him. There is no communication by ICs, apart, like they don't communicate with farmers at all. It's state government which communicates. We told in our tender document itself, no parallel communication. It's only communication between government and the farmer. So you only have to sit and see whether everything is being well executed or not. That's all. So minimal and free, minimal share by the farmers, and free, we do free, but I would say it's, we can always put some minimal share by the farmers. Then we can implement this, then it will become more coverage can happen, because we'll save in any way, so we'll save that in our bidding, because less premiums would come in by the companies, will be quoted by the companies. So these are the essential elements: digitized records, land record integration with NCIP, digital crop survey, and you can see Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh have at least 3 out of these 4 components. So I see no reason in these, at least these 5 states can go ahead in implementation or move closer to universal coverage. Definitely there would be some costs. So there will be some costs, and if state government is ready to bear that cost, then definitely these 5 states, and in fact other states as well. So 2 of the 4 criteria are fulfilled even by Orissa, Chhattisgarh, UP, Haryana and Telangana. So these people are very close in achieving what we have already done. Some people in the morning session were asking, what is your coverage? How did you improve after universal? So I forgot to show that. So that slide, I think somehow it got missed. So before universal coverage, our extent of coverage was 23 lakh hectares. After going with this scenario, the coverage became 46 lakh hectares. So it doubled. So the farmers who were being covered initially were around 20 lakh farmers. Now the farmers being covered in universal coverage in Andhra Pradesh is close to 42 lakh farmers. From 20 we have gone to 42 lakh farmers. So you can ask me, in your gross cropped area, how much percentage is insured? So in our gross cropped area, 80% is insured. 80%, so in the morning conference, CEO sir was also telling at least we have to go to 50% coverage. So in Andhra Pradesh, it is 80% it is insured of the gross cropped area. So why the 20% is left over and why we are still calling it universal? Some people morning have asked me, so I want to clarify. We notify crops district wise, and any crop which is grown in more than 1500 hectares in a district, we put it under notified crops list. So 1500 hectares से जो भी ज़्यादा है, we definitely notify it. 1500 hectares से कम में अभी ड्रैगन फ्रूट ले लीजिए, कोई किसी ने ड्रैगन फ्रूट खेती किया, there is no history of field data, there is no historical data in order to do something with it, and that too in very less area it is being sown. So we don't cover. So anything less than 1500 hectares in a district, we don't cover that crop. That's why we left that 20% out. Otherwise, we would have achieved that 100%. So it is, as of now, it is 80% coverage of gross crop area. So I think all the slides are covered, though haphazardly here and there. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Two questions. One, what is your total annual outgo on the in terms of premium payments?
Sir.
And two, is there any risk sharing with the insurance company, or 100% risk coverage is with the insurance company?
Sir, the indemnity, first question, sir. The premium amount initially before we went for universal, farmer share was around 300 crores, sir, and the state share was around 400 crores. So it was 700 crores in total before we went for this universal. Now we anyways are doing free crop insurance, sir. So 300 became 900, sir. So 3 times it has increased, and 400 became 1600. 4 times state share has increased. So 700 became almost 16 plus 9, 2400. So extra, that additional cost has to be borne, sir. So initially we used to bear even the Government of India share, but since we joined PMFBY, so out of this some extent of about 600 to 800 crores, now Government of India is sharing our burden. Initially our extra budget was close to about 1700 crores extras.
The risk sharing with the insurance company? Is there
insurance,
any risk
like you are asking in indemnity levels, sir?
No, in claims, is there any risk sharing? Is there any sharing with the insurance company, or claims is 100% with insurance companies?
Claims are 100%, like we have 70%. I did not get your question, sir.
I think he is asking whether you are following any model, or is it just pure PMFBY?
Pure PMF. We are not in that 60, 80, 110 and 60, 40, those models, sir. It's completely by insurance.
So it is full risk transfer, sir. Full risk.
So whatever claim payment is there, it's 100% done by the insurance company.
Yes, sir.
State doesn't take any risk.
100% insurance companies took.
Actually, I appreciate this is a very good digital initiative. I have just 2 queries. For example,
your queries are difficult to answer, sir.
No. Sir. So there is a 2-acre plot, a farmer. He has grown 1 crop in 1 acre, and 2 crops he is growing.
Yes, sir.
But when go for survey, he says you alter the numbers. So 1.5 acre is 1 crop, half acre is another crop. So how do you take care of this kind of moral hazards or discrepancies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, this is, you are talking about either intercrop or mixed crop kind of?
It's not intercrop. There are 2 crops are being grown on 1 acre of land.
Okay, fine.
Maybe
so,
proportions are 1.5, half or 1 and 1. But when you go for survey,
yeah,
he may change the proportions. Because there is no measurement, just whatever he says you are writing.
Yes, that's true, sir. So what you said is right. So this kind of mechanism, we anyways capture a photograph, we anyways capture lat long. This shall be verified by a supervisory officer. That's why I told you, we are getting two things into it. One is cropping, like crop signature. Every crop has a signature. Even though he is recording, we want to capture that it is right crop or not. But extents, you are talking about extents. Extents is purely what he says and what this officer verifies. So it is only limited to that. So extent, we are checking the overall extent. If he has 2 acres, so definitely it will not go above 2 acres. So it will be either 1 acre, 1.5, 0.5 acres. So that discrepancy which you said, it is only checked manually. There is no way to check it with technology. Probably satellite-based images and these kind of things will put end to such, if any such discrepancies.
Are you using your georeferenced cadastral layer for this survey?
Cadastral layer of?
Georeferenced cadastral layer. Are you using in this?
No, we are, as of now, we are not using that, sir. And this summer, we have tested it in 3 villages. It's working well. So we are yet to analyze the results. After that, from Kharif 2023 onwards, we want to use the cadastral layer.
I think my last query is that this data is very, very valuable. And you can bring a lot of value addition to this data by integrating with the satellite images and other layers.
Yes, sir.
We
True,
can
sir.
do a lot of things with this data.
True, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Murthy Saab was guiding us continuously. Thanks to him. So
my question is regarding the digital agriculture initiative of the Government of India. So in that, one of the challenge which is being faced, that one survey number has suppose 4 farmers. So you go, what you are doing, you go and register the crop of each farmer, or for the entire survey number?
for each farmer we do it, sir. Suppose a farmer owns 3 plots in the same village at different places. Because we have built it over our farmer registry, sir. There is a revenue database, revenue department maintains farmers registry. Over that we have built a layer of digital crop. So this farmer registry says it is at 3 different places. So I go capture here, I go capture there. So it's not whole survey number, it's only land holding wise, farmer wise.
The farmer owns only one survey number. Basically, one survey number belongs to one farmer only.
Yes.
In your case.
Only
Okay.
we don't have multiple ownerships.
Okay.
In our state we
in
have
other,
single.
In other state that is the issue.
Yes, single survey subdivision, single owner.
Okay.
And if father passes away and children have not yet partitioned, we incorporate 2-3 names in our revenue database, but it's kind of a joint ownership. Still, joint ownership can be considered as a single ownership.
Okay. In that case, you only record one crop for that plot.
For that plot, only one. Yes.
Okay.
We don't have multiple.
So, if you permit me, how did you arrive at the rate of 9.8?
Sir?
How did you arrive at that rate of 9.8 that you mentioned, that your final rate was 9.8? And also the fact that you say that you are a late entrant into the scheme, in the sense that it was almost June, July and the report card was already out.
Can I know where the question is coming from?
Can you see me now?
Yeah,
okay,
sir.
fine.
Tell.
So my question was that how did you arrive at that rate of 9.8? And the second thing is that since you were a late entrant, you say that report card was already out. Was it that the 9.8 was the correct rate, or do you think it was still high, given that you already knew with certainty where you're going to land up?
Yeah, 9.8 is by bids only. So we have gone for bids in August 2022 and we got the bids in September 2022. So the average premium we got is 9.8 for all the clusters for yield-based schemes. So we have two schemes, yield-based and weather-based. For yield-based things, yield-based parameter, yield-based PMFBY. So we got 9.8% in the bids. So you are asking me whether it is low or high based on the leaked paper. So we thought 2 of the clusters out of about 7 clusters, for 2 clusters we got more than, it was close to 12-13%. So historically they don't have a good history in terms of moral hazard. We thought that's okay. And rest of the clusters we got 7-8%. And overall we are happy with 9%. Though finance department said no, we should not take it at 9.8, it should be much lower, but somehow we convinced them, and this is the first year we have gone back to PMFBY after 3 years of hiatus. So we said let us do it this year. very scrupulously, and then let us see whether the premium goes down in the coming year or not. So this is how it's by bids only.
Just to one query, it's a weather base is also covered, horticulture crops is also covered under this one?
Horticulture is also covered.
Okay,
So agriculture, horticulture, we don't cover agroforestry, sericulture, sir. Only agriculture, horticulture crops are covered.
So while tendering for the clusters, so you included in cluster both horticulture and the field crop?
Clusters are based on the contiguity. 2-3 districts are brought into one cluster, sir. It's based on contiguity only. And we have combined a high-risk district with a low-risk district while floating tenders. That's how everybody does. So this is the penetration, the slide which I missed. So you can see the gross cropped area, agriculture, horticulture in Andhra Pradesh is 62 lakh hectares. And out of that, 46 lakh hectares has been insured. This is before before universal and after universal. So you can see the scenario. And number of farmers, it was 20 lakh farmers. Now it is close to 52 lakh farmers. The 3 lakh, nearly 3 lakh hectares could not be covered due to non-eKYC. This 46 would have been 50, but like I said, unless farmer comes and gives his biometrics, though we do an e-crop, we electronically capture the data, we notify him so many times, but still we give paper advertisements, we issue press notes, we do a gram sabha, but still he doesn't come and give his biometrics, then it is farmer's risk, not state government's risk. So that's why this 3 lakh hectares, we have left it out. We have not claimed it as insurance covered because the farmer did not come and give biometrics. He did not put his biometric. So otherwise it would have gone to close to 50 lakh hectares.
सर आपके यहाँ ये नो फ्रिल स्कीम है, सिर्फ यील्ड बेस पे है, यदि बीच में कोई इंसिडेंस होता है लोकलाइज या कि मिड टर्म में, तो उसमें फिर कैसे देंगे?
Localized अगर कुछ natural calamities कुछ आए, so then we don't cover it under insurance. We try to cover it parallelly under some other state government. We have SDRF, NDRF norms. Then we try to compensate him for his inputs, or otherwise just do some top up to that norms and give the farmer something parallelly. But we don't cover under insurance.
Sir, I have two questions. What is the sum insured? Have you decided at the district level or the state level for the crop as such? And the second is that what you do about the absentee landlords? There are so many absentee landlords.
That's why, absentee landlords. So this 3 lakh hectares, which I am showing you, probably these are absentee landlords. So these people are not there. And we have tenancy in Andhra Pradesh, officially recognized tenancy in Andhra Pradesh for 11 months. So I, as a landowner, can give, in writing, can give land to you for 11 months in a year. So absentee landlords, either they don't get covered because they are absent, they don't do their biometrics. You can do your Aadhaar authentication through OTP also. But some people, they don't like to give the OTP. So we are unable to do for them. And a part of absentee landlords are covered because there is an official tenancy recognized. So tenants, एक बार वो CCRC कार्ड होता है, क्रॉप कल्टीवेटर राइट्स कार्ड. So हर सीजन के शुरू में वो साइन करके दे देते हैं. So उसके हिसाब से टेनेंट के नाम पे हम e-crop कर देते हैं और वो कवर हो जाता है. That's how absentee landlords are covered. Coming to sum insured, एक बार thank you slide if you can put thank you. So this is it. So you can see some insured, our share is close to 1800 crores and Government of India's share is close to 1100 crores and total premium is close to 3000 crores. Sum insured is 30,000 crores.
No, sir, my question is that sum insured have you decided at a district level for that particular crop? District wide it is vary or it is the universal for the all state for a single crop, just like paddy or jowar?
I did not get your question.
For a paddy crop, you have a differential scale of finance as per the district. So the sum insured for the paddy crop, it is different from district to district or is it the same for the state?
No, it actually depends on district, because see, the sum insured comes, it's all based on cost of inputs, and basically it is based on scale of finance. We link our insured, the amount, the area, the amount that should be insured comes from the scale of finance. Scale of finance differs from one district to another, though not by much, by slightly. Then we average it out at the state level. So at that state level हम average कर देते हैं. Suppose East Godavari district है, वहाँ scale of finance ज़्यादा है, Kadapa district है, scale of finance कम है. We average all the scale of finances and fix one scale of finance which is sum insured at state level.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, okay, if there are no other questions, thank you so much for your patient hearing and many questions. Thank you.
Chala dhanyavadalu, Shri C. Harikiran. So we'll begin with our session 3, which is the panel discussion. The topic would be preparedness of states for new tender cycle vis-a-vis a new provisions proposed in the guidelines, provisions relating to technological and interventions. And the numbers are YesTech wins Cropic. I would like to invite the following dignitaries and panelists for the same. Shri Eknath Davle, Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Jayaswamy, JDA Crop Insurance, Karnataka. Shri Kanha Ram, Commissioner, Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan. Shri C. Harikiran, Special Commissioner, Agriculture, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Shri Prem Chandra Chaudhary, Director, Agriculture, Government of Odisha. And Shri Jagraj Dandi, Joint Director, Government of Haryana. I would request our moderator, Dr. C.S. Murthy, Director, MNCFC, Government of India, to kindly preside over. Thank you. थोड़ी तालियां हो जाए, everyone. Thank you.
All of you and distinguished panelists. And this session is on the preparedness of states for the 3 major technological interventions we are going to kickstart from ensuing Kharif season. How prepared these states are. So before we get into the feedback from the distinguished panelists, we'll have a quick recap at these 3 interventions. So the one is that first one is YesTech. Next slide, please. YesTech is, in a summary, it is a yield estimation using technologies. Our target here is very, very clear: to reduce the dependence on manual system of yield estimation gradually, so as to improve the quality of estimates from 2023 onwards. So these improved estimates will be used for claim assessment and settlements from next season. So the rationale behind STEC is very, very strong. So we did enough exercise. So there are a lot of pilot studies conducted by the ministry, experiences of different states, and so many demonstrations or studies reported by science and technology agencies like Indian Council of Agriculture Research or ISRO. So what we recommend is a blended approach here. The conventional CCE will go as a parallel process. So at least 30% weightage be given to modeled yield under STEC platform, whatever is generated. That is at the discretion of states. It can be 40, 50. So what we say is the 30% is the minimum. So the timelines, seasonality, how this STEC is to be implemented, everything is defined in the manual. And the reporting framework, once the implementation is there, how to report the progress of work from time to time. We have defined certain reporting system. The quick initial study report, mid-season report, end of season. These are all structure is well defined. This has been thoroughly debated with the stakeholders, within the ministry, with the different technology agencies, with ICs, everybody. So as a phase one, based on the preparedness of the states, of course, we have tentatively come up with this kind of coverage for rice and wheat. So these are the states we have initially proposed. So the manual is ready, the manual is out. It has taken place a lot of iterations, lot of improvements. We have seen from multiple perspectives. And everything is self-explanatory. And what we are rolling out is crop model matrix CMM1. Similarly, once we go for next crops, then it goes to CMM2, CMM3, CMM4. So right now we are under STEC CMM1 is a crop model matrix for rice and wheat. So next please. So next is winds. So to augment the infrastructure of weather network observatories and provide good quality weather data under single window digital platform. So you know the weather infrastructure is right now it is skewed. Some states they have a good density and some states their density is very less. So therefore we propose to set up these weather stations wherever the density is less on the rental basis and wherever already such density is available. So there is a provision to buy that data under PMFBY and bring it into a centralized platform and use it for insurance purpose. So here also there is a mechanism has been defined, empanelment of agencies and so on. So the third major intervention is on cropping. This is nothing but gathering additional evidence on crop status through smartphone based field photographs. So this we have again here we have defined the protocol. 10% of the villages have to be land holdings are to be covered. In this 10%, 60% is insured field and 40% is uninsured field. So if you look at it, the STEC, winds and cropping, they complement and supplement each other. So these are all to improve the crop loss assessment system, crop risk assessment system under crop insurance. We are sure that these three major technological interventions, they take PMFBY to the next level from 23 onwards. I am sure you agree with this. So with all these interventions, the scheme becomes more and more transparent. The claim settlements, whatever the risk assessed, is close to the reality. That's what we are targeting. And as a parallel exercise, Ministry is doing the pilot studies for non-cereal crops. Probably next year we will roll out some non-cereal crops like soybean, cotton and so on. So with this brief on the proposed three major technological changes to enhance the operational efficiency and effectiveness of PMFBY, now I would like to take the feedback from states and what is their view and what is their preparedness to embrace these three models, three interventions and accordingly act through the tender documents or whatsoever it may be. I now request Sri Dawale Saab, Principal Secretary Maharashtra, to give his feedback or to give his viewpoints on how the state is prepared. Of course, their experience, Maharashtra's experience and Madhya Pradesh's experience, that is one of the causes for introducing these STEC and all these things, because these two states, they are already very, very proactive, and he has already started for non-rice and non-wheat crops also. Sir, what is your viewpoint?
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Really, it's when we see the journey from 2018 October onward, I mean, it took around 4.5 years when the concept of MyAgritech was conceptualized. He was the pioneer during that whole formation process. So the idea that time was that area estimation and yield estimation and the crop surveillance. Basically, these three were the objective of the whole project. Because there was always a dispute regarding the area under the crop. Because our manpower, our field machinery generally do the survey eyewitness. Now, because of the e-peak pani and this crop survey, it will be more accurate in future. But it also need to be corrected with the satellite images or something third, because what is e-crop survey? It is again a human survey. It is not something non-human. Only you, instead of notebook, you are using a mobile. That's only. The premises doesn't change. Only the instrument change. But when you use the satellite technology with the more refined resolution, you are making it a human interface free. So the issue of this e-crop survey with remote sensing using a machine learning probably give you the accurate and the crop this survey. So when you see this whole project of the STEC, so yield estimation survey and this on the technology base, we need to incorporate that concept also of the area estimation. Probably that will be again of a great helpful in future, though it is only for the yield estimation. Then when you talk about the yield estimation, I mean already 4 or 5 models has been devised. We are using simulation model, but the crop health factor model is a more appropriate one for the other crops also, when the weightage is given on the some percentage. But for the wheat and crop like rice, basically they are not much vulnerable crop. Their performance is more of consistent type. But the crop like as a cotton, cereals, bajra, jowar, you see the soybean, they are more vulnerable crops. So their variability is very high. So for that purpose, we need to ensemble model. I think we need to work on that one. But it is a great initiative this MNCFC has taken under the leadership of Honorable Secretary and Joint Secretary. Only 2-3 points when you go for the cropping linked with the yield estimation. We need to have field machinery on place. In Maharashtra, we had the crop SAP. Basically, we took something around every year for the crop health monitoring, 1 lakh plus pictures, and then we give the advisories. Such system need to be linked with us, because this should not be only used as the PMFBY, because MNCFC has the greater role for this work. So area estimation, yield estimation, crop surveillance, and that will be more helpful on that part. I think that's a good thing. Second, when you talk about the winds, that is also a very great initiative. In Maharashtra, we had around 2,300 weather station. This is automatic weather station. It is a PPP with the SkyMet weather. Since last 2 years, there was an effort from the political leadership that we should go for the weather station at each Gram Panchayat level. But because of volume, we were basically apprehensive that how it will work. But now since we identified something 10,000 plus stations, and we are in the process of installing it, but thanks to the Government of India, Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, you come with this winds type of solution, and it will help us. I think there is only one point at how to procure data, because the whole process of discovery of the price, because in Maharashtra the model was basically linking with the PMFBY and loading the cost on the premium. Here what type of the costing will be there, it's still unclear. Though I had to discuss with the Uday and the team, but still we are not very clear that how we should quote, whether it should be, the quote should be given on the basis of the weather station, or quote should be given on the data, means what, how you will rent the data, how you will get the data, what cost will be of the data, what mechanism is for ensuring that data has been downloaded or the billing is being done properly. I think that nitty-gritty need to be done before giving this one. And my sincere request will be, if you empanel the agencies immediately, it will be of great help for us. So we will go for the tendering, and because before June, we need to establish this center. Thank you. Both initiative will be, again, make this PMFBY more successful, more human interface free, and more reliable, and the trust deficit of the all stakeholder will minimize to this one. Thank you.
So I request Commissioner Agriculture Odisha, because this is really Tech has got immense potential in Odisha, because rice dominant area, and is a low hanging fruit for Odisha. And then I just would like to hear from him what is the preparedness of the state and what kind of help you require from Government of India to take it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Before I discuss about these three IT initiatives, I would like to say a few things what we did this year. This year, like last NRC meeting, it was discussed how to settle all the disputes in the district itself. So we have a DSS application, Decision Support System, where all the field function, starting from the VAWs, Village Agriculture Worker, to Principal Secretary Agriculture, everybody is having access. So we decided parallelly we will monitor all the CCs through this app, and we notified 30 nodal officer for every district, and we have a focused district approach where we used to get maximum disputes. And last year we got around 300 disputes, and because of which the claim settlement took, it got delayed. Then finally GOI was involved, and then the entire issue was settled. This year from 300 we came to 75 disputes only, and then from 75 only 30 disputes are till now non-settled, but in state level technical committee we have also settled them. So finally this year we have no claims. So one parallel CC monitoring app we have developed. Second, we have Krishak farmers registry, wherein 75 lakh farmers database we have, and around 90 parameters we have captured with Aadhaar, seeding, and account details also. We have given the access to all ICs this year. Wherever insurance was more than 5 acre, we requested them please cross-check and verify. So this has also held then for fraudulent registration. One more request we have sent last year, but it was not happened. We requested our Krisak database can be integrated with the NCIP portal, so that before when any farmer registered, if they put their Aadhaar while registering, their entire data we have that will be fetched, and lot of things can be cross-checked while registration. So if this could be accepted this year, this will be also good for our state. And for sir, like this Tech for TIP, before even we got the list, we have decided that ORSAG will be our TIP for this entire implementation, and they have started working on this, and very soon we will be having agreement. And we have also recommended, it's pending for the government approval. NRC we are requesting as a mentor organization for us. And like for wind, sir, you have already shown that in Odisha, the coverage of automatic rain gauge stations and AWS, everything is fine. So there are some gaps we will try to fix up during this cycle. And for these all three technologies, I would say we are almost prepared. Last minute things is happening. So I am very hopeful that we will implement this in true spirit.
So have you picked up, selected any model under S-Tech?
Yeah. We have crop health factor we have decided, and then also we have decided 30% weightage to this.
Yeah, that's great, sir.
Yes.
I think that's great. So now I request Commissioner Agriculture Rajasthan. So under S-Tech also there is you have a lot of huge wheat area.
थैंक यू सर। इससे पहले कि मैं जो तीनों ही पॉइंट हैं यस टेक, क्रॉपिक्स एंड विंड्स, इसके साथ साथ राजस्थान ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं, स्पेशली हम लोग यस टेक में 30% वेटेज देना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन जो 70% पार्ट है क्रॉप कटिंग वाला, हमें पैरेलली उसको भी इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है। लाइक खरीफ 21 के अंदर हमारा जो ऑनलाइन सीसी ऐप के माध्यम से हम लोग करते थे, इट वाज अराउंड 36%, जिसको हमने इंक्रीज़ करके खरीफ 22 के अंदर 88% पे हम लोग पहुँचे हैं। तो आई थिंक ये जो मूव था हमारा कि सीसी ऐप के माध्यम से ही जो है क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट हो, तो इससे ट्रांसपेरेंसी को काफ़ी बढ़ावा मिला। सेकंड सर, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा कि हम लोग एटलीस्ट 25% क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट जो हमारे हाई वॉल्यूम वाले डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं वहाँ हम स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से करें, ताकि सीसी में भी फर्दर जो है वो ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ सके। तो इसको भी मेरे ख्याल से हमें गाइडलाइन में इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। रिगार्डिंग यस टेक, मॉर्निंग में प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी सर हैज ऑलरेडी रेज द इश्यू के अपार्ट फ्रॉम दी सीरियल क्रॉप्स वी हैव टू इनकॉर्पोरेट दी नॉन सीरियल क्रॉप लाइक बाजरा एंड मस्टर्ड एंड ग्राम आल्सो, बिकॉज जैसे ही हम वीट एंड पैडी पे जाएंगे, ऑलरेडी इन राजस्थान जहाँ मॉरल हजार्ड के केसेस ज़्यादा हैं, वहाँ क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस के अंदर वीट का एरिया रिड्यूस हो रहा है एंड ग्राम एंड मस्टर्ड का एरिया बढ़ रहा है। सो इफ विल गो फॉर द 30% यस टेक इन दी वीट, देन देर इज़ ए प्रोबेबिलिटी कि फार्मर अगेन जो है मस्टर्ड और ग्राम की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, बिकॉज दे हैव द श्योरिटी कि यहाँ पर जो है क्लेम डाउन जाने की संभावना रहेगी। तो आई थिंक हमें जो मेजर क्रॉप है स्टेट की उसको भी जो है ये स्टॉक के अंदर जो है इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। दो और पॉइंट थे बेसिकली यस टेक के अंदर जो गाइडलाइन में पढ़ रहा था। हमने जो यस टेक के अंदर जो रिपोर्ट जारी होगी, उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट से कि स्टेट या आईसी इज़ नॉट एग्री, तो दे कैन फाइल एन अपील टू दी मेंटर इंस्टीट्यूट और टू दी यस टेक कमेटी। बट हमने फार्मर को कहीं भी कोई राइट नहीं दिया है। ये इश्यू क्रॉप कटिंग के वक्त भी आता है कि अगर क्रॉप कटिंग के अंदर एसओपी फॉलो नहीं होती है तो आईसी और द स्टेट कैन फाइल द अपील, बट फार्मर हैज़ नो राइट। बट पैरेलली ग्राउंड लेवल पर ये डिमांड आ रही है कि फार्मर को भी हम एक सर्टेन टाइमलाइन के अंदर अपील्स के राइट देने चाहिए। इसी तरीके से जो हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्लीमेंट पार्टनर होगा, उनको क्या क्या रिसोर्सेज की रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी, ये आई थिंक हमारी गाइडलाइन में क्लियरली आना चाहिए, बिकॉज मोस्टली जो हमारे स्टेट रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर है, दे विल एक्ट एज ए टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्लीमेंट पार्टनर। तो वो पहले से ही अपनी तैयारी कर ले, तो ये हमें गाइडलाइन में क्लियर करना चाहिए। फंडिंग पैटर्न आपने क्लियर कर दिया, बट फंड एलोकेशन कितना रहेगा ये अभी क्लियरिटी हमें नहीं है। इट इज़ 90-10, 80-20 एंड 60-40, बट फर्स्ट ईयर हमें कितना फंड मिला, बिकॉज आपने जो कॉस्ट एस्टिमेशन लिया है पर डिस्ट्रिक्ट 6 से 8 लाख के अराउंड जो यस टेक में रखा है, बट एक्चुअल में लाइक स्टेट लाइक राजस्थान जहाँ सिर्फ वीट को आप कंसिडर कर रहे हैं या हम लोग अदर क्रॉप को लेना चाह रहे हैं, तो जीओआई से क्या एक टेंटेटिव फंडिंग एलोकेशन रह सकता है, वो अगर हमें टाइमली कन्वे हो जाएगा तो हम लोग इस पर जल्दी आगे बढ़ जाएंगे। रिगार्डिंग विंड्स, अभी राजस्थान के अंदर 2610 हमारे पास में AWS ऑलरेडी इस्टेब्लिश हैं, और ये हमने थ्रू आउटसोर्स प्राइवेट कंपनी से लगा रखे हैं, जिसके लिए इंश्योरेंस कंपनी एनुअली 12 करोड़ के अराउंड पे करती है। नाउ अंडर दी विंड कंपोनेंट जो हमने गाइडलाइन बनाई है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग जाते तो हमें 11,000 से ज़्यादा तो ARG एंड अराउंड 400 हमें AWS की आवश्यकता रहेगी एंड कॉस्टिंग फॉर दीज टू कंपोनेंट इज अराउंड 100 करोड़. So क्या GOI is able to provide these 100 crore in a first year or we have to go in the phase manner? It should be clarified. Otherwise हमें ये पता नहीं रहेगा कि हमें जब हम टेंडर फ्लोट करेंगे तो फर्स्ट ईयर हमारे पास में कितने ARG होंगे, कितने AWS होंगे. It will be depend on the financial allocation from the government of India. सेकेंड पॉइंट जो हम जिस लेवल पे जा रहे हैं GP लेवल पे ARG को लेकर विशेष तौर पे मेरा कंस्टेंट है बिकॉज इनकी मेंटेनेंस एंड मॉनिटरिंग वुड बी वेरी चैलेंजिंग. जब हम लोग वेदर बेस्ड स्कीम चला रहे थे तब भी ऐसे कई मोरल हजार्ड के केसेस थे जहां अगर बारिश आती तो फार्मर उसको कवर कर देता है. अगर टेम्परेचर सर्दी का मौसम आता है उसमें आइस डाल के टेम्परेचर को जो डाउन कर लेता है. तो ये ऐसे जो टेम्परिंग के इश्यूज हैं इनको विंड्स गाइडलाइन किस तरीके से एड्रेस करेगी एंड इफ पर्टिकुलर ARG के साथ अगर मान लो टेम्परिंग हो रही है तो फिर नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या रहेगा. क्या नियर बाई ARG या नेक्स्ट हायर अथॉरिटी या तहसील और आयु का हम एवरेज लेके चलेंगे. आई थिंक इसको भी हमें गाइडलाइन में क्लेरिफाई करना चाहिए. क्रॉपिक बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है बट आई थिंक पैरेलली डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे वाला कंपोनेंट भी चल रहा है. तो वी नीड क्लैरिटी कि क्रॉपिक विल लिमिटेड टू दी crop selected in the yes tag only or it's applicable for all the crop because crops digital crop survey के अंदर I think हम लोग सभी crop को cover करेंगे but cropping के अंदर हमें सभी crop को cover करना है या सिर्फ yes tag में जो CMM 1 या 2 में जो हमने crop select की है उसी के लिए ये limited रहेगा. एंड सेकेंड चूँकि crop survey जब हम करेंगे we will capture the photo for one time in a one season. But for the cropping part we have to collect the photo at least 3 to 5 times. तो इसको भी हमें बेसिकली क्लेरिफाई करना पड़ेगा. एक और इश्यू जो क्रॉपिंग एंड दी डिजिटल सर्वे के साथ आने वाला है डेट इज़ रिगार्डिंग दी क्रॉप मिसमैच. करंटली गाइडलाइन ये कहती है कि अगर कहीं क्रॉप मिसमैच हैं या एक्रेज का इश्यू है तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे वेरीफाई करेगी जो लार्जली पॉसिबल नहीं है. कोई भी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी बेनिफिशियरी लेवल पे जाकर एक्रेज का या क्रॉप मिसमैच का इतने बड़े स्केल पे वेरिफिकेशन नहीं कर पाती. लेकिन जब हम डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे करेंगे हर क्रॉप का फोटो कैप्चर करेंगे तो काफ़ी हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि फार्मर ने बीमा X क्रॉप का कराया होगा और क्रॉप सर्वे में उस प्लॉट में Y क्रॉप आई होगी. और अगर ऐसी स्थिति आएगी तो फिर ये एक बड़ा इश्यू बनेगा क्या इतने बड़े स्केल पे हम लोग पॉलिसी रिजेक्शन पे जाएंगे या क्रॉप सर्वे के अंदर जो क्रॉप रिपोर्ट हुई है उसके आधार पर हम लोग प्रीमियम को एडजस्ट करते हुए फार्मर को आइडेंटिफाई क्रॉप के लिए बेनिफिट दे पाएंगे. तो आई थिंक विद दिस डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे एंड द क्रॉपिंग हमें क्रॉप मिसमैच वाले इश्यू को भी एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. अदरवाइज 30-40% ग्राउंड लेवल पर आपको क्रॉप मिसमैच के केसेस मिलेंगे और बहुत लार्ज स्केल पे जो है पॉलिसी रिजेक्शंस के इश्यूज वगैरह इसमें आ सकते हैं. सेकंड सर क्रॉपिंग के अंदर फोटो क्वालिटी को लेकर भी हमें क्लेरिफाई करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज जब हम वॉलेंटियर जब फोटो कैप्चर करेंगे तो हर जगह हाई क्वालिटीज कैमराज या मोबाइल फ़ोन विड नॉट बी अवेलेबल. तो क्या स्पेसिफिकेशन हमें चाहिए ताकि फार्मर या जो हमारे लोकल वर्कर हैं जिनको हम 10 रुपये या 15 रुपये पे करेंगे वो किस स्पेसिफिकेशन के कैमरे से फ़ोटो कैप्चर करें उनकी प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग और इन कंपोनेंट को हमें कंसिडर करना चाहिए सर. ये मेरे लार्जली पॉइंट थे सर. थैंक यू.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think you have given very elaborate explanation on each of these 3 topics. But I just quickly clarify certain things. The digital crop survey and cropping, their objectives are totally different. Cropping is mainly meant from the risk perspective. And the digital crop survey to see what is growing in the crop, what is the area, and that is a different perspective. Under cropping, what we say is that insured field and non-insured field, some pictorial photographs are required so that it acts as an evidence for insurance claims or crop risks or some kind of things. So, but the cropping, the digital crop survey photographs will serve the purpose to some extent here, but the cropping photographs may not serve the digital survey. That is the thing, sir. And with respect to weather stations, only on the rental basis. So you need not install state's responsibility, maintenance, it's not your things. The agency will install on the rental base. They sell the data to you under PMFBY. There is a provision, you take the data. For the states like Andhra Pradesh, where already such a structure is available, we can buy the data under PMFBY and bring the data under PMFBY portal and use it for the kind of things. Of course, there are lot many things. We can clarify those things and hope the capacity of your state remote sensing center, you can strengthen that capacity so that they can act as a TIP for you or whatever it may be. So I now request Haryana, so again, which is a truly potential state for STEC. So what is your viewpoint on Haryana? Are you ready with your tender documents and kind of things?
थैंक यू सर। जहाँ तक हरियाणा का प्रश्न है सर, हमने जो अभी टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार किया था इस घोषणा से पहले का, तो उसमें सर हरियाणा ने 75-25 के रेशो पे जाने का फैसला किया था कि 75% हमें क्रॉप कटिंग जो ट्रेडिशनल मेथड है उसी पर ही रहेंगे और जो 25% है वो हम टेक्नोलॉजिकल बेस इल पर रहेंगे सर। तो इसमें क्योंकि सर क्या है कि अभी एकदम से जैसा आपने अभी बाहर मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले कहा कि हम 30 और 70 के रेशो में हम इसमें जाना चाहते हैं, तो दैट इज अप्रिशिएबल, ठीक है सर। लेकिन हम ये चाहते हैं 5% हर सीजन में इंक्रीज़ करें और आप 30 कह रहे हैं, हम तो इसको 50-60 तक भी ले जाने के आगे हर सीजन में 5% इसको बढ़ाते जाएंगे सर। तो लेकिन सर इसमें कुछ अभी एक जो मैं देख रहा था डॉक्यूमेंट इनके आपके टेक्नोलॉजी के भी या हर्षक से भी हमने बात करी थी अपनी जो रिमोट सेंसिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है कि क्या ये जो सिस्टम है ये हमें टाइमली डाटा प्रोवाइड करवाने में कैपेबल होगा। दिस इज वन फेयर फॉर अस, क्योंकि अगर कोई डाटा जो है टाइमली अवेलेबल नहीं होता है तो उसकी वो यूजलेस बन जाता है, क्योंकि हमारा जो 75% या 70% वो डाटा तो टाइमली हमारा कलेक्ट हो गया। अब ये डाटा जो है टाइमली मिले, किस फॉर्मेट में मिलेगा, इसकी वैलिडिटी क्या होगी, एक्सेप्टेंस क्या होगी, ये एक प्रश्न है सर हमारे सामने। क्योंकि हमने पीछे भी कई इश्यूज में देखा है, आप तो आपके साथ में हमारा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, रेगुलर हम जीटीए भी आपके साथ करते हैं और कुछ केस की जो ग्रीवेंस थे उनमें हमने MNC-FC को इन्वॉल्व किया था कि वहाँ की यील्ड हम देंगे, लेकिन वो एक 2 यूनिट की या 10 यूनिट की यील्ड लेने में ही हमें 2 3 महीने लग गई थी। तो उसमें क्या होता है कि जब कोई ग्रीवेंस इतना लंबा खिंच जाता है तो उसमें कुछ दिक्कत आती हैं सर। और बाकी वी आर रेडी, हरियाणा स्टेट इज रेडी और कमिटेड कि वी शुड गो फॉर दिस YesTech and this cropping method because these are digitally and support to the settle the grievance of the crop insurance scheme.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I request Director Agriculture Karnataka to say his viewpoint, how state is prepared, because their rice is a potential area you can bring under STEC platform.
Thank you, sir. When it comes to Karnataka, as of other states, we know that with the reducing number of basic workers and with the increasing number of crop credit instruments, it's highly difficult to give a exact crop credit instruments results. So in that sense, really, this technology interventions really will be helpful for the estimation of crop yields. So as per the directions of GOA, in the tender we already included that terms and conditions that we are going to adopt 30% weightage on the technology basis. Only that we have not mentioned which technology, which model we are adopting. That will be done before just notification. And as per the directions, we have formulated a committee to select the best suitable model for the state. And there has been a meeting conducted recently, and based on the discussions of the meeting, during Kharif, SF model will be adopted for the actually paddy. And for actually wheat, when it comes to, we have got in Rabi, but we got a small area of wheat. But the issue is we have got a very wide range of varieties with the sowing period, very wide sowing period, with very wide sowing period, so which may be difficult for us to adopt in wheat. So, but again in summer we'll be able to adopt in paddy crop. This is what we have regarding STEC. And when it comes to winds, winds already in Karnataka, as
Already
you know,
KS and DMC, you have very good weather observatory system.
Yeah, 6,000 weather stations and around 6,000 telemetric weather rain gauges, and also 700 weather stations. So that I have been adopting with the crop weather-based crop insurance also for various other calamities regarded issues. When it comes to cropping, right now we have got crop survey. I think as other panel members also said, we can adopt this one because almost 4 crore plots we are having crop survey. So one time photography will be done maybe at any stage of the crop. So maybe during vegetative stage. So that can be taken and also as mentioned in the guideline. So another 3 to 4 stages photos need to be taken. So that I think with the app given by the GOI, so with even the farmers, if the farmers are also able to do, I think we can be able to get a better number of photographs. And one suggestion from the committee recently, which we had on STEC regarding selection of the model. So though from 2007 there has been a study on this, and 2017 there was a study on this, and also in 20 Kharif and Rabi, and pilot projects were conducted, and yield data was compared with the CC experts. So it will be very helpful for the state if that data is provided, and the TY is compared again with the technology based data. So we'll have more confidence to implement that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And who is your TIP and Mitra?
In the regarding TIP, TIP is again you have to give us the empanel list, and we have to go to tenders.
You will pick up from empaneled agencies.
Yes. From empanel agency we will be selecting.
Mitra agency?
With the
somebody mentor agency?
MITS, sir. Actually, you are said NRSC, but they are not willing to participate.
Yeah, NRSC Bangalore office is the regional
please
center.
give them directions from your end.
Where Mr. Hebar is there, he is agriculture specialist.
So we are really helpful if the NRSC is being our monitoring agency, because a lot of spatial data is required, which has to be monitored very closely, and maybe this is the first time of implementation where there will be a lot of issues, queries, clarifications to the public, to the elected representatives. So we need to sweat a lot on this regard. So please, we request NRSC to be the...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I request Commissioner Agriculture Andhra Pradesh to his feedback and what are his steps, how he is going to take it forward, who is the TIP agency, Mitra agency, आपका model क्या है? Please.
So anyways, we are for STEC, winds and cropping, and STEC, we are going with the semi-physical model.
Semi-physical.
And our partner, we are yet to finalize. We will finalize one of them from the empanel list, the technology partner. And coming to the Mitra, mostly it would be our space application center.
Space application center.
But we are yet to decide. We want to go with National Remote Sensing Agency, but bit reluctancy, and also that's why we are thinking. So we'll shortly finalize.
Fine.
Both of them.
Fine.
So STEC 30%, anyways, it's mandatory now that we calculate our yields based on technology. I hope this first year, based on this technology, and as well as 70%, a good amount of claim goes to the farmer, so that they don't have any reason to not to adopt it in future. So a first year should be a lucky year as far as farmers are concerned. So that the next year becomes easy for implementation when we increase the percentage. So coming to winds, we have a very good network of AWS and rain gauges. But I would request, if anything, because we anyways we have installed them, and we are maintaining it through agencies which state government is bearing the burden of maintenance. if some maintenance component can be shared by central government, anyways you are installing wherever it's not there, you are installing it on rent and asking people to maintain. So it's better if you can at least subsidize, because you need not invest any cost in Andhra Pradesh to install it, not the agency should bear it. So because in such cases where you are not incurring any new costs, at least for maintenance, if any support can be given, then that would be good. And coming to Cropic, anyways, we are doing digital crop survey, like you have rightly said, both are completely different. Cropic, we are seeing something else in Cropic, and digital crop survey, we are seeing something else. So the outcomes are two different things. So anyway, since we are doing digital crop survey, it would not be a great difficulty for us to do Cropic as well, because we have the manpower on ground.
Yeah.
Anyways, you are incentivizing them for doing this extra work. So I think we'll be able to easily roll out. And technology is the only thing which can help us in future. And it's the right time. In fact, it's late, but at least better late than never. The technology is going to come for our help, like you have raised in one of your queries. How will you calculate the extent? How will you see like Principal Secretary Maharashtra also said. So it's all, though we are implementing technology in the form of an app or a photograph, it's ultimately a human who is going there and doing things. So we want to cut down that human element, because the most manageable animal on this earth is human being. So we should cut down that manageable component. You know, in the villages, a person who fudges the data is the future leader of the village, and probably is the future leader of the constituency. So that is how the norm, it gets operated in the states on the field. So it's better we incorporate technology. That's why I'm saying it should be lucky for the farmers this year in terms of claim, for it to get stabilized and we get it rolled out with more percentage in the coming years. Thank you.
Yeah, with the kind of digital infrastructure already existing in Andhra Pradesh, I think all these three major technology interventions are easily doable for Andhra Pradesh state. Because for Cropic, they're already having ground force to collect some additional pictorial. They have very strong weather database, here and there small gaps, through some of the things they can adjust. Semi-physical model is a proven model, and parameterization is less, it is really robust model. I think you can become another role model again for these three major technology interventions. Yes, Chaudhary Saab. I think Andhra is going to become another role model. Once again, I want to say the kind of digital things they have, I think these things are doable for them. They can set an example to other states, at least with respect to these three major technology interventions. But I also take this opportunity, with the kind of data they have, we can churn a lot of new information products, because nowadays the technology is the segmentation. This is upcoming subject now. All the actual field parcels are segmented using high resolution images. Once we segment that, we can link with the digital crop survey data, we can generate a very good number of information products which are very, very useful in crop insurance as well as crop surveys. Yes, Chaudhary Saab.
No, a small suggestion. Actually, crop cutting experiments happens in front of farmers. They have trust, though it is somewhere fudges and there are a lot of manipulations also. But when we will go with these IT interventions, we should also ensure that through these NCIP apps and other things, if we can supply some information to the farmers, that will make more trustworthy. Because CC crop cutting उनके सामने होता है, उनको पता चलता है क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा, उनको पता है. But when 30%, 30% when जब आएगा कि इसको इतना वेटेज दिया गया और आपका क्रॉप हेल्दी था, उनको पूरे सीजन में उनको कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं रहेगी. And suddenly this will be information from for them कि because of this हमारा इतना जो है यहाँ पे ऐसा कुछ हुआ है. So in case we through this NCIP app and our portal, if we could provide some information to them also, this will make more credible for the farmers.
Okay, sir. It's a good suggestion. Actually, we'll take it forward. I quickly request Haryana, what is the model you are selected that you are not informed? Dandi Saab? One minute, sir. After Haryana, I'll just... Jagraj Dandi Saab, क्या मॉडल है आपका हरियाणा में? नहीं है. राजस्थान में क्या मॉडल है? What model you want to implement? Semi-physical or simulation? For Rajasthan wheat, process-based simulation model. Yes, sir, please tell me. I think a crop simulation model, you can see POSA Institute, lot of expertise with them. You can approach them, or any other agencies notified you can approach.
I have just one suggestion from Madhya Pradesh. In the YesTech draft guidelines, we have a provision for a mentor, and then provision for a technical agency. Now, technical agency has to be selected through the tendering process. The state should be given this freedom that if they want to take any government organization as technical agency, they can do it by nomination.
Yes. It is there, sir.
No, it's not there in the guideline right now.
No, sir. It is there in the revised guidelines. Maybe it is there in that. TIP can be nomination basis of government agencies or you can empaneled by MNC, FC, those through competitive bidding. But when you take on nomination basis, this price, what you pay, it should be less than the discovered price.
How do we know? We have not gone for the tendering process, so we don't know the discovered price.
Yeah, Dr. Sunil may answer that question.
It's a government organization, so in any case, there is no question of...
सर फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट पर क्वेश्चन बहुत सारे आए हैं। पहले ये श्योर करना चाह रहे हैं कि सर हमारे पास जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास जो है वो सफिशिएंट फंड है और ईयर मार्क है। करीब अभी हमें 3 साल के लिए जो फंड मिला है वो करीब 600 करोड़ के आसपास है। तो उसके लिए फंड की कोई चीज़ें नहीं है कि नहीं होगी। ये ताकि ये इसमें सपोर्ट ज़्यादा दिया जाए और स्टेट्स फॉरवर्ड हो, क्योंकि फील्ड वर्क और अदर प्रिपरेशन उनको करना है सारे चीज़ों के लिए। तो जो फाइनेंशियल शेयरिंग है वो भी 90-10 और 80-20 और 60-40 का 3 साल का रखा गया, फर्दर फिर रिव्यू होगा। इसमें सर प्राइस डिस्कवरी का था कि हम कैसे शेयर करें। तो शेयर करने के लिए हम लोग ने 2 चीज़ें रखा कि क्योंकि एज पर जो हम टेंडर्स नॉ फाइनेंशियल रूल्स के आधार पर हमें प्राइस डिस्कवरी होगा। सिलेक्शन बेसिस पर करते हैं तो हमें एक नॉर्म्स देना पड़ेगा कि क्या चीज़ें हम किस तरह से करें। सर हम लोग YesTech गाइडलाइन में डाला है कि जो टेंडर प्राइस जो डिस्कवर होगा उसका एवरेज या उनका अपना कॉस्ट जो होगा, जो एक्सपेंसेस होगा उनका ऑडिट और अदर सारे चीज़ों में जो हमसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सारा चीज़ लेंगे फॉर द YesTech ओनली। अदर वो एक्टिविटीज़ कर रहे हैं उनको सेपरेटली थोड़ा सा करना पड़ेगा। उसमें से विच एवर लेस होगा उसमें डालें। हो सकता है सर कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और अदर सारे चीज़ों में हम उस टाइम उनको जो दे वो प्राइस प्रॉपरली नहीं डिस्कवर हो पाए कि हम कितना ले, कितना वो डिमांड कर रहे अदर कर रहे, तो उसके लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज जो सीलिंग प्राइस हम लोग भी उसमें रखे हैं। तो हम लोग ने पूरा कोशिश किए हैं कि हम स्टेट्स को फ्रीडम दें और स्टेट्स जो है अपने फाइनेंस के जो 10% उनको शेयर लेना है उसमें भी कोई उनको दिक्कत ना हो। प्लस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उनको अगर अपने जो टिप्स के लिए जो अगर गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी है तो उसमें भी किसी तरह का प्रॉब्लम ना हो, पूरा सफिशिएंट फंड का ध्यान रखा गया। सर इसमें एक और सजेशन था कि विंड्स में अभी सर ने बहुत क्लियरिफाई कर दिया कि हम वहाँ डेटा प्रोक्योरमेंट मोड में है, इस्टेब्लिश मोड में नहीं है। उसमें हम लोग ने अभी प्राइस डिस्कवरी की चीज़ें नहीं रखा था इसीलिए क्योंकि उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत सारे हैं, अदर सारे चीज़ें हैं, कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व ज़्यादा है, इसमें कॉस्ट कम है। तो हम लोग ये डिस्कशन के लिए रखा था कि क्या हमने YesTech का जो मॉडल फाइनेंशियल मॉडल है वो ठीक है, हम इसको विंड्स में भी अप्रोप्रिएटली कर सकते हैं जो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज है कर्नाटक, AP और अदर सारे जगह में, ये सारे चीज़ें हैं सर।
सुनील जी, मेरा सुझाव ये है कि नॉमिनेशन बेसिस पे स्टेट, चूँकि प्राइस डिस्कवरी अभी हमने टेंडरिंग किया ही नहीं है तो हाउ डू वी नो कि प्राइस डिस्कवरी क्या होगी। सो आप एक सीलिंग रख दीजिए कि हम इससे ज़्यादा नहीं देंगे, पर बिना प्राइस डिस्कवरी का प्रोसेस अडॉप्ट किया, बिना टेंडर का प्रोसेस अडॉप्ट किया, अगर मैं किसी स्टेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रखना चाहता हूँ, किसी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसी को रखना चाहता हूँ, तो वो फ्रीडम दे देना चाहिए।
सर दिया हुआ है सर, उसमें हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज रखा हुआ, लेकिन सर इसमें हम लोग जब डिस्कशन कर रहे थे तो ये चीज़ें आई कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट का जोग्राफिकल एरिया कितना होगा, ग्राउंड ट्रूथिंग कितना होगा, वो बड़ा, क्योंकि बहुत सारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का जो क्रॉप एरिया है सर बहुत वेरी करेगा, तो उसमें हम लोग ने 6 to 8 लाख का हम लोग रखे हैं तो वो बहुत ये नहीं कि अगर आप अगर केवल रेफरेंस प्राइस पर चले जाते हैं सर, तो फाइनेंस का भी उसको अलग टाइप से ले लेता है। तो इसमें अगर कोई और सजेशन है सर, एक बार वर्ड आप पढ़ लेंगे, अगर कोई सजेशन है तो हम लोग इनकॉर्पोरेट करें।
Sir, we have given some reference price in the document. Based on that reference price, based on your state financial rules, आप nomination में ले सकते हैं sir. That's all. Sir, वैसा मध्य प्रदेश which model you are picking sir? For rice and wheat के लिए आपका अच्छा, इस 5 models में which model you are taking?
और रबी में सेमी फिजिकल।
रबी में सेमी फिजिकल।
हाँ जी, और दोनों का मिला के इंसेम्बल।
आपका मित्र कौन है?
हमारा मेपकास और एनआरएससी।
बहुत खरीफ और रबी सेम मित्र।
यस।
ओके, right. Thank you very much. I think that's a very interesting session. We got very good feedback from all the states. I think this is time that we have to kick off these 3 major technology interventions. Probably 2023 is a revolutionary chapter in the PMFBY towards more data-driven and evidence-based PMFBY we are going to experience from 2023. Thanks a lot. Thanks for a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you all the panelists and thank you Murthy sir. So we'll not be having a specific tea break, but the tea is served outside and you can step out and get your tea and come inside. We'll be continuing with the presentations and idea sharing plans and expectations for rollout of PMFBY. I would like to invite Shri Mrityunjay Kumar Banwal, Registrar Cooperative Societies, Government of Jharkhand, to kindly share their presentation. Talia ho jaye everyone. Can we have a round of applause?
With the PPT. Yeah, good evening one and all. Yeah, I'm M.K. Barnwal, RCS Jharkhand. My presentation is one of the last presentation for today. I will not take much time. So I'm just talk about Jharkhand in how PMFBY was implemented, later on discontinued. After that, we have started our own scheme, and after so much effort, discussion, Government of India team, even CEO Ritesh Chauhan sir and his team has visited Jharkhand, and resolving our all pending issues, we have decided to move back to PMFBY again. So in Jharkhand, mainly two seasons, PMFBY was implemented. In Kharif, major crop was paddy, where yield estimation was taken at the panchayat level, and minor crop was maize at the block level. And in Rabi season, major crop was the wheat at the panchayat level, and the minor crop, the gram, rapeseed, mustard, and potato. So what were the reasons for which the Jharkhand has opted out from PMFBY? So from 2016 to Rabi 17-18, when it was analyzed, the total premium was around 488 crores, including center, state, and farmer share. And the claim settlement was only 69 crore, around 14%. And the premium rate was also very high, initially from 16% to later on 10 to 11%. So this forced to think state whether to go about this scheme or not, because we are giving benefit to the insurance companies instead of farmers. So why not to give benefit directly to the farmer instead of insurance companies? And after that, government has opted out from this scheme. At that time also, some coordination issues also happened. Earlier, some speakers have discussed about preventive sowing. So due to not having proper coordination, the notifications of preventive sowing happened after some months. So due to which insurance companies also declined that, okay, since it has happened late, so we will not comply it. So these kind of factors make a trust deficit between state government and ICs, and government has opted out from the scheme. This is just data which is showing that the total gross premium was 488 crores and 69 crore was a total claim, which was quite low. Yeah, this is showing the premium rate at the time for different seasons. Initially, it was from 16.4% to later it was going around 9 to 10% and 11%. So after that, we have started our own scheme. This scheme was not based on insurance but assurance based. Jharkhand Rajya Fasal Rahat Yojana. And this, the silent features was that it was not only for the farmers, but also for the bataidar. Bataidar are those people who do farming in other farmers' land with their consent. The same crops that we have used for different seasons like paddy and maize for Kharif and wheat, mustard, gram and potato for Rabi season. Here there was no intermediary or third party. Here the government was directly involved and government was paying directly to the farmer. Registration was done at the government website. This scheme was assurance based, so the amount of assurance was not very high, but we tried to cover more number of farmers. So we have made two slabs in the loss of 30 to 50%, 3,000 rupees per acre, and in the case of more than 50% crop loss, 4,000 per acre. It was uniform for all the crop. This chart shows the different kind of machineries that we have used for this scheme. So first, farmers has to register, and we have used IT department, revenue departments, statistical departments, and farmer has to register once, and we have taken the help of CSC, and in a large drive, all the farmers have registered themselves with their land records, accounts, and Aadhaar authentication has taken place. So after that, once the data was free for all the farmers, and after that, whenever they are sowing any crop, then they apply for that crop directly through the website by doing login with the OTP. OTP will come to the mobile, or they can go to the CSC where they can, with the help of CSC, they can apply for different crops. And for that, a nominal charge was there around 10 rupees, in which 1 rupee was being taken from the farmer, and 9 rupees is compensated to the CSC by the state government. I just want to compare here. In Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana Kharif 2018, at that season, Jharkhand government has taken the burden of farmers here, and so farmer did not pay to any premium for this scheme. So still at that time, the total application was 12 lakh in the Kharif, and in Rabi season 73,000. But in the first season itself, the response in Jharkhand Rajya Fasal Rahat Yojana was humongous. Total 33 lakh farmers have registered with their land record, Aadhaar authentication, bank account, and finally it is linked to PFMS. And out of 33 lakh, 17 lakh farmers have applied for paddy and maize in the Kharif season. In the Rabi season, Rabi 2023, which ended in March 2023, that was the last date. What we did, we simply sent one bulk SMS to all the registered farmers, and after that they have applied. The SMS was showing about the different 4 types of crops for the Rabi season. Last date, since they are already registered, so they have applied, and within a month, we have got total application from the registered farmer is 5,37,571. This is a quite good number compared to the size of the Jharkhand, where the total farmers is estimated around 38 to 40 lakhs. So status of PMFBY now. So there was a long-lasting issue about the subsidy due by the state for 18-19 and 19-20. So after so much discussion, it is now paid to the insurance companies around 362 crore rupees. And now insurance companies are also paying back 490 crore is the yesterday figure. Today figure is 519 crore they have already paid. And we are expecting that by end of next 1 week, they will pay the entire pending amount of 831 crore. It is giving a positive sign in the state because there was a high level of trust deficit between state government and insurance companies. So now it is fading away and it is creating a positive sign for PMFBY and we are moving towards PMFBY. These are just name of the agency with the amount that they are paying to the farmers. Current scenario. So with this now, state government has decided to move back to PMFBY. Although we have not decided yet that which model we are going to use, we are at the final stage of discussion. At the department level, up to the ministerial level, we have already approved it. We have already put a budget provision for PMFBY for this financial year. From Government of India, since morning, several discussions have happened. Some of the senior officers have also mentioned, and I'm saying the same thing, that from Government of India, this is a technical scheme, and always a technical expertise are required. Officers like us, like Secretary, RCS, sometimes we get transferred very frequently. So if there will be a technical support unit or PMU at the state level with the support of central government in sharing model, who will have access not to the IC companies, but also to the central government to resolve all the issues and the smaller issues which are cropping up, which will then it will not crop up and things will be smooth. So my request to the central government that consider this request which was already raised by several officers, that there should be a provision to set up a PMU, because the premium amount in this scheme is in a smaller states is like hundreds of crore, and bigger states is like in thousands of crore. So setting up a PMU will be like a peanut, but it will help a lot in the state for a proper implementation of this scheme. Apart from that, in almost all states, that for CC crop cutting experiment, staffing is very poor. So definitely we are also looking for the alternate model of YASTEC. We are studying it, and we are also, since earlier we were thinking about 10%, but now it is made 30% mandatory. So we are also thinking for that. Yeah, expectations from insurance companies. So what I feel in Jharkhand, in my last 2.5 years, the major gap was the confidence, communication gap, which resulted to lack of confidence. If there would be a proper communication at the central government level and state government and insurance companies at every level, then I think things would be much easier. So our past experience shows that while yield estimation, insurance companies has lesser number of employees that need to be strengthened. But if there will be a proper PMU, then I think this kind of things that we have quoted here will automatically be sorted out. One more point at the last, I just want to tell you that those states who have opted out from PMFBY, they are losing central subsidy share. Still, they are opting it out. That means either the states are not being benefited, or states are not being briefed properly about this scheme. So it's my request to the central government team to engage states in a more aggressive manner, like that was done in the Jharkhand. Then things will be better for states also. And I believe, because ultimately it is in the benefit of the farmers, and all the states will join this scheme. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrityunjay ji. Now I would like to request Ms. Harpreet Kaur, Joint Director from Government of Punjab, to share their views. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? थोड़ी और जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all present here. I am Harpreet Kaur, working as Joint Director Agriculture Statistics in Punjab government. So here I am going to show you the scenario of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Punjab. In history, we don't have any crop insurance policy in Punjab. As we saw the history, we have most of our area under wheat and paddy crop. Out of 41 lakh, we have about 85% under wheat in the Rabi season and near about 75% under paddy in the Kharif season. So due to this monoculture, these crops are comparatively less risky and the yield variation is much less. So we, in that case, we don't have any crop insurance policy for our farmers. But due to these weather conditions from the past few years, especially from 2015-16, we have attack of white fly on our cotton crop. And after that, in the last year, due to heat wave at the time of Rabi crop, we lost approximately 14% of the yield of wheat. So, in the light of all these reasons, now government is ready to implement this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Punjab. And at this stage, we just put the draft of our proposal to the government, and it's under consideration. After the presentation to the Chief Minister, we will complete our formalities or the committees like other whatever is the paperwork will be done, and after that we will implement this scheme or crop insurance policy in our state. And I'm sure we will join in the near future. Thank you.
Madam, since Punjab has announced for joining the scheme, so I think there are a lot of insurance companies here who would like to know what crops the state proposes to notify and exactly what your expectations are with the insurance companies. Then will the state government have any formal meeting with the concerned insurance company? What preparedness you want from the insurance company?
In the case of crops, ma'am, we are considering 4 crops: wheat, paddy, cotton, and maize. Most probably these 4 crops will be considered. And about the crop insurance companies or other things, that will be decided by the government, and we will let you know.
Then, Madam, when can we expect a kind of formalization of the scheme at the level of the state government?
Most probably next month, the starting of the process. And I think it will be in, practically we can apply it in the next year, from the Kharif of next year.
No, but we expect Punjab to be part from Kharif 23 itself, because still we have a lot of time. So can we expect Punjab from Kharif 23 itself?
Sorry?
Kharif 20, can we expect Punjab from Kharif 23 itself?
No, I think this Kharif is too early. Right now, I can't promise that. So in the next year, most probably it will be implemented.
But still, there's ample of time. There's still ample of time. So we would like to have Punjab from this Kharif itself.
In that case, we will let you know when it will be done by the authorities.
Fine. Any questions from anybody? No, I think, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harpreet. So now we are coming to almost the end of the session, our 4th session, which is PMFBY Pre-Bid Town Hall, which will be anchored by Kamna R. Sharma and Ajay K. Singh. Can we have a round of applause for both of them to be coming on the dais?
Finally, we have come to the last session of the day. I've got certain questions, but let me clarify to the House here that this is not about, the questions shouldn't be about the nitty-gritties, procedural challenges. The purpose of this town hall session is a kind of pre-bid preparedness. If ICs have any kind of queries from the state governments which are sitting here, or if the state governments have any queries to be put to the insurance companies, those questions are to be taken up. But I have seen a lot of people are coming that farmer gives intimation, what happens if it is not received, all those kinds of questions are there, so I'll not be taking up those questions. This is purely it's not a forum for Government of India to answer the question on challenges or nitty-gritties. It is an interactive forum for the ICs and the state governments where we can get the glimpse of the forthcoming tender. So I would request everybody to please limit your question to that. It clearly mentions the forthcoming tender. So I have a lot of questions, but I think they're not very firmed up. If any, it would be better if we take it up as a kind of open house. So if insurance companies have any question to a particular state government, they can please come up. So we request insurance companies. Any insurance company, there were questions from AIC, there were questions from HDFC. HDFC, I think you have certain question to any state government. Any question about queries of the tenders? Yes. Sudhakar ji, किससे आपका question है? To whom? I think he wants to ask something from Government of Haryana. Sudhakar ji, if Dandi ji is here?
He doesn't seem so.
Is Mr. Dandi here from Government of Haryana? Mr. Dandi from Government of Haryana? Sudhakar ji, I can't get your voice.
He is not here. I will ask, let him come.
ठीक है, okay. Yes, Azad. Your question to Government of Maharashtra. Vinay Avate ji is there. Yes, Azad ji.
Ma'am, basically my question is state government is thinking of some kind of technological intervention specifically pertaining to add-on covers? Like, I mean, earlier also we had a discussion that there are many instances we are receiving large number of localized intimation. So technically it is not just like a localized intimation, it is more like a general survey. So, I mean, do state thinking about that some kind of technological intervention or double trigger option can be provided in line with what we have done in weather-based crop insurance scheme for say banana crop, something like that?
I think Mr. Gajendra Singh, while his presentation has answered such kind of questions, that we are ready for a double trigger option, provided the central government in the guidelines. It should incorporate, just like for mid-season adversities, we have some proxy triggers. So for localized calamity also, if we decide some kind of proxy triggers and some kind of two triggers option, then the problem will be get solved. We are ready for that. But as a state, we can't determine the proxy indicators for us.
Anything else, Azad ji?
Ma'am, one more general question. I mean, obviously it might be pertinent to many states, but probably Maharashtra also we are facing some issues. Like if there are some administrative challenges, I mean, we are facing some administrative challenges while implementation of the scheme in various states and most importantly in Maharashtra. So can we, even though PMFBY operation guideline do have a provision to handle grievances through district level grievance resolution committee, and we have district level monitoring committee, how to strengthen those committees so the most of the solution or on handling the grievances can come through these committees, or if there is no resolution, probably at the state level some resolution can be provided, because it's slightly difficult when we are facing quite administrative challenges, people coming to offices, a lot of things have been reported in media also.
No, what happened, this is not your problem, this is a problem on my side also, because a lot of the grievances are coming straightway to the state level. The Taluka level committee is under the chairmanship of the Taluka Tahsildar and the district under the collector. But at that point of time, the insurance company persons who were there are not so much competent enough to resolve that kind of queries or some information. They don't have that kind of information flow and they are not competent enough. So it is my request to the insurance company that you should provide a good kind of salaries and good kind of persons over there as a taluka leader or the district representative, so that they could be able to equip with well-versed data, so they could be able to resolve the queries at that point of time, so that the queries will be filtered at taluka level, district level, and the number of queries coming to the state and the central level will be minimized.
So that's all. Anything else, Azad? Sudhakar ji, we have representative from government of Haryana. You can ask your question.
या मैं हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट से डांडी साहब बैठे हैं। पिछले सालों में हमने देखा है टेंडर कंडीशंस में पर्टिकुलरली कॉटन के लिए अगर दो पिकिंग हो गई तो क्रॉप कटिंग कंप्लीट मानी जाती है, ऐसा इनके टेंडर कंडीशंस में थे। तो क्या इस बार उसको इम्प्रूव करते हुए 3 या व्हाटएवर पॉसिबल जैसे सब प्रयोग करेंगे ताकि एक्चुअल यील्ड जो भी क्रॉप कॉटन की है वो एस्टिमेट हो सके?
देखिए, इस बारे में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जब से हमने ये स्कीम शुरू करी है, मैम खरीफ 2004 से जब NIA शुरू करी थी, हर सीज़न में कुछ सीखा है और बदलाव किए हैं। जब 16 में हमने PMFBY शुरू करी तो हमने एक क्रॉप कटिंग के लिए पैरामीटर बनाया कि हमने फील्ड पर प्रेजेंस शो करने के लिए एक रिसिप्ट सिस्टम को शुरू किया, और उस रिसिप्ट सिस्टम पे इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के भी जो नुमाइंदा है उसके हस्ताक्षर, हमारे ऑफिसर के हस्ताक्षर, प्लस जो किसान वहाँ पे मौजूद है उसके हस्ताक्षर लिए गए। तो उससे कि जैसे ही वो हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, हमारी बहुत सारे इश्यूज ऑटोमेटिकली शॉर्ट आउट होते गए। फिर लास्ट में जब हमने ये महसूस किया कि हमारे क्रॉप कटिंग के कॉटन पे खास तौर पे जहाँ पे मल्टी पिकिंग होती है, वहाँ पे ये इश्यूज AIC के साथ आ गए कि 2 पिकिंग 3 पिकिंग। तो हमने ये डिसाइड किया यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ बैठकर कि हरियाणा के अंदर 2 पिकिंग ही जो है वो होती हैं मैक्सिमम। तो हमने उन 2 पिकिंग पर इसको रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया। तो अब जो ये कह रहे हैं जिस बारे में, तो इनका भी कहना जायज़ है कि जब वो 2 पिकिंग शुरू हो गई तो कौन सी 2 आगे नहीं हुई कि नहीं हुई, कि यही 2 हुई हैं। तो इस तरह के इश्यूज आए हैं। तो हमने जो हमारा नेक्स्ट टेंडर है उसमें उसको हमने और फाइन ट्यून किया है। पिछले बार भी हमने इनके साथ बैठ के उसको जो स्टेट लेवल ग्रीवेंस कमेटी थे उसके डिसीजन के बाद भी हमने निर्णय लिया था कि अब हम वहाँ पे उसके साथ जो है प्रेजेंस है कि ये भी सर्टिफाई करवा रहे हैं साथ में कि अब आगे यहाँ पे कोई भी पिकिंग की संभावना नहीं है, केवल 2 ही पिकिंग होगी। तो उस कंडीशन में जो है वो आपका प्रश्न अपने आप हल हो जाएगा।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
और इसके अलावा भी हमने मैम एक और कंडीशन अब नए उसमें टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट में डाली है कि हमने जो कंप्लेंट्स हैं उनका एक स्टैंडर्ड टाइम पीरियड फिक्स कर दिया है कि अब जैसे कहीं क्रॉप कटिंग होता है या लोकलाइज सर्वे होता है, वहाँ पे हमने किसान को 72 आवर्स दिए हैं। कोई किसान या इंश्योरेंस कंपनी 72 आवर्स के अंदर जो है अपना ऑब्जेक्शन रेज कर सकती हैं, ताकि उसका जो है एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कमेटी तुरंत डिसीजन ले, उसको रीचेक कर सकें। और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के लिए हमने नेक्स्ट 48 आवर्स दिए हैं कि उस 48 आवर्स के अंदर वो अपना ऑब्जेक्शन दे दे। क्योंकि होता ये है कि अब ऑब्जेक्शन किए जाते हैं उस समय जब खेत में फसल होती ही नहीं है, तो उस समय पीछे के लिए कोई एविडेंस क्रिएट नहीं होता है, तो ऐसे डिस्प्यूट रहते हैं। तो हमने उसके लिए टाइमलाइन सेट कर दी है कि फार्मर 72 घंटे और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी 48 घंटे के अंदर ही अपना जो ऑब्जेक्शन रेज कर पाएंगी।
थैंक यू गांधी जी। I think Mr. Zakir Hussain from Puducherry. So you have a question to ask. To whom you want to ask?
Insurance company.
So which insurance company? National Insurance, I think.
National Insurance.
I don't think any representative is there from National Insurance. Anybody from National Insurance? Any representative from National Insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hussain, you can ask your question.
Yes. Ma'am, as per the tender cycle, it is mandatory that all the back AY, TY data has to be mandatorily uploaded in the portal. As far as the back data is concerned, from 2018 to 2021, as per the portal, it has to be uploaded by the insurance company. But anyhow, we have prepared all the things in the templates and handed over to the insurance company for uploading it. But so far, the percentage of uploading is very meager, and it has been figured today in the presentation also. Puducherry is under the yellow line, which has to be corrected immediately, ma'am. As far as the previous years, we are doing it, ma'am. I don't know when it will be done. We
So
want
if
to know.
representative from National Insurance can please respond.
By next week it will be completed. By next week.
May I know your name, please?
K.N. Behra.
Mr. Behra, that's the reply we get from the company every week, that it will be done next week. It's something which should have been done.
Sure, Mr.
So let's not take that for a regular answer. You have to get it done for the UT. We should encourage small UTs which are coming up. So that's the answer we get. You're saying next week, but every next week we get the same answer. So there has to be a satisfactory answer from the company to the UT administration. Do you commit it?
I have already talked to Jackie, sir.
It has been raised many times, Mr. Behra. I think National Insurance is a PSU. You should seriously take it. This is a precondition for implementation of the scheme this time. You have to get it done. That's what I can say. It is to be done.
Sure, madam. I can assure you that by next week we will do it, sir.
We expect the companies to support the states for getting this data done. So this is for all the companies and all the states. This is a question which is raised, and that's important for the tender process. So would request all the companies to please assist the state governments in getting this done. That's my request to everybody. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question? Any other question from any insurance company or state government to anybody? Yes, Vinay.
Yes, ma'am. There is not a question but a suggestion. We found that the insurance company, 5 insurance companies are operating in Maharashtra. As AIC, it is the biggest one handling the 16 district, but they have only 5 toll-free lines. And they are working from only 10 to 5 p.m. in the working days only, from Monday to Saturday. No toll-free lines are working on Saturday and Sunday. So other companies are giving 24 hours this toll-free line facility, but AIC is not giving, so we have wrote. So this kind of guideline should be there. The number of, we can say, applications were there as per the toll-free lines, minimum number of toll-free lines, and their working hours should be decided.
Got your point, Vinayji.
Right, thank
I
you.
would like CMD AIC to respond for this. Madam, Girija, madam, there was a question. I think you were discussing something, Gajin sir. From Government of Maharashtra, Vinayji is there. He says AIC is one of the implementing companies in Maharashtra. There are only 5 lines. There are a lot of issues with the, I would say, the call center that's operational. Vinayji, can you repeat the question, madam?
Ma'am, the AIC is implementing this PMFBY in 16 districts in Maharashtra in 2023. What happened, the toll-free number of lines, the AIC is having only 5 lines. And they are working only on working days from Monday to Friday. So no lines are working on Saturday and Sunday or holidays. And that too not after the 5 p.m. to the next day's 10 a.m. So other companies which are operating, they are operating the toll-free lines on 24 hours basis, and their number is also quite sufficient, 30 to 50. And as the quantum of application is quite large with the AIC, the farmers are facing problem, the field functionary is facing problem. So we request that the universalization should be there, that 24 hours the sufficient line should be there, and it should be available to the farmers. Thank you. Toll-free lines.
Yeah, we are working on this call center issue, which is there, and I agree it's there. So that we are working on it, and you will soon see the changes happening. We will have bigger teams and who will be able to attend 24/7. Should not be an issue. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. This is Dr. Dharmendra from Haryana, and my question is from all the insurance companies. So basically, I would like to know that why the farmers are there is dispute between the farmers and ICs, and is there any way to make out the dispute or reduce the dispute in these scenarios. And one more thing is, if somebody is reporting that the yield is this and this much is the loss, in that situation, whether the ICs will believe on that system, or they may go for their own survey or their own technology implementation.
Mr. Amulya Das, you can maybe respond to this.
I will like to answer it in a very general way. So we are talking about two things here. One is the farmer who is actually lost an intimation, and there is a claim, there is a survey, there is a loss assessment, and there is a dispute or a disagreement over the quantum. That is one part of the scenario. Now what Mr. Dharmendra is also asking is, what is the dispute between a farmer and an insurance company? It could be at the enrollment period also, right? So Haryana, we have seen a lot of over insurance is there. The subject matter of insurance, that's the crop, and the beneficiary identification is not proper. So obviously when insurance company goes and asks a lot of tenant farmers who have got the so-called tenant farmers who have got the notarized certificates done for land tenancy, they are not matched with the Mera Fasal, Mera Bima data, and all those things are happening. So there is definitely a dispute, and insurance company is not agreeable to validate that data. So that's a structural issue that needs to be addressed in a different manner. Now, coming back to the loss assessment part of it, if there is a genuine loss, Haryana specific, we have a Praruk 1. Haryana has definitely, they have a separate PMU portal in which the claims are intimated. So the claims got intimated into that portal. The government allocates the survey. There is a joint survey, meaning the field survey, physical survey is there, and there is a loss assessment. So if there is a quantum dispute at that point of time, that can be addressed. This is, as Gajendra sir has already said, this is a subject matter. I mean, there is some amount of subjectivity. But to overgeneralize the thing that insurance company goes there and just wants to reduce the loss, or for that matter, picks up a fight to so that it's there, it's not proper. It doesn't happen in all the cases also. So first of all, we need to identify where the vested interests are there. These kind of issues will come, because now the loss assessment is not limited to individuals. They are limited to vested individuals who have at the drop of a hat, they will try to make a claim. So if I'm not mistaken, Haryana specifically had prohibited, or there is a cut-off date beyond which the local claim intimations will also not be taken. So the state government is making all-out efforts to see that genuine farmers get the particular thing, I mean the claims as and when are required. But when we are looking at the lot of complaints which are coming in terms of farmer dissatisfaction, we should not oversimplify or overgeneralize the thing. That is our this thing. And in any case, if there are genuine problems of a loss assessment in a particular area, we are open to have a drone survey or something by which this can also be done. Incidentally, the technology-based loss assessment is not discouraged, it is not prohibited, but it is not actively encouraged either. So we must decide if there is a large-scale loss, post-harvest cases and all those things, let's implement technology. And what Gajendra sir has given, maybe that would be one of the solutions. So that is our simple submission. Just don't blame the insurance company person who goes there for survey, because he is handicapped by many things. That's the only thing that we need to say.
So, any views from any other insurance company or from Government of
Thank
Haryana?
you, sir.
Dandiji, would you like to add to it?
Ma'am, state government never support to a farmer who is not eligible to get the claim. कभी हमने सपोर्ट नहीं किया किसी को भी. जो भी हमारे पास ग्रीवेंस आते हैं वो हमारे एक तो जो जैसे भी सर ने कहा कि हम केवल जो हमारे PMU पोर्टल के थ्रू ही आते हैं, हम उन्हीं को एंटरटेन करते हैं, अदर तो नहीं करते हैं हम कहीं भी एंटरटेन. और जहाँ पे हमारे पास ओवर इंश्योरेंस का केसेज आ रहे हैं, जैसे रिलायंस के केसेज थे हमारे ओवर इंश्योरेंस के, हमारे पास एक वेल अप्रूव्ड वेरीफाइड डाटा बैंक है, मेरी फसल मेरा ब्यौरा के नाम से, जो 3 लेयर वेरीफाइड डाटा है. हम उससे वेरीफाई करते हैं, जो डाटा उससे होता है उसको हम एंटरटेन करते हैं बिल्कुल। ऐसे जनरल केसेस में जो है वो अभी AIC के भी हमारे कुछ केसेस विद हेल्ड हैं और रिलायंस के भी केसेस ऐसे विद हेल्ड हैं।
Okay, thank you. Dr. Murthy, there are certain questions for you. Mr. Dharmendra Singh, Senior Scientist from HAR SAC. Dr. Murthy, I have a list of questions. I think it would be good if you can take these questions.
So the first question is from Dharmendra Singh, Senior Scientist, Haryana Space Application Center. How the model variation derived errors will be tackled? I don't know, maybe model errors will be tackled, that's what he meant. So the 5 models, what we have recommended, they are proven models because we conducted pilot studies, large scale implementation, and these errors are well known. They are plus or minus 10% or maximum plus or minus 20%. That is when we compared with the CCE data, because CCE data itself has got some errors. Therefore, the results have shown, the expert committee recommendations, results, our own experience shows, these 5 models, they are performing very well, and there is no need for again checking the errors during the season and kind of things. What you have to do is that implement these models as per SOP. That means take care in terms of parameterization of the models and the kind of other protocols, whatever is defined. That's enough. Therefore, again, calibration, model error checking, this is not repeated. This only creates chaos. All these checks have been completed for the last 2 to 3 years. After vetting all these things, finally we have come and recommended these kind of things. Next, second question is that what if states would like to implement modeling phases with collaboration of state remote sensing centers rather than identify tips? Perfectly well, you can take a state remote sensing center. If they have the capacity, technical capacity, they can act as tips. So there is no issue in that. What is the status of model selection by the states across India? We have recommended 5 models. So it is at the discretion of the state to pick up any model. Maybe Andhra he has indicated he wants to semi-physical model. Some Odisha has indicated CHF. So based on that, you have the choice. We have trained the states about the models. Therefore, now it is at your discretion. You can pick up any model. All these models, whatever is recommended, they are more or less, their performance is same. There is no significant difference in the performance of these models. So you can pick up any one of them. Suggest modifications in STEC has to be done so far as communicated to various states. We have not understood it. So the feedback from states, the feedback from ICs, all the feedback for last 2 to 3 months through our interactions, we have collected, we have incorporated appropriately in the STEC document. Most of the comments received from the states, other stakeholders, they have been accommodated here because we are also equally responsible, because when we go for implementation, there may be some gaps, it may create some kind of hurdles. So we have taken care from all respects. Most of the points are incorporated here. There is no issue in that. Is there any portal for harvest index, CCE, standard harvest index values? Mike? Harvest index values, they have to be generated using the CCE data. Is at a block level, take the CCE data, because this is a very simple process. This is not a is a doable thing. You take the CCE data of past 2 to 3 years, average it out, find out the CCE, from there you compute from biomass, grain yield, find the ratio and come to the harvest index. That's not an issue. The repository of database generated under PMFBY will be, the state remote should also have a backup database. Now the TIP should hand over this database to respective state. and also to MNCFC. And this will not be analyzed further. There is some moratorium period. If you want to use this database for some other purposes, you have to take approval from Government of India. Because this is only to safeguard the interests of the scheme and interests of these things. You don't have, the TIP will not have right to retain the database, will not have right to use this database for any other purpose. The state government has given money to the TIPs, they have implemented the project. At the end of the project, hand over everything. There is no conflict of interest. There is no sharing of database for any other purpose. That's all.
Dr. Murthy, I have a question from H. Zakir Hussain, Joint Director, Puducherry. He's asking, since in the manual, Puducherry doesn't appear in the pre-selected states, whether now Puducherry has to float a tender for tips or it can be done in 2024 itself.
Yeah, we have selected these states based on the preparedness or capacity of the state. That is one point. Based on the crop distribution, for example, states where the large area is there, where less complications in crop mapping. That's why in a phase 1 rollout, we have identified certain states based on the technical aspects as well as the preparedness of the states as well as the master data sets that are already available in the states. So for Puducherry, probably 23, they can avoid. 24 onwards, they can go under phase 2. But Puducherry, my point is that its area is very, very less. Hardly it is 30,000-40,000 hectares or 50,000 hectares of rice. First of all, please ensure, are you able to map this rice using remote sensing data accurately to that extent required in the STEC manual. This is the preparatory work of Kallijia. From 24 onwards, I think phase 2, you can roll it out, STEC. That is my suggestion.
Yes. Sir, since Murthy Sahib is standing, I would like to have one question. Sir, the advisory issued by the ministry says that if certain percentage of CC is not reported through CC Agri app, then the synthetic yield will be, actually the weightage of it will be increasing. Whether that weightage would be applicable for other than wheat and paddy crops?
We are talking about STEC CMM1, that is crop model matrix 1 applicable to rice and wheat.
Yes, sir.
If you want to, under STEC CMM1, you have to fulfill that condition. For these two crops, if you do with CCE Agri app, the idea is simple. If you use CCE Agri app, the procedure is more transparent, the outcome is more reliable. That is a simple idea. So that's why we put that, use CCE Agri app and STEC together, get a better outcomes.
What if the same is...
We are not talking about
other crops,
but other crops also, the general advisory is that better use CCE Agri app. But under STEC CMM1, that table, whatever we have mentioned, it has to be fulfilled.
So for other crops, there is no such provision as of now.
Sudhakar ji, irrespective of any crop, we would like to add that CCs will continue. It has to be done through the app. Usage of technology is only for the weightage. We are not doing away with CCs.
Okay, ma'am. But how the weightage will come if that is not the process is not followed?
It's not CC, use of CC Agri app.
So that has to be there. CC Agri app has to be used. Yes, Ajay.
Sir, मेरा last question एक ही था. मूर्ति
Yeah,
सर.
Vinay ji.
मूर्ति सर. Here sir. मेरा सर क्वेश्चन यही है कि जब हम इस साल हम लोग जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल यील्ड हाइब्रिड मॉडल यूज़ कर रहे हैं, तो जो 10% वेटेज हमने टेक्नोलॉजी को दिया है, उस टेक्नोलॉजी के यील्ड के लिए हमने 30% टॉलरेंस लिमिट रखा है. वो सीसी से 30% टॉलरेंस लिमिट से अगर ज़्यादा जाता है तो वी आर कॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग टू द 30% टॉलरेंस लिमिट. तो ये स्टेक में भी जो भी अब व्हीट और पैडी के लिए होगा तो ऐसा टॉलरेंस लिमिट रहेगा क्या?
No, because in non-cereal crops there are certain limitations. That is why, as a safeguard, Government of Maharashtra has put those tolerant limits, because cotton and soybean still it is not fully operational or proven models. As a precautionary measure as safeguard, you have put that, but in the STEC, rice and wheat, these are proven models. That limit is not applicable here.
But in paddy also we found that more than that is a plus 30 and minus 30, apart from the 70% of the sample as beyond this tolerance limit in paddy only. Because we are implementing for paddy too this year.
There is no such tolerant limit under STEX CMM1. In case of Maharashtra, please exclude your Konkan region from CMM1 because in Konkan region, the paddy fields are highly fragmented, mapping is difficult. Exclude it. Remaining Vidarbha region, you have to implement as it is, there is no tolerance limit.
Is it possible in the state having the two kinds, that is the Konkan paddy is different and the
But
Vidarbha
what we
paddy
can do, if you are not able to map the crop using remote sensing data, there is no point in talking about crop health and crop yield.
Yeah, but we have make it mandatory that 30% for paddy it should be used technologically.
No, that we have written in the manual. Prerequisite is crop mapping. Okay. Yes. But it's going to be erroneous.
In Konkan, sir, it is quite difficult because it is the forest area, 85% forest and 50% it is the only cultivable area, and in that the paddy patches are in between, in just like on a hilly slope area. So it is very difficult for the remote sensing also to analyze that particular.
Then that's why don't include under STEC.
Yeah. But that's why I'm asking that paddy can be excluded from this technological lead and the Vidarbha can be.
See, we have to balance obviously the rollout of the technology with the feasibility of rolling it out. I mean, let's not do something which we regret later on कि भाई ये तो हो नहीं सकता था, उसका result नहीं आया, फिर उसमें हम लड़ाई भिड़ाई करते रहें, उसका फ़ायदा नहीं. So you select the districts. हमने वो recommended districts की list इसीलिए लगाई है पीछे कि these are recommended districts, इनको select कर लीजिए. तो CMM1 appendix बनाने का मकसद ही ये था. So you can sit with Murthy ji and have a
हम और कॉटन और सोयाबीन के लिए तो इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं 30% वेटेज हम लोग इस साल
वो 30%
30, 40, 50% on an increasing trend.
So the point is that the Maharashtra and MP are already doing for non-CMM1 crops, and some states have asked for कि हम और बाकी crops में भी करना चाहते हैं. तो आपका approved है ये, but हमारा administrative structure आपको follow करना है. Rest model will be different.
Thank you, sir.
So there is a question from Kerala, Rajata V, Joint Director Agriculture, Kerala. Is it reliable to take gridded data from IMD compared to AWS data? Is there any protocol for gridded data from IMD? If you compare gridded data and AWS data is in situ measurements. Gridded data, using in situ measurements, you have generated spatial layers, some interpolation technique is used. If you have dense network of AWS in Kerala, using that AWS, you generate spatial layers. The IMD gridded data, their density is less. For localized applications, there may be some limitations with that. If you have your own network of AWS in Kerala, using that, you generate a layer, a grid layer for Kerala. That is more reliable compared to that of IMD.
Dr. Murthy, I have a question from Ms. Shobha Patil, Government of Karnataka. She is asking whether it is necessary for the state to declare in advance about the models that will be implemented for the second and subsequent years.
I think when the model tender document, when the tender document is for 3 years, in the beginning itself, you have to pick up the models, you have to make it transparent. But as per the STEC manual, we said you can pick up 2 models, you can run these 2 models. At the end of 1 year, you can change the other model, change to the other model. That provision is there. But in any case, whatever model you are going to use, it has to be declared in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, so second question is, although you have answered that, is since the modeled yield is being generated for historical year, whether this yield can be used for comparison with the actual CC yield. You have answered that earlier also.
Yeah, that we have answered many times. The purpose of implementing the models for historic years is only to check the stability or consistency of the model performance, so that there will be more and more confidence on the model. The historic years data shall not be used for any other purpose, either for claim calculation or revisiting the historic claims, and it should not be shared to anybody. And this historic years data generated from the model cannot be challenged. That we have written in the manual. It cannot be challenged in the court of law. You are implementing the model for historic years only for ensuring consistency in the model performance. If there is any kind of tweaking has to be done, you have to do it and make the model stable implementation. That is only for the purpose meant for that, not for any other purpose.
Any
Sir.
more questions?
Sir, this is very specific question. In last meeting that has been told that in semi-physical model, we need not, means it is not necessary to take temperature scaler. So can we go with the same statement, or we need to have the temperature scaler into the semi-physical model?
Who said it is not necessary to take temperature scaler, I think?
Sir, in last meeting this has been, this has been communicated to
No.
in manage what
the semi-physical model, the procedure is there are two scalars will be there. Wheat and rice only. Westec means wheat and.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
One minute. It is not essential, or it is not. It is for rice in summer season, second Rabi season rice. Temperature scalar may be required. Wheat crop.
Yeah. For wheat we need to take. For rice it is not necessary to take the temperature.
Kharif rice it is not needed.
No sir, we have only Rabi rice. Oh sorry, Kharif rice.
Yeah, for Kharif rice it is not needed.
Okay.
But for wheat crop it is needed.
For wheat and Rabi rice, temperature plays an important role.
Okay sir. Thank you.
Any more questions from anybody?
I have a question for reinsurers from Government of Karnataka, again Shobha Patil. She asked whether if the state chooses any of the alternate risk model, whether the premium rates will be moderated, and if moderated, to what extent? Maybe Chandan, you can attempt, or I can see you only. Mike.
This is asked to the reinsurers, Ajay.
Yeah.
If any reinsurer can respond to it.
Chandan will be attempting it.
Ajay, can you just repeat the question?
So, question is, if the state chooses any of the alternate risk model, whether there will be any moderation in the premium rates, and if yes, to what extent?
Mentioning about the extent would not be feasible unless we see the data, but yes, compared to the pure risk sharing model, which is the PMFBY we are running at this moment, on the profit sharing model, yes, the rates can be bit lower compared to 80-10 and 60-130, depending on, as mentioned, we have to see the data, then the longevity of it, then can only comment the extent of at how much reduction can be seen.
Yeah, so our experience also says that, in Maharashtra and MP, there have been considerable reduction in the premium rates.
Because when we are seeing Maharashtra, we are trying to compare the PMFBY rates. So if you compare with the pure risk premium, definitely there will be a reduction. But we have to also see Maharashtra 80-10 compared to the technical pricing of 80-10 only, not for the pure risk pricing.
Another question is from Karnataka itself, whether if state chooses any of the alternate risk model 80-110, will there be any need for the state to appoint independent third party for the supervision of CCs and yield estimation? I think this is something which is up to the states to decide whether they do the CC supervision through their own system and infrastructure, or whether they outsource it to any third party.
Any more questions?
Any more questions from anyone?
Ma'am, actually, it's not a question. I have two requests basically from all the states. One is related to call center, ma'am, because we've seen that Apte sir asked about call center capability, and what we've seen in the last 1 year, that from all the states like Rajasthan, Karnataka, or Maharashtra, the ask is that as and when any event happens, the insurance company's call center should work throughout the day, 24 hours. And sometimes what happens when we are not able to handle those kind of load, then it starts becoming grievance or kind of negative publicity that insurance companies things are not working. And ma'am, trust me, we have deployed 50 agents for this thing. We have increased our capacity. As and when anything happens, more than 50 agents start taking calls basically. And as and when we are not able to reply those calls, we try to make sure that we call back to the customer. But still, in a day we cannot answer more than 2,000 kind of calls. While the requirement is to have at least 5,000, 10,000, we have to handle those things. So in any manner, I don't think it's feasible till the time these things get kind of either local, either centralized call center or automated call center. Because we cannot, because it's so uncertain that first suppose we are having 50 or 100 agents and there is no requirement. At that time, they will remain idle. So just my request is that this call center thing should not be promoted until unless things get automated. Otherwise, there will always be an issue. And the best thing is NCIP portal, which basically we get a lot of intimations from NCIP portal in Maharashtra also, in Rajasthan also, or maybe any app. That is much better. Just one request all the states is that thing.
If any state government wants to respond to that. You're talking about very heavy traffic during
yes, ma'am. Because what happened in Karnataka, we got the order that you have to have a call center for each district, which is not feasible at all. But we got a letter from government of Karnataka. So I just wanted to highlight this here.
So if any state government would like to respond to his query.
No, I'm not talking about Maharashtra only, it's all this. No, it's not from Maharashtra, Karnataka is.
Yeah. But ma'am asked any state government would reply that. So we are happy with Bajaj. They have worked very nicely. Not an issue.
Yeah. No, sir. So, Avte Saab, so basic question is whether state government should basically force or kind of make it mandated for insurance companies to operate call centers at district level. Whether it make
no need, absolutely no need, because one language and one call center, it may be at any point of time or anywhere place it is sufficient. I think the number of lines and the working hours, they are much more important rather than having a physical at a district level. There is no use. Because it is very easy for IEC work also, because one message can go to the state that this is the call toll-free number, so you can register your complaint or grievance at this point.
I think, sir, I'll suggest that channel of reporting of intimations, there are many channels. So first option that is available is the application of Government of India. So if the person is able to register through mobile app, there is no need to actually have that kind of a bandwidth dedicated for call centers. And in any case, if the call center is available, the person tends to ask few more questions. And it is not, the executive is not in a position to verify the details. So
Sir, one customer takes at least 10-15 minutes. No?
Yeah. So the average holding time is more than 5 minutes. The better idea is to shift these people to the mobile app itself, so that there is no issue of having to adjust the balancing and all those kind of things. So our intention will be to first shift to mobile application and then find out alternate mechanism. In fact, there will be no need for these after office hours, Saturdays, Sundays and all those things, which will simply be eliminated. So I think that would be a better option to...
No, we need to keep it, but we can try our level best to shift all this to the app and this thing. But we need a toll-free.
So the tendency has become something like this, that we tend to believe that these people will not have the capability to register the claim over mobile. Everybody is using UPI transactions and everybody is having a smartphone. So the question of asking the farmer to give a physical intimation, also to call the call center, also to visit our office, this creates unnecessary overloads on the system. And now we finally end up doing many deduplication of thousands and thousands of entries, for which there is no way one can find out at the beginning, at least during the enrollment period, whether the person is insured or not. So the question is, if we moves to the with application ID into the Government of India mobile app, everything is smooth. Then we can concentrate on the next best thing that is to be done is the survey. So our suggestion would be to sensitize people to use mobile app, which has been happening through the IEC. That would be the logical way out.
Yeah, we accept that.
Thank you. So I think rather taking up procedural questions, Mishra ji, अगर bid से जुड़ा कोई question हो, because we are now moving towards other things.
मैडम जो अभी इनने रिलायंस वालों ने सजेशन दिया, लेकिन ये इनने बात की एप्लीकेशन आईडी का है, लेकिन सभी फार्मर के पास अब वो इतना कैपेबल नहीं है कि एप्लीकेशन आईडी के साथ में जाएगा, तो उसके लिए कोई ना कोई दूसरा तरीका देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि डीडुप्लीकेशन कैसे हो, तो उसके लिए कि वो एप्लीकेशन आईडी हर फार्मर के वो नहीं है, खासकर हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में तो नहीं है रिमोट एरिया का कि उसको एप्लीकेशन आईडी के साथ जाएगा.
वी आर ट्राइंग दैट ऑल्सो मिश्रा जी. वी आर जो सेंट्रलाइज पोर्टल हमारा बना है उसके थ्रू भी इंटीमेशंस लेंगे हम. I think JS wants to speak something.
All right. So am I on? Yeah. So our thought in Government of India is that we should not leave even the last farmer behind. While the presumption could be true कि 70% 80% लोगों के पास है, लेकिन वो जो 20% जिनके पास नहीं है, फ़ोन नहीं है, वैसे तो मेरे हिसाब से 40-50% के पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है. Most of them now are able to give a call, and therefore जो हम कृषि रक्षक हेल्पलाइन और पोर्टल बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो इसीलिए कर रहे हैं कि it's easy to remember a single number, maybe a pan-India number which can then be advertised. While we will try and move towards the apps and that ecosystem, but nevertheless we want to cover the last man standing in the line. So call center will be made operational, and we had collected data from all the companies of the volume of the calls that are usually received, and so there is a surge capacity built into that center itself. So there will be 350 seats, and maybe it will go to say 550 or something. Even if I have to put 1000 seats, I don't mind that expenditure, because the credibility of the scheme takes a hit if there is no one to complain to. So my thought in this is a little different. Even if I have to put 150, 1000, 1500, whatever लोगों को बिठाना पड़े, हर स्टेट में बिठाना पड़े, no problem, because that expenditure is well spent in gaining the credibility कि यार फ़ोन करो तो इनके यहाँ पे resolution होता है. अभी grievance redressal हमारा नहीं होता. So yeah, maybe we in the Krishi Rakshak ecosystem, we should be able to give that kind of service to everyone.
Mr. Ji, I have a question from GS Dorve, DDA Agriculture Balod for you. Maybe you can respond to that. In forest patta land record data should be provided to farmers for PMFBY. I hope it is available.
जो FRA लैंड है उसके जो वन पट्टाधारी किसान हैं तो उनका लैंड रिकॉर्ड का डिजिटाइजेशन नहीं है और उसको पोर्टल से वन भूमि को डिसइंटीग्रेट किया गया है तो उसके एंट्री करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
But in any way फॉरेस्ट लैंड के किसान भी अपना एनरोलमेंट कर सकते हैं.
हाँ करते हैं, हो रहा है.
Murthy Sahib, I have a question for you from Horticulture Department Chhattisgarh. They says and ask is still finalization of weather network under winds. Who will procure and pay for the weather data under RWBCIS as the tender for RWBCIS is already been floated?
From the existing network, you have to procure the data. You have to buy data from the existing network. And there is some provision in the PMFBY. If the network is not there, you have to wait till the network is ready, till the stations are established. You have to look at various other options. For example, in the state, irrigation department also has got some weather stations. You can look at all these things and bring out the things. Yeah, you have any point, Jatinji?
Now there is going to be a changeover, but certain states are running on the old model. In the sense, in Rajasthan this model is running, in some version Maharashtra this model is running, some version this model is running in Himachal, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Chhattisgarh. Now in the meanwhile, before new winds takes on, and RWBCIS for example, weather stations have been notified. So that's what I think the question they're asking is, how long can they continue with that arrangement, and when do they need to go for new winds, come out with a tender and everything? I think that is the question.
I'm not clear. Are you clear?
So Dr. Murthy, I'll just explain this, because since the tender is out, so as per the existing practice, the incoming insurance company will have to bear the cost for weather data. The question is, since winds is not yet been floated, so till the time winds is not on the ground, who will pay the charges for the weather data?
एक्चुअली ये बहुत सारे स्टेट्स का ये चीज़ें हैं और बहुत सारे क्वेरी भी हम लोग के पास आया है कि विंड्स का जब तक फाइनल नहीं होता, फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशन और शेयरिंग पैटर्न ऑलरेडी फाइनल हो गया है. कुछ स्टेट्स में रिस्क शेयरिंग बहुत अर्ली स्टार्ट होगा, किसी स्टेट्स में जो है लेट से RWBCIS में होगा. चीज़ें टिल फाइनल जब तक हुआ नहीं, जब तक क्या होगा, ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन है और ये विंड्स कमिटी इसको देख के, डिपार्टमेंट देख के इसको हम लोग फाइनल करके एज अर्लीस्ट जो है हम लोग कम्युनिकेट कर देंगे सारे स्टेट्स को, ताकि वो बीट में ये प्रोविजन डाल दें कि क्या कौन फाइनेंशियल बियर करेगा।
So any more questions or we
Any
wind up?
questions specifically from the states?
For the coming tenders.
On preparation of tenders and especially for uploading the historical data on NCIP, because we have already communicated this, that the data which is uploaded on NCIP will only be used for the risk assessment and analysis and pricing by the insurance companies.
Sir, one question from United India. This is directed to State Government of Chhattisgarh for the upcoming tender. Now, as part of the tender, AY data has been provided, but actually the IU is at the village level for paddy, but the AY data provided is of a higher level, due to which our burning cost cannot be calculated correctly. Now, we have raised the issue during the previous meeting, and the state government had said that they would upload the AY at the IU level in a couple of days. So now we are 4 days ahead.
Mishra ji.
Mishra ji, if you can respond.
प्रीवियस मीटिंग हुई थी और उसमें जो भी डाटा के रिक्वायरमेंट है कि जो डाटा मिसिंग है वो वेरीफाई करा के जो और लैंड रिकॉर्ड से ले करके ये मंडे को डाटा अपलोड कर दिया जाएगा और सबको इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों को पोर्टल में जो भी क्वेरी आई थी उनका कोरियंडम भेज दिया जाएगा।
सर एक और चीज मैं समझता हूँ कि क्योंकि आपका आयु ग्राम पंचायत है, सो
नहीं
विलेज है, सो क्योंकि क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट भी फिर गांव के लेवल पे
विलेज पे ही हो रहा है।
और कितने सालों से हो रहे हैं?
4 साल से हो रहा है।
4 साल से, तो एटलीस्ट आपके पास 4 साल का AY डेटा तो गांव के लेवल पे ऑलरेडी है।
ये कुछ आयु जो ऐसी हैं जो कि बाद में हमने रिकमेंडेशन आई तो हमने जो 22 में नोटिफाई किया हुआ है, तो उसमें तो मेरे पास 2 साल का डाटा नहीं है, वो हम फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल या कि जो हायर यूनिट का है उसका देते हैं। मैक्सिमम डाटा मेरा विलेज लेवल का 4 साल का है, और उसके पहले भी जो हमारे GP लेवल का डाटा 16 से था, तो उस जब हम विलेज लेवल पे गए हैं तो जो विलेज जिस GP पे आया था उसी डाटा को मैं सभी विलेज पे लेके गया, तो मेरा पूरा डाटा विलेज लेवल का है। और अभी जो माइनर क्रॉप्स हैं उनके लिए हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट में रेवेन्यू सर्कल को आयु बनाया गया है। माइनर क्रॉप में ये कि आपका मेजर में रखा धान, सिंचित असिंचित, मक्का और सोयाबीन और चना और गेहूँ, अब बाकी जितनी भी क्रॉप हैं RI सर्कल पे जाएंगी।
इसमें एक पॉइंट सर हम ऐड करना चाहते हैं, खासकर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से। हम लोग ने फील्ड विजिट में कर्नाटक में भी देखे और अदर जगह भी देखते हैं। मेजर क्रॉप्स के लिए हम लोग ने रिकमेंड किया है कि अब विलेज पंचायत लेवल होना चाहिए। मेजर क्रॉप्स का गाइडलाइन में डिफिनेशन भी दिया हुआ। बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में ऐसे फील्ड आए हैं, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी भी पहले भी रिपोर्ट किया है कि एरिया 5 हेक्टेयर है, 10 हेक्टेयर है, कंटिन्यूसली उसको हम GP लेवल पर हम नोटिफाइड कर रहे हैं। तो स्टेट्स को डेटा कलेक्ट करने में और डेटा रिपोर्ट करने में, खास करके टेक्नोलॉजी और अदर चीज़ों को हम जब स्केल अप करेंगे तो एक बार रिव्यू करने की ज़रूरत है।
नहीं सुनील जी, छत्तीसगढ़ में जो मेरा GP मेजर क्रॉप के लिए मिनिमम एरिया 10 हेक्टेयर रखा गया है और RI सर्किल के में जो मेरी माइनर क्रॉप जाएंगी उसमें 20 हेक्टेयर रखा गया है।
इंश्योर्ड एरिया से
सोन एरिया
10 हेक्टेयर टू लेस
है, ये शुरू से चल रहा है।
इसमें सर मूर्ति सर कुछ आगे रेशनलाइज करने की कोशिश करे अगर टेक्नोलॉजी
जब स्कीम लॉन्च हुई है करीब 16 से, तब से 10 हेक्टेयर चल रहा है और ये 8वां साल होगा 10 हेक्टेयर पे।
Please, yes, village level you require reliable data for them to arrive at the prices. आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल डाटा if you apply to all the villages.
नहीं, ऑल विलेज का डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल नहीं है, मिनिमम। हाँ, देखा हुआ है।
The quality of the village level data.
मेरे यहाँ का
it has got its own impacts on the
मोती साहब, यदि मैं 10 हेक्टेयर से और ऊपर जाऊंगा तो हो सकता है मेरी बहुत सारी आयु कट जाएंगी।
ठीक है,
तो 10 हेक्टेयर और ये 8वां साल है और मेरा डाटा काफ़ी अच्छा है।
Okay, thank you, Mishra ji.
AIC has got some. AIC.
Sir, in advisory given profit sharing model, only the loss cost is taken for deriving the profit, 100 minus claims. But every company will have reinsurance cost and certain expenses of management that we need to incur. So that has not been considered in the computation. And also 8110 or 6130, only the claim cost is considered. But whatever is loss assessment expenses, those things have not been factored in. So can that be considered?
Ajay ji. Loss assessment cost, can that be considered in that? And then the profit and loss sharing model may?
See, one in profit sharing, it has been defined as 100 minus claims. So reinsurance cost is not factored in, or expenses is not factored in. And second one, for 8110 or 6130, only pure claims is again considered. So whatever is loss assessment expenses, that is not considered. So can these two be considered in the...
So the profit part of it, so 100 minus 60, the 40%, whatever is retained as a profit by the insurance company, or maybe 20% in 180, 110. So that is towards the cost of reinsurance and the other costs also, right?
Okay, that is for 8110, but profit sharing model.
No, but I would like to add here that we had circulated the documents long back regarding these models. The companies and the states were expected to respond at that time. Now things have finally shaped up after, I would say, much deliberations. So I don't think there's any point in discussing this at this stage. So any more questions, or we end up?
So one question only, Chandan, to just respond to the question raised by United India. So for Chhattisgarh again, the IU level AY data for recent years, it at village level, which is the IU, right? But for previous years, maybe previous 4 years or 3 years, it has been mapped from the higher unit at IU level, which is a village level. Now, if in case the data is complete for IU, every IU for all crops, do you see any problem here in analyzing the risk and pricing it? The question was from United India that they are not able to calculate the burn cost. So, sir, let us respond, the reinsurance company respond on this.
Actually not, because when you are going to the granular level data, even when doing the pricing, we also do that. You take the heterogeneity factor of loading. So using that, we can always do the burn cost, calculate the burn cost and load with the required factors.
Perfect. So I think there is consensus that there is no issue.
So the pricing methodology also, or the guidelines which reinsurer also share with the market, that talks about this, that how to deal with the data when you don't have at the implementation unit but at the higher level of unit.
मिश्रा जी, एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे कि पिछले दिनों में आपके प्रीबिड के बाद में बहुत सारे इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज ने हमसे आके पूछा है, क्योंकि उनको बिजनेस डेटा चाहिए होता है. दे जस्ट वांटेड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि किस आयु में कितना बिजनेस है, किस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में किस क्रॉप का कितना बिजनेस है, सो दैट दे कैन प्लान कि उनका टोटल पोटेंशियल बिजनेस कितना होने वाला है एंड हाउ शुड द रेट बी कोटेड. सो इसके लिए आपकी तरफ से शायद उनको रिस्पांस जाना है कि आप उनको शेयर करें वो डेटा जो भी रिक्वायर्ड है, ताकि वो समझ के कोट कर सकें.
जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनियां आयु लेवल का डाटा चाह रही हैं, कितना पेनिट्रेशन था उस आयु वाइज क्रॉप वाइज, उस दिन मेरा सजेशन था कि ये पब्लिक डोमेन में है तो उससे ले सकते हैं. इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों का ये है कि हमको डाउनलोड का वो नहीं है.
पब्लिक डोमेन मतलब आप कह रहे हैं कि नेशनल क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस,
हाँ उसमें है, आयु वाइज है. ये मेरा सजेशन था. और यदि डाउनलोड का उनके पास ऑप्शन नहीं है तो मेरे पास जो डाटा अवेलेबल होगा तो मैं कल मंडे को वो भी अपलोड कर दूंगा. और क्लेम डाटा भी आयु वाइज तो मेरे पास नहीं, क्रॉप वाइज मेरे पास डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज क्लेम का है, वो भी मैं दे दूंगा 3 साल का.
तो बिजनेस डेटा और क्लेम्स डेटा दोनों ही आपको आयु लेवल, क्योंकि कंसर्न इंश्योरेंस
कंपनी के पास क्लेम डेटा में आयु लेवल का नहीं है मेरे पास. क्रॉप डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज मैं दूंगा.
बट सर ये डेटा आपकी करंट एग्जिस्टिंग कंपनीज, किसी भी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को रिसेंट ईयर्स का कुछ चाहिए होता है 1 या 2 साल का. तो रिसेंट कंसर्न इंश्योरेंस कंपनी जैसे AIC या बजाज है, उनके पास तो ऑलरेडी ये आयु लेवल पे उनके पास, वो जानते हैं उस आयु पे क्रॉप लेवल पे क्या क्लेम्स थे, क्या एनरोलमेंट था, क्या बिजनेस था,
हाँ,
उनसे लेके ये डेटा प्रोवाइड किया जा सकता है सभी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को, ताकि वो समझ लें जो उनका रिक्वायरमेंट वो पूरा हो जाएगा।
तो वो इनको तो क्लेम डाटा तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे सेटलमेंट हो जाना चाहिए।
आई थिंक क्योंकि हम प्राइसिंग एक ये इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, जिस लेवल पे किसी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को प्राइस करना है
जी,
अगर गांव के लेवल पे उसको देखना है कि कितना रिस्क है, तो उसको पूरा डेटा भी देखना पड़ेगा कि उसी लेवल पे।
अजय जी, ये इस मामले में अंडरराइटिंग मामले में आप ज़्यादा समझते हैं, पर जितना मैं समझता हूँ कि जब वो प्रीमियम आता है तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट का आता है, तो उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कितना बर्न कास्ट भी निकलती तो IUI से जाते हुए लास्ट में आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे जाते हैं, तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट का क्लेम दे देने में हमारे ख्याल से हो जाना चाहिए।
अजय इस पर मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ, ऑलरेडी जब हम लोग ने एडवाइजरी जारी किया था, चूंकि ये बिजनेस प्रोपोजिशन बहुत ज़रूरी है जानना, और पीछे भी हम लोग स्टेट से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे कि चूंकि आप आयु लेवल का डेटा अगर सारे स्टेट्स, नॉट फॉर द छत्तीसगढ़, ये सारे स्टेट्स के लिए अप्लीकेबल है कि अगर देंगे तो प्रीमियम जो है लोडिंग, जितना आप इंफॉर्मेशन देंगे उतना वो प्रीमियम रेशनलाइज करके वो कैलकुलेट करेंगे, क्योंकि दो पार्ट होता है, एक बिजनेस कितना है, क्योंकि जो हम प्राइसिंग करते हैं और L1 कैलकुलेट करते हैं वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट पर हम उनका सम इंश्योर्ड और अदर चीज़ करते हैं, लेकिन उसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, नीचे का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन क्या है वो इक्वली इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के लिए एसेंशियल है। तो अगर डेटा इसमें ये चीज़ें आती है कि अदर कंपनी वहाँ काम किया पीछे का, तो चूंकि ये डोमेन है और हमें इस कॉस्ट का अगर हम दूसरे कंपनी को नहीं प्रोवाइड करते हैं तो 3 साल हम इस पर बिन बिल्ड कर लेंगे, कोई भी अप्रिहेंशन वगैरह होगा। तो स्टेट से रिक्वेस्ट है, जो पुराने कंपनी अगर काम कर रही है, अदर चीज़ें डेटा अभी टिल पोर्टल पर नहीं है, सिंगल सोर्स ऑफ ट्रूथ अभी नहीं आया है, टिल आप जो है सारे स्टेट्स अगर जो कंपनियां काम कर रही हैं उनसे अगर मांग के आप अगर टेंडर को यूनिफॉर्मली सभी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को प्रोवाइड करते हैं तो एक पोजीशन अच्छा हो सकता है एक उनके कैलकुलेशन के लिए।
विशेष जी, इससे आप सरकार को ही फायदा होगा, आगे जितना ज्यादा डेटा
उसका डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज मेरे पास है, मैं प्रोवाइड कर दूंगा।
आप कंपनी से ले लीजिए, IU वाइज ले लीजिए, आपको
उसमें हो सकता है फिर टाइम लग जाएगा 2 दिन का,
कोशिश करें।
But I think companies would be ready.
हाँ, जो अदर स्टेट्स अभी ये चीजें नहीं अभी टेंडर करने जा रहे हैं
एक
वो एडवांस में मांग लें।
सुनील जी, ये मेरा सेकंड है 3 ईयर टेंडर का, तो जब हमने 2020 में किया था तो क्लेम हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज ही दिया था।
L1 के लिए ठीक है, L1 के लिए अदर चीज़ों के लिए ठीक है, लेकिन आप ग्रेनुलरी जितना डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन देंगे नीचे का, क्योंकि डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो डिसीजन लेने में जैसे अभी री इंश्योरेंस को कॉस्ट करना है या अदर को कॉस्ट करना है बहुत ईजी होता है, जो नहीं है डेटा उस पर लोडिंग होगा। हम लोग का ये है, चूंकि ये कॉस्ट है और इन्फॉर्मेशन हम लोग दे सकते हैं, तो हम रियल चीज़ों को एनालिसिस करें, और ये चीज़ें नॉट ओनली फॉर द इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, हम लोग भी जब एनालिसिस करते हैं अदर जो आपने निकालते हैं, तो ये चीज़ों को हम लोग आगे प्राइसिंग की मेथोडोलॉजी में जब लॉस कॉस्ट निकालते हैं या आगे जो हमारे पास मॉडल आएगा 80-110 जिसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का लायबिलिटी लिमिटेड होगा, तो ये लायबिलिटी लिमिटेड करने में प्राइसिंग का जो एक नेटवर्क हम लोग बनाएंगे अदर चीज़ों में, वो भी हम लोग को एक आगे का फ्यूचर है। तो इसलिए अगर ये देते हैं तो इसमें कोई हानि नहीं है, ये चीजें रहती है, आपस में कंपटीशन रहता है, तो आप लोग लेके दें।
आई थिंक वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम। सिंपल सी रिक्वेस्ट ये है, आप जितना ग्रैनुलर डेटा देंगे, बिकॉज क्लेम डेटा ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है, उतना बेहतर होगा। कंपनीज जो है बेटर प्रीमियम कोट कर सकती हैं, अच्छी प्रैक्टिस है, स्टेट को कंसिडर करना चाहिए। और सिंस वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम,
मैडम आई विल ट्राई, लेकिन जहाँ तक ये कि लोडिंग वगैरह की बात चल रही है ना, तो लोडिंग अननोन है, कितनी लोडिंग लगती है ना हम पूछ सकते हैं ना आप पूछ सकती हैं।
मिश्रा जी, लेट्स बी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक कि इस बार लोडिंग कम हो, इसीलिए तो वी आर हियर इन छत्तीसगढ़ और कंपनीज आर हियर इन छत्तीसगढ़। आपका टेंडर निकल चुका है, देयर स्टिल स्कोप, सो लेट्स होप फॉर दैट। आपसे रिक्वेस्ट ये रहेगी कि उस डेटा को शेयर कर लिया जाए और कंपनीज इसमें असिस्ट करें, वुड रिक्वेस्ट। नाउ आई थिंक वी हैव रीच्ड टू द एंड ऑफ
बर्न कास्ट की बात आती है, बर्न कास्ट और लास्ट कास्ट की बात आती है, और हमारे स्टेट के पास किसी भी स्टेट के साथ बर्न कास्ट निकालने का कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है। तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट ये रहेगा कि बिडिंग से पहले क्लस्टर हम अब एलोकेट करके सबमिट कर देंगे, डाटा दे देंगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को,
आपसे डेटा के लिए इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं आप डेटा देंगे तो कंपनीज विल कैलकुलेट अकॉर्डिंगली, वो हर चीज़ बिल्कुल ट्रांसपेरेंटली अवेलेबल रहेगी।
वो बिल्कुल सही है, डाटा हम लोगों ने अपने इकट्ठा कर लिया है, सारी कंपनी से मांग लिया है, आयु लेवल पर जैसा सुनील सर कह रहे हैं वो तैयारी पूरी है। बट बर्न कास्ट की जैसा आपने कहा है कि 80-110 मॉडल में हम अप टू बर्न कास्ट प्लस 15% तक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया शेयर करेगी। ऐसी स्थिति में मुझे हर क्लस्टर का ये बर्न कास्ट मालूम होना जरूरी है, ताकि हम कंपनी से अपने L1 डिसाइड करते समय देख सकें कि हमारे स्टेट में जो प्रीमियम कोट किया गया है उस लेवल तक है अथवा नहीं। इसके लिए मुझे आपसे ये बर्न कास्ट हर क्लस्टर का चाहिए होगा।
उमाशंकर जी, ये हम बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं NCIP में ही। NCIP में हमने, आपको याद होगा कि हमने कल या परसों में एक मैनुअल डाला है और एक एक्सेल टेम्पलेट दिया है, जिसमें हमने आपको बोला है कि 12 से 17 तक का जो हिस्टोरिकल डेटा है आप उसको अपलोड कर दीजिए, ताकि हमारे पास पिछले 10 सालों का डेटा NCIP पे आ जाए।
13 आ जाए
और
करीब 13 से
2012 ऑनवर्ड्स, तो ताकि हमारे पास ये डेटा आ जाए और इस डेटा को यूज़ करके हम बर्न कॉस्ट कैलकुलेशन कर लें और उसका एक्सेस हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को दे दें, ताकि वो अपना एनालाइज कर ले। जब बिडिंग रिजल्ट्स आप खोलते हैं तो उस टाइम आप कंपेयर कर लें कि मेरे को रेट्स क्या मिले और इसका बर्न कॉस्ट क्या है। तो हम आपको एनेबल करवाएंगे NCIP पे।
So I think since we are running out of time, there were a lot of questions, but still I would say since everybody is staying for 1.5 day, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स यहाँ हैं, स्टेट्स as well as ICs, किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन हो, I think they can directly interact and get those issues resolved, because all questions cannot be taken up. But since state governments are here, ICs are also here, so this is a very good platform for mutual interaction to get your queries resolved. Dr. Murthy is also here, obviously.
क्लेम डाटा में एक मेरी क्वेरी है कि जिन आयु का क्लेम अभी पुराना सेटल नहीं हुआ है, फिर ये आएगा।
मैं मतलब नहीं समझी आपका।
सपोज X आयु है,
हाँ।
किसी भी कारण से, जैसे हायर यूनिट कील डाटा वगैरह से IC का काफ़ी कुछ है, तो हमारे ख्याल से 100 से ऊपर आयु का है, वहाँ का क्लेम अभी सेटल नहीं हुआ है, उसमें क्लेम हम निल देंगे। बाद में कोई क्वेरी है कि इसका निल क्यों है, फिर उसका मेरे पास रिप्लाई नहीं है।
मिश्रा जी, एक्सेप्शंस आर ऑलवेज देयर।
ये मैं पहले से बता रहा हूँ कि उसके बाद फिर से आए कि इतने आयु का नहीं है।
नहीं सर, सो अगर ये आयुज आइडेंटिफाइड हैं, आप जब ये डेटा दे रहे हैं उसमें लिख दीजिए कि ये अभी सेटल नहीं हुए हैं, अंडर कंसिडरेशन है, सो इसका अमाउंट अभी हमको मालूम नहीं है। सो वो एक्सेप्शंस हैं, वो किया जा सकता है।
So I think let's wind up the question answer sessions, but as I said, everybody is here, so everybody is free to interact with everybody for any query resolution. That would be my request. So with this, we'll come to an end with the day one. You can announce.
Thank you so much, Kamna ji and Ajay ji, for conducting this session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we all had a fruitful discussion throughout the day. I request you all to come back at the same venue, ballroom, for the cultural night at 8:30 p.m., 2 hours from now. I request you all to kindly join us for the cultural night and the dinner, and requesting you all to kindly collect